866-WE-BE-BIG. Greg off today. We're Gregless. He'll be back with us tomorrow. Taking a day midweek. As we look forward to today, he's going to hate he's not here because this is one of his favorite days. And I'm talking about when Tim Spencer and Buffalo Wild Wings are here. He gets all fired up. He's like a little kid looking out the window. Where they at? Where they at, Daddy? But they'll be coming by, dropping off some food, and Make-A-Wish, Alabama will be here as well to receive last month's charity charge check, and it was a nice one. They were the beneficiary of last month's charity charge. We'll also let you know about what's coming up next Monday, May 23rd, as this month we have a great ministry called Mercy Deliverance Ministries there, the beneficiary of this month's charity charge, and it is next Monday, the 23rd. We'll talk more about them with Tim Spencer. So all that is happening today. You can check that out as you kind of hang out with us all day. Hour number 2, if you are trying to count the hours, that's when they will join us. Don't forget Bible Study Live today, noon Central as well. The Wheel of Meat has spun. Killy Vanilli stopped by yesterday, and man, what a party that was. So that's off the table this week. Let's bring him in. Over to my right, it is one Mr. Michael Helms. What's up, boy? How you doing?
I'm good.
You ready to go?
Good.
Ready to go?
Yeah, I'm finally ready to go.
Okay.
Weird deal this morning. First of all, I don't like the underwear I'm wearing.
Okay.
Not sure what's going on there.
All right.
Just didn't feel normal. Didn't feel right. I think I know what it is. I just don't want to tell you.
Yeah.
The second part had a weird something happen on the way here. I mean, we've been in the studio now for 4 months, 3 months, 4 months, nearly 5.
Well, it is 5.
Yeah, 5 months.
Yeah.
I took a wrong turn on the way in this morning.
What were you doing?
I was really
distracted or something?
I was intently listening to a podcast and just got really into it, and I took a turn too early. And instead of turning right here at the main deal where you got the shopping center to your left and you turn right, I turned right a street before. It was, I don't know. Matter of fact, I pulled in and I was.
Do you take the shortcut?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you
yes.
hit the red light?
Yes.
Oh my gracious.
The red light before the red light I was supposed to
I'd like
go
to know where that took you.
Well,
is it
it's
a dead
a
end?
corporate district back there.
All right.
Yeah.
I've always wondered what's
I
back
saw
there.
a couple of businesses and I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Well, you were really out of it.
I know I was.
Podcast was
or
not
into
about
it.
Paying attention to detail.
No, it wasn't at all. But that was, and then this morning, you know, I think it's just a culmination of things. This morning, I was up and Adam. I told you yesterday, I was like, look, I'll make sure I get here a little early since Greg's not going to be here. I don't know what difference that makes, but it just makes us feel better, you know? And so I got up earlier, but I was just kind of slow moving at home. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like just, I walked to the laundry room and felt like it took me 6 minutes. And so
kind of like heavy legs.
It was just a strange day. Anyway, so but I'm really good now.
Right.
I'm excited to be here.
Are you
up
really?
to tackle the day?
Okay.
But it took me a while this morning.
Yeah.
And my underwear situation.
Well, you know, yesterday, and the underwear thing, I get what you're saying. You got your favorite pair, and then depending on the way laundry's landing, you know, sometimes it falls on that pair you're not really fired up about.
Yeah.
Just doesn't sit
and they're all the same brand.
Yeah, it's
just this particular pair. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Yesterday I had a very strange situation. I'll explain me trying to get home and why that was a handle. But later in the day, you know, I'm not going to wear everybody out on, you know, wedding preparation for Tyler, which is not this weekend but next weekend. You know, but that is our life, and we come in and we talk about what's happening. Yesterday, I found myself. And everybody's probably gonna go, wow, Speedy, so you really planned ahead. Look, we got a lot going on. I mean, it is happening quick. Sometimes I don't even know what I'm doing every day until I check in with Terry and figure out what's on the calendar. It's kind of one of those things where we just divide and conquer and just try to knock things out. Yesterday, I found myself at a suit place, and you know, you got all your famous places that you can go and buy suits. You know, you can find yourself at the mall, or you can find yourself at stores and outlets, you know, that specialize in suits and suits only. I wasn't needing a full wardrobe or whatever, but just some missing pieces of some things that Terry would like for me to wear. And I got to tell you, I encountered something I haven't encountered in a long time.
What is that?
Great service.
Oh, really?
I encountered someone that seemed to enjoy his job.
Okay.
Rare. Right? Seemed to be enthusiastic about really trying to help and care about the people that were in there. He could work the room. In other words, if there were 3 or 4 customers in there, because, some of the soup places, they can get a little bit overwhelming as far as, the amount of people in there. This one, it was kind of maybe an average day, and there was 3 or 4, stragglers in there, and everybody's kind of got their own thing. One guy was looking for a full suit. One guy was like, man, I need a tie to match something. Hey, could work the room, make sure everybody was feeling like they were being taken care of. He was just a go-getter. And man, I looked at him and I said, I got to tell you, I haven't experienced this in a long time. I mean, not at a brick and mortar, I'm walking in kind of place. I'm not saying that places don't give you good service, but I walked out of there going, hey, this was well done.
Yeah.
Now I still got to pick something up, and so the story's not complete. But, I mean, overall, I just walked out of there. It was almost kind of made my afternoon. I was like, that's rare.
It is. Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying when I say that? Because a lot of times, and it's companies that are just, some of them are just needing people in there, and they're not that fired up to be there, but they got to have employees.
Yeah.
Some are store owners that are working the counter because they don't have employees. And then some are just in there and they just seem miserable and they don't want to be there.
Yeah.
Yesterday, not the case. So I wanted to just
huge applause.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to the guy, even though I'm not saying his name or anything. I just wanted to kind of recognize the fact that there is still good service out there. I was so pleased. Terry was with me. She met me because she's got to approve, and that was a veteran move on my part. I'm not going to go waste time and get something and bring it home that she goes, now why'd you get that? Because you know where I'm going to be? I'm going to be right back where I was.
Yeah.
No, if you don't mind, when you get off work, I'll get back out and we'll meet and we'll knock this out. I did realize though, and it was confirmation that we just move at a different speed.
Yeah.
We had to make a couple of stops.
Yeah.
And because we were in 2 cars, because she was coming from work or whatever,
you're having to wait a lot. At
one point I had already parked, walked in there, looked at everything they got, and was about ready to leave because they didn't have what I needed.
Yeah.
And she was just getting in there.
Yeah, I get that.
And she was following me there. I'm like, what are we doing? I walked inside at one point and just looked out the door, and I thought, were you just sitting in the car? What were you doing? Well, I had to do this and I had to do that. I'm like, well, I'm ready to go,
So are you fully happy with what you got?
Yeah.
You gonna look good? Yeah. Mama's little man gonna look good?
Well, I'll tell you this. Terry's okay with it, and she's happy, and that's really all I care about. We'll take a break. We'll come back. But there is good service out there, y'all. And when you when you find them, hey, say thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Dirty exterior? Don't scrub it. Wet it and forget it. Wet and Forget, the easy outdoor cleaner. Wet and Forget works over time with Mother Nature to eliminate unsightly black and green stains on the exterior of your home with no scrubbing, power washing, or bleach. Use Wet and Forget on all your outdoor surfaces, including decks, siding, roofs, and patios. Wet and Forget's available in a concentrate or extreme reach hose-in. Purchase Wet and Forget in store or online at Lowe's, Menards, Ace, or Walmart.
Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Family Camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. All lodging and meals are included in this out-of-this-world experience. You also get $1,500 spending money towards your out-of-this-world family road trip package. All you need to do is sign up for the North Alabama newsletter. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. Sign up and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com. With spring in the air, it's time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey! What's going on in here? Termites? This is my house. I'm in charge here. Hey! Oh, you're gonna regret that. All right, that's it. I'm calling Cooks. Yeah, you better run.
You don't have to live with termites. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
Do you want to enjoy more time in the sunshine and less time in the checkout lines? Just get HelloFresh. They deliver chef-crafted recipes featuring seasonal farm-fresh produce right to your doorstep so you can skip the trip to the grocery store. Their chefs really know how to diversify the menu with seasonal recipes like sweet heat shrimp, tempura bowls, garden spinach, ricotta ravioli, and one-pan cheesy beef tortilla melts. Sign up today for 16 free meals plus 3 gifts with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour today.
Day without a
Greg off
brother.
today, back tomorrow. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central. We've also got a charity charge to celebrate today. Buffalo Wild Wings will be here. Tim Spencer to issue a check to Make-A-Wish Alabama, last month's beneficiary to the charity charge. Man, I tell you what, it's a great amount. So you can tell, adding the Oxford location, exit 188 in Oxford, Alabama, Buffalo Wild Wings, has really helped the charity charge and the amount raised. It's a great win for everybody. If you go visit participating Buffalo Wild Wings, you enjoy delicious food while helping some great charities each and every month. We also have another one now coming up Monday, May 23rd, to Mercy Deliverance Ministries. We'll tell you more about them and remind you all that Monday is another charity charge for May. But we will talk to Tracy Bennett-Smith, the president and CEO of Make-A-Wish Alabama, about how this money raised will go to great use. April was the anniversary of Make-A-Wish's Make-A-Wish Alabama's first wish granted ever. So it was a little marker, a little anniversary for them. So that was a very special month, and y'all made it even more special with the charity charge. So we'll talk to Tim about that today. And don't forget Bible Study Live today, noon Central. Hey, USFL, the team of the week. USFL. If you go to rickandbubba.com and click on contest, we're letting you all register for this week's, Rick and Bubba, WZZK, our flagship station that the USFL is in now, Birmingham, Alabama. The Birmingham Stallions take on the Michigan Panthers coming up on Saturday, and somebody is going to win USFL Team of the Week. You can go there and register your team at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
You answered my question by telling a story last segment, but I do think this is something that we ought to address with the audience. So you made it home okay yesterday?
I did. I experienced
because I was worried
something-
about little man.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that, buddy.
I was the only one that probably offered you what I did.
Yeah. I tell you, it made me do something yesterday after experiencing what I did that I have been putting off, and I don't know why, but I just have. I came to work yesterday morning, and as I was pulling into the parking lot here, and I knew again, we all run hard, but we've been going pretty hard. And Sunday, let's go back to it was the last time Terry and I were traveling, coming back in Monday night, and I saw that I needed some gas. And she's tired, I'm tired, we're beat. I'm like, well, I'll probably get some in the morning, something, which I know
that a lot.
But that's not a veteran move.
Yeah.
Really, what you should do is just go ahead and get it done, because the next morning you're definitely not going to want to. And I didn't. So as I pull into the work yesterday morning, it kind of scared me. Ding, ding, ding. Hey, you need gas, right? The little alarm went off.
Oh yeah,
the reminder. But it was as I was pulling in, and when we change locations, I mean, it's a little bit to get back to where I am, after work. But I'm like, well, there's gas stations all around here. Just post work, I'll run over, get some gas. We're good. Yeah. And then about halfway through the show, Terry texted me, and she said, hey, by the way, you left your wallet and your sunshades, your glasses here.
Does she call them sunshades?
Whatever, just shades.
Okay.
Here on the counter.
You combine sunglasses and shades.
Yeah, I did for some stupid reason.
Well, no, I kind of like that. I may start using that.
And I was like, oh, no. First thing I thought of is, oh, no, I got to get gas.
And I don't have any money.
Oh, no. And I had been wanting to set up, and I haven't for some reason, Apple Pay on my phone, because it wouldn't have mattered if I didn't have my wallet.
Sure.
Now, I did have a number of stops I needed to make.
Yeah.
Had to run by the bank once, because they're going to ask for a driver's license.
Yeah,
and
they
stuff.
are.
For those of you that don't feel like you need IDs and stuff, banks want them.
Yeah, they do.
And so I was going to, and now this new thing where they don't have deposit slips, you just give them your debit card and they link that to your account.
It's funny you're bringing this up. Had to deal with that this week.
Yeah, that's in my wallet at home. And that's what I'm going over in my mind.
Sure.
So then I started thinking, well, I think I can get home.
Yeah.
Brought me back to my college days where you're just trying to make it work, And then I started thinking, how much change do I have in my car? Do I go in like I was in college and say I want, $2? But now $2 ain't going to get you anything now.
I'm not saying it's bad, but I tried to give you $10.
Yeah, you did.
And I don't know why I had that cash. I was actually cleaning out my bag, and I found it.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I had it, because I never carry cash.
Right.
And I thought, well, you got $10, Helms. Just give that to Speedy. He
needs
it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't accept it. That was weird.
Right. And in today's time, it's easy to blame everybody else for the problems that you've created.
Sure.
And I wasn't going to blame Terry, because she did clearly move my wallet to clean off the counter the other night. And it was out of my out of my spot that I always put it in, so I didn't think about it.
Yeah.
But I didn't mention that. I haven't until now. And so I'm like, well, here we go. I'm going home.
Oh, goodness.
I got to go home, got to get my wallet, and then I got to get back out, which is a bit. So I head off, and I, just...
You're hoping there's no traffic.
Yeah, and then I did this weird thing where I think this has been debunked. Is it true that if you don't run your air conditioner, it saves gas?
I've heard that too. Now I don't know if that's the truth, and I've kind of just blown through that now.
Yeah.
The days, but I have heard that and have applied that method because of what you're talking about in the earlier days, especially in college.
Yeah, it got me through college.
Yeah.
And it was a decent afternoon. It was a little warmer.
It was.
Than I wanted. So I mean, here I go with the windows down. Arm out, hanging out the window, and here I go. No AC. and I think halfway there, this is probably kind of stupid here. I don't really think. I remember kind of little sparks of something where somebody told us, or a mechanic or somebody called us one time and said, that AC thing, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah. But I was thinking
probably
maybe,
not enough to make a difference.
No, but I needed to get home.
Yeah.
And you go from the hey, you need gas, it'll give you a range. And then it gets so low where it says you just low fuel. Yeah. And that's where I was.
Yeah, that's when you start worrying.
Yeah, I was low fuel.
I like to see the number on there.
Yeah, I do too. Like, okay, am I,
27 miles to empty, or is it,
right? And
4?
I know what they're trying to do is that they don't want to go, 15, 10, 9 or whatever, and then you run out and you go, hey, it's your fault.
Yeah.
And so it just says low.
Yeah.
But I was able to make it home.
Good.
And then there's a gas station around the corner. I grabbed my wallet and then headed out. But yesterday afternoon, I went ahead and set it up on my phone so I don't have that problem again. But it was just something about setting up my card on my phone. It just felt weird.
I do it all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it took me back to college. I felt like a kid again.
I was
53 years old, I think. What am I, 54? 53. Going to be 54. And there I am, hoping I don't run out of gas on the way home.
Well, I'm glad you made it.
Yeah.
I was a little shocked that you didn't take my $10.
Right. Well, then I'm owe you 10, all that.
Well, that was kind of what I wanted.
Yeah, I know it is.
I want to be able to come in here and tell Greg I let you borrow $10.
Yeah. And then all the jokes about, hey, Speedy, you forgot your wallet.
Sure.
I actually did.
Yeah, you did.
Until Terry told me.
And in your defense, you wouldn't take anybody else's money.
And if Terry hadn't texted me after the show, I would have pulled up to the gas station, and then I would have discovered I don't have my wallet. So at least you gave me a heads up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes, I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for 2 reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com.
God's been too good to me, and because of that, I've got to make a choice at this Gridiron Man Conference.
Phil Waldrop Ministries presents the 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. 2 dynamic days, June 17 and 18, Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we love in the name of Jesus? How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else is the goal. Nothing else matters.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. Hear dynamic speakers like Phil Waldrop, and Kirk Cameron.
If I can try to get my part right, maybe I will be used as sort of a vessel to bring about change in my spouse over time. Maybe I can lead by example, and that'll bring some sort of transformation to my relationship if I'm patient.
Don't miss the Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. That's gridironmen.org. Presented by Phil Waldrop Ministries.
With spring in the air, it's a time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find the people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. Then add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring so your network can help you find the right people to hire. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to actually interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. In life, you can count on three things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first two. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan C includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back 25 minutes until top of the hour. We're getting all kinds of information about the AC and gas mileage.
Yeah.
Some say they've talked to mechanics and it doesn't really matter that much. Now, the guy did say, and having all of your windows down and the drag now that you're creating with the air coming in, you've probably not really gained much. But, I mean, in Alabama, you're not going to have your window down if you don't have your AC on in the summer or the
you gotta have
spring
some
to summer.
airflow.
You got to have some. I mean, in May, come on, man.
Yeah.
Also, real quick shout out. You know, my parents live in Huntsville, home of the river.
How about this?
And boy, what a great city! What a great city!
The Rocket City.
What a great city! And
I'll tell you what, they call them number one.
Man, wow. So the U.S. News and World Report, according to them, Huntsville and the housing market put it over the top for the best metro area to put your roots down in. They are the best place to live in America.
How about
Huntsville, Alabama.
That's
it takes
huge...
the top spot. The top spot for the first time, knocking off Boulder, Colorado. Pretty nice out there.
Well, let me ask you this: for the first
the number
time,
one.
is this the first time an Alabama city has been named at the top of this?
That's a great
We're
question.
talking about the best place to live in the United States, in the freest country. What goodness gracious, Huntsville,
Wow.
Alabama! Congratulations.
Yeah,
your dad knew what he's doing when he stayed.
Hey,
you know?
hey. Yeah. Every year, U.S. News ranks 150 of the country's metropolitan areas based on 5 factors: job market, housing affordability, quality of life, desirability, and net migration. And it measures the trend, people moving in, people moving out, all that kind of stuff. They put a lot of stuff into factor, and they named Huntsville best place to live in America. It's
a big title.
Yeah, I know.
And when you're stacked up against a city like Boulder, Colorado, who's been in this list for many years, that's a beautiful city.
Yeah, it is.
Now the people there may be a little crazy. I don't know. I've never been there.
Well, I think it's prettier than it is crazy.
It has to be.
Yeah,
it has to be.
It's like a girlfriend.
But I mean, I just was not expecting to see Here we go. Huntsville, Alabama is the #1 place to live in America.
Yeah. Wow.
Congrats, Huntsville.
Yeah. Great job. Great job. The average home in Alabama's biggest city cost $192,667 compared to the national average of more than $365,000. A lot of factors played in, but congratulations, Huntsville, Alabama. Now they can say, and I need a sign as you enter town, you are now entering the best place to live in America, Huntsville,
And listen,
Alabama.
I want to read the top 10. I just want you to look at the company they're in here.
Okay, yeah.
We just talked about Boulder, Colorado, Colorado Springs.
Yeah.
Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Okay.
San Jose, California. Raleigh and Durham, North Carolina. Now, Fayetteville, Arkansas kind of caught me off guard that they're in the top 10. But, hey, we had an Arkansas story.
Hey.
We had an Arkansas story yesterday.
Nice place to live, they say.
Evidently, top 10.
Right.
Portland, Maine, Sarasota, Florida, and San Francisco, California. And at the top of that list is Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Yeah. And I know that San Jose and San Francisco, they're beautiful areas. But one thing I can't believe is that a California city's on this with the cost of living and
I know.
and what's going on out there.
Yeah,
but
it's that scenery.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. But congratulations, Huntsville. Just wanted to slip that in there. And saw that yesterday come out, and so congratulations.
I like Huntsville. I get to Huntsville. Yeah. You get to Huntsville way more than anybody else on the show because your parents live there.
Right.
I get up there, 3 or 4 times a year with tennis tournaments, speaking engagements, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I always enjoy going to Huntsville.
Yeah.
But I would never have thought, I tell you what, you know who's going to be the #1 city, best place to live in America?
Right.
That'd be Huntsville.
Yeah.
Never saw that coming.
I really wish, after going to Huntsville a lot and having to be on the Parkway there, I really wish more cities did what they do, and that is you got your highway.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you got options to get off on side roads and service roads that then take you to the businesses. You're not stopping at red lights.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, so you're going. And every time I get stuck out here close to where we are now, I think about that. That'd be kind of nice.
Where are you? So you're all about service roads. Like, for instance, I think of Mobile, Alabama when I think of service roads, and it can get
I think about that too. Yeah.
And that's a good way to do it if you're landlocked and you don't have a whole lot of
I guess they call it service roads. I don't know. You basically get off and you got your road that's running parallel with the highway.
That's what I call service.
And then
road.
There's also another chance to get back up if you messed up. You know, all that kind of stuff, and everything's just flowing.
Yeah.
Now you better watch that speed on the Parkway.
Sure,
they'll really get you there.
They'll grab you.
But I just you're moving, and we like to move.
We like a steady flow.
Yes, we do. Now is it? You said, hey, Speedy, I know that Greg, by the way, is off today, back tomorrow. You said to me in passing yesterday, hey, remind me, I got something in the kickoff hour, and since Greg's not going to be there, I want to mention it. What does that mean?
Well,
and I noticed that Rick's wearing another new shirt. Is it because he knew Greg wasn't going to be here too?
It probably so.
Okay.
I do. I like Rick's upgrade to his wardrobe here lately, and of course that means that Greg pummels it. But actually that's why I wore yellow today.
Okay.
The Rick and Bubba yellow shirt's one of my favorite shirts. But every time I come in here, first thing, hey, old Yeller.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody driving a school bus today? You know, you hear a bunch of jokes.
That is a nice shirt.
And I love this Rick and Bubba shirt.
Yeah.
So
nice springy shirt.
There's been something going on in my world over the last 6 months that I have not brought y'all in on, and
what do you mean?
Purposely because I didn't want Greg making fun. Okay. But since he's not here today, I think we could probably hash it out, and it's really not a big secret. There's some people that know. It's not that big a deal.
Does this have anything to do why you were getting CPR certified?
It does actually, because it was part of this.
I've been wondering
absolutely.
about this.
That you're exactly right. This was part of it. So really, you could take this back to about, 2 or 3 years ago. I started, Amanda and I, we always talk about the 10-year plan. And now that's down to about 8.5. Okay.
All right.
So we talk about our 10-year plan. What's it going to look like in 10 years? Let's set ourselves up to where we're always going to work. We're workers. We like being active. We don't really talk about retirement much, but we talk about, hey, where we're going to live. And I don't know that our kids are in Vestavia. I don't know if we're going to stay in Vestavia, leave Vestavia. I think we're lake people, honestly, but we don't know which lake yet. Like, we have conversations like, yeah, that lake is really not us. You know, our more people are over here, that kind of thing. So you play all these things out in your mind, trying to figure out what's going on. You plan for life. And so I asked the question, okay, what is your next? I always ask, what does the next 3 to 5 years look like? What's the next 10 years look like? What are you going to be doing? Here's the elephant in the room that everybody has to ask. When's Rick and Bubba going to retire? I mean, they're in their late 50s. Contracts, when they're up next, they're in their 60s. So are you going to do radio? Are y'all going to? So you plan all these things out. I've always wanted to coach. I've always felt like I was probably called to coach and just never did, to be honest. I was, played baseball at Jacksonville State, and one of my biggest regrets is not doing the staying on and being Coach Case's graduate assistant when he came in. I had that opportunity and I didn't want to go back to school, and I was about to get married, and then you feel things in your life that have that. So I coached at Spain Park High School. And so then
that was a good night. Look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good memory.
This is when Greg would be ripping you to shreds right now. And I'm just listening.
I know, and that's why I'm doing it now. And so over the last probably 15 to 17 years, probably around, I guess it's more like 17, 18 years, tennis has been in my life at a really huge part of my life. Playing, coaching, teaching. Kids are involved, playing on high school teams and tournaments and all these different things. And so a couple years ago, I was like, you know what? I know Bubba got his USPTA, United States Professional Tennis Association certification. You know what? Maybe you ought to go back and do that, and then you can just coach. And you can coach without it. A lot of guys actually go through that process just to get the insurance. Clubs look at that and go, well, we need you to have that because they got insurance. And I've been doing a lot of coaching and teaching tennis-wise, clinics, lessons, helping camps over the last couple of years without any of that. But I thought, you know what, let's make it official. So I went out, not that I don't, since in my spare time, I got 3 kids and a ton of time on my hands.
Yeah.
Over the last 6 months, I have went through the United States Professional Tennis Association certification process, and I'm officially certified.
Oh, my goodness. Are you serious?
So
Are you a pro?
I have checked that box. And
so we have 2 tennis pros on staff here?
Yeah, one that's paying dues. I don't know if the other one is. But you wouldn't believe I guess you would believe what all I had to go through. I'm talking about hours and hours. And a lot of it, honestly, is one of those things that you go, why am I in this? Why am I doing this? I can go buy insurance and still coach and teach tennis. But you do learn a lot through the process.
When you say insurance, are you saying that you're covered in case something was to happen?
Correct.
Insured, bonded, whatever.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And that's the reason I even bring it up.
Want to make sure that you're protected. Okay.
Reason I even bring it up is, listen, I don't plan on leaving to go coach tennis full time. Okay, anytime soon. But I do love it. I enjoy it. I'm not a guy that likes to sit around during the day after we do the show. And so the kids are getting older. They're self-sufficient. I mean, Braden and Caroline do everything together. I'm not having to take them to practice, pick on Maddie and me we're thick as thieves these days because of that. And I realize she's going to get to that age too. So I'm just prepping for the future. And so
when you have more time on your hands.
Exactly. And so, we get done here every day pretty early, and I don't go home and sleep. I mean, yeah, we kid about naps, but
unless it's a Wednesday.
Yeah, and it's a headache. But no, I actually want to do something with it. And so I have actually been reaching out. That's the reason the insurance thing has come up. I've actually reached out to some clubs and some just some other guys that I have been kind of mentors on this world to me.
Right.
And ask them questions. That's one of the first things they ask. Well, the good thing about the USPTA is that you got the insurance, and clubs are going to look at that and whatever. And the main reason I did it is because I didn't play college tennis. I didn't do any of that. So I wanted somebody to say, well, this guy means business.
He's certified.
Yeah, he's actually cares about this, or he wouldn't have went through the process of doing it. Because it's not an easy thing to do. It takes a lot of time.
So you're like a tennis pro.
Yeah, I'm not going to call it that, but yeah, I can.
But you are a tennis pro?
I'll tell you this, I'm official.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I tend to second-guess dinners with friends because they're often interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit Creon.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREON.com.
Sponsored by AbbVie.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LAUGH for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LAUGH for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LAUGH for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Home. They say it's where the heart is. They also say it's wherever you make it. They don't say it's where you unload your stuff, get tired halfway through unpacking, use some boxes as furniture, realize your oven mitt's in a box that doubles as a nightstand, don't want to buy a new nightstand, and use a towel as an oven mitt instead. But no matter where you call home, Geico makes it easy to bundle and save on renters and car insurance. Easier than grabbing a piping hot pan with a towel that's a bit too thin and trying to quickly get it to the counter. Ooh, hot, 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 hot.
Dirty exterior? Don't scrub it. Wet it and forget it. Wet and Forget, the easy outdoor cleaner. Wet and Forget works overtime with Mother Nature to eliminate unsightly black and green stains on the exterior of your home with no scrubbing, power washing, or bleach. Use Wet and Forget on all your outdoor surfaces, including decks, siding, roofs, and patios. Wet and Forget's available in a concentrate or extreme reach hose end. Purchase Wet and Forget in store or online at Lowe's, Menards, Ace, or Walmart.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, we're back. It's 8 minutes until top of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Do you feel better? Never, ever would you have been able to get through this. Greg off today, back tomorrow. If Greg was here, that you just told everybody that you're Michael McEnroe Helms. Never, ever would they have been able to do it. You wouldn't have gotten through it.
No, and I appreciate you giving me that time.
Well, I was trying, and now I'll hammer you a little bit. But
Helmsy Academy coming soon.
Yeah. Wow, that's big news, my friend.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm glad I got through it.
Yeah.
And
is that why you wore the yellow shirt today?
No,
in celebration.
I wore the yellow shirt because Greg wasn't here and he wouldn't make fun of it.
That's right. It looks good. It's a good shirt. It really is a good Rick and Bubba shirt.
It is. It's one of my favorites, but I just never wear it because of the,
Yeah.
And he'll claim he likes it too.
Yeah.
But then he makes fun of it.
Right.
So thank you for letting me get that off.
Oh,
my
no.
chest.
And
I've been wanting to tell y'all, but it was
Yeah.
one of those things where, I'm excited about it, and it's one of those things I've worked really hard to get, and I'm obsessed
And
with
it's
the
done.
industry
It's
and the
done.
sport, and now it's done and
Yeah.
complete. And
Right.
so
Well, I know that now. Is this breaking news to Bubba too?
probably so.
All right,
Yeah.
so I know that they'll.
And if
that'll
it's
come up.
not, then that means I told him a couple weeks ago and he's forgot.
Okay, all right. Well, it'll come back up again. I know during the main show if he's learning about this, because now y'all are fellow pros.
Yeah.
And that's something that's funny. Yesterday, a lot of updates here. Whenever you're having a conversation with your wife and she brings something back up, and you kind of hear her, and then you go, no, hold, wait a minute, do what now? It happened to me yesterday, and that was, I think she volunteered or suggested that we would take care of something for the wedding, and she thought I was handling that, and I just learned about it yesterday. I guess because I wasn't paying attention. Because anytime you go, now do what? And she said, well, now we talked about this. And you're like, oh, no. What do I do now?
Now, is this the issue where you told us yesterday that you were going to the audience with if you couldn't figure it out? Or is that different?
No, you're all over it.
Okay.
And I think I might have it covered, but it has to do with Gary. You're not going to believe this. So
I actually do believe, because I know what the subject is, and he can fall into this world.
Yeah. So the wedding is going to take place down in beautiful Clanton, Alabama. All right, and Gary's down there. That's Chilton County, Alabama.
Yeah,
south of Birmingham for those of you around the country. And I mean, that's if it happens in that county, Gary has to know about it, or he will find out. And so
I can't wait to tell Gary that I'm USPTA certified, because how many times you think I'm going to hear fuzzy balls?
Oh, yeah, a lot.
Sure.
A lot, because you would have heard it a lot today if Greg was here.
Sure.
So I think, I don't know how this happened, but Terry and Mabry, that's Tyler's fiance, her mom and Terry were talking, a lot of planning, and there was a discussion on when they come out of the church.
Yeah.
Being able to have something really cool to jump into, and not really go too far because the reception is at another location, but right around, maybe to the back of the church or whatever, but exit in a kind of a fun, cool, unique kind of way.
Yeah.
And I think Terry said, and I guess, hey, we'll take care of that. And I think that was handed over to us, and I'm assuming by the way Terry reacted yesterday, she told me that and kind of put me in charge of it. And I don't ever remember that. So I panicked, and I started, everything from calling my buddies that I know have cool cars, maybe antiques, some older cars or something like that, to looking up horse and carriage
Did you end up talking to that guy?
Well, I reached out, and there's people that actually you can hire to come to your
Sure,
wedding
yeah.
and do exactly what we need.
I bet they like it.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, but is that them?
Yeah,
and then I thought about Gary, and I thought,
you talking about classic car, Gary?
yeah, and I thought, man, he took Reese in his classic
How about
car.
Amanda? Amanda Maddie has been in that
And that
classic
white,
car.
that cool
Yes.
car.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, that is cool. And so I'm like, let me call Gary. And just picture Gary if he's driving the two of them after the wedding and all that. So I call him and I'm like, hey, what? And I'm like, hey, buddy, look, got a question. And, Gary, if you chisel deep enough, he's a lot like Greg.
Giant heart.
Giant will do
Yes.
anything for
Yes.
you. All right. And I'm like, hey, serious business for a second. And I told him what's up. And he sat back and he goes, I sold that thing. I'm like, no, are you serious? He said, however, I've got a 1930-something truck now. And it's a souped up truck. and let me send you a picture.
That may even
of
be
it.
better.
I don't know if it's going to
Oh,
work,
really?
though. Yeah, because it's got bad attitude on the side of it, and it's I don't know. It's an old rusted out thing that is kind of cool.
Yeah.
But it's got new wheels on it and all the tires on it and all this kind of stuff. But on the side, it's got like a rooster with
That's
bad
funny.
attitude, like a gamecock.
That's funny.
And I told Terry, I said, hey, Gary could drive him off in this, and she said, I don't know if that's going to work. But he said, now if this
He's
don't,
got connections.
he said,
though,
if this
in
don't
world.
work,
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
And I just don't know what
type
he's-
of vehicle.
Yeah, and I said, Gary, I do want to let you know because he's into pranks, right?
Sure.
I said, I got to tell you, this is
Pranks are off limits.
We're
Yeah,
above pranks.
Yeah.
Okay. Because if Daddy don't come through here, I'm in trouble. Because I'm thinking I could just wash my truck and pick them up and take them around the corner. That's not really what they're looking for. So in Clanton, Alabama, Chilton County area, I'm looking for an old classic or really cool, unique convertible or just a classic car or something. And what they're doing is they just want to jump in. Hey, they're coming out the
Ride
steps.
around.
They're coming out the
Yeah.
steps of the church. Everybody's clapping, and they jump in something cool and ride, and it looks like they're leaving, but they're really probably going around to the back of the church. And then getting out, and then they'll drive their own
In their
car.
vehicle, yeah.
I don't know. They're just looking for something kind of neat. So now Gary's in charge. And
You
he
better
said,
tread lightly there, friend.
He said, I'll call you back tomorrow. I got connections. I don't know what that means and what he's going to. But he really thought, hey, what about this? And his truck, he's so proud of it.
Rick and Bubba.
Everybody loves the little mini leg.
Yeah.
He said, well, why couldn't you take those same sauces and do regular size legs?
Yeah, he was the victim of a hard break.
But
you're right.
That's a brilliant idea.
I think it is, and I think worth explaining on the big show here. But he did.
And then he takes the big leg and rolls it in the ranch dressing
Yeah.
or whatever dip you want. I know it was a hard break. That's brilliant.
I call trademark on that, by the way, guys. All right.
What was that little rhyme you had going about it?
Buffalo drumstick, buffalo drumstick.
Wait a minute.
Buffalo drumstick.
Wait a minute. You could use Bob Marley's Buffalo Soldier.
I think that's what he was doing.
Buffalo drumstick.
I think that's what he was doing.
Yeah, but he didn't do it with the reggae feel.
Yeah, he did it with some
Buffalo drumstick.
Can I
You
ask
got
you
something.
about this keg, though?
Open up chains.
Yes, that's what I'm going to do. If this whole thing doesn't work out that I'm doing right now, starting a restaurant.
Little man, big wing.
Called Buffalo Drumstick.
Not little man. I'm not going to put that in the
Yeah,
slogan.
and it could be you.
Crooked
like,
man
going,
wings.
It's a lot of letters.
Like, you could be like this.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Okay, buddy.
Wait a minute. And you play drums. Buffalo Drumstick.
Ooh.
And in the commercials, you play drums talking about your restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
Buffalo drumstick,
But-
sitting in my belly.
Yeah. So what I'm talking about, so it dawned on you, because most of us will do what? When the wings are thrown out in front of us, everybody goes for the mini leg.
Yep.
And they use it to roll, and they like to eat those first.
Yep.
And then you go to the other part of the actual wing.
Yep.
So what you're saying is, since those are tiny, why not get the regular size drumstick, just cook it in the same sauces, and then roll it in the same dips?
There it is. That's the whole thing.
And now that we have a keg of
is
Hidden
somebody
Valley
not
Ranch,
doing that
you
already?
can take a regular size drumstick now right in the keg.
Right into it, just like do a
Adder-
keg stand.
Buffalo drumstick.
Seriously, that's such a good idea. I can't believe it ain't already been
Right, I'm
done.
with you.
The mega wing.
No, buffalo drumstick.
Buffalo
is it.
drumstick. That's the whole thing.
Stop
Trying to come up.
Right
Yeah.
Here is my
Buffalo
problem
drumstick.
with the Hidden Valley story today. They say the keg, $50. They call it a mini keg. It's branded with a Hidden Valley logo. It's capable of containing 5 liters of liquid at a time. It comes with a year's worth of ranch dressing. Now, I will say this, though. Ranch is probably my least favorite to put in there. That would be my least favorite.
ranch.
Stop it.
What can ranch last a year? Are you supposed to
I
keep
think
ranch
you
around?
refill it. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay,
It doesn't just sit there for
I
a year.
got you.
I
Okay.
think
Keep
they'll
it in the
keep
fridge.
sending it
Yeah,
to you.
buffalo drumstick.
But
As you run out, they send you more.
which salad dressing do you like the best?
This is not going to be very popular, and I apologize for this. You want me to give my reality of what my life is and or what my dream is?
No, the real stuff. Don't.
Yeah, because I'm not able to eat what I really like
Right.
anymore. But like if I ever have a I'm going off the rails day, and I'm going to first go to. I never go off the rails with salads because I hate salads.
Yeah, why would you? That's a stay on the rail day.
You take it and fix it up good. It can be good.
Yeah, but when you fix it up good, you might as well have eaten something else.
Yeah, but I'm saying it tastes good.
Yeah.
Right, it does.
Yeah,
if it's 800 calories, you really hadn't saved
I
it.
can make it
We're
taste
not
good.
talking about the calories.
Yeah, I can make it taste good, but I might as well have cornbread. You know what I mean? But
You throw a little ham on there.
and there's no salad better than what real food is. None. I don't care how you fix it.
So, what is your favorite dress?
Blue cheese.
Blue cheese is
Blue
good. I love
cheese.
that with
I love
buffalo.
Growing up, I had blue cheese.
I love
Buffalo
all
wings.
of the time,
Roford.
and then I went to ranch.
When I dip a wing, on the rare occasion when I have wings, I always
like
dip them in blue cheese.
Yeah,
not
I do
ranch.
too.
Interesting. You're the blue cheese guy.
Blue cheese.
Love blue cheese.
Blue
and
cheese
dip.
is great. Thousand Island is great, or I call it 1,000 calorie.
I don't like that.
And
1,000 calories.
well,
French.
yeah, I'm down with French. I don't like that.
Try it with pizza.
But poppy seed may be my favorite, but Greg has scared me to death of it.
You'll fail a drug test.
See, he says that every time. And I got to thinking about it, and he may be right, but boy, it sure is good.
I like honey mustard.
It's almost
as well.
candy.
I like the vinaigrette
Honey
stuff.
mustard's okay.
But I don't eat
Italian.
it. I don't eat honey mustard hardly ever.
Have you noticed, though, when they give you
Italian's
poppy
good.
seed, it's always in a smaller container and it costs more?
Yes.
I mean, they just give you
know why.
little, just a tiny. I want something that'll pour out of there. You know, I want to pour that stuff.
Yeah.
You want a keg.
I don't want to have to be, all this stuff.
But my reality is normally, if there's some salad involved, my reality is normally one of these vinaigrette deals. Yeah.
How you feel about a Caesar salad? I like those.
They're nice change up. They're
I
not
like
my
'em.
main.
Add a little shrimp. to 'em.
Again, I'm only dealing with salads because I'm forced to.
Right. Rick, we've already
we got
established
that,
that.
Rick.
We've
They look
established
at you
I
and go,
thought
hey,
we're
it
talking
comes
about-
with a salad. And I go, yeah.
Are we talking about on the salad or what we dip wings in? I
Both,
wanna be
yeah,
clear.
yeah.
Both.
I like
Dressing
ranch
in
dressing
general.
on salads too.
I do.
I like Italian the best, but
To me, ranch is just too readily available.
I realized that
Ranch and
about
bacon
80% of the
bits are
time I'm a ranch guy.
It's like
I
thick
just
milk
realized
bacon.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nah, it's good
buffalo
stuff.
drumstick.
But it's okay. It's better than nothing.
I like
I
to
mean,
dip
it's
pizza
not-
in it.
I'm sorry, I just have a hard. I mean, if we want to talk
It's
about
not bad on pizza,
We're-
Greg. I have to give you.
We're
You
really
gotta
dip it.
A lot
Don't
of good
dump it on
points
it.
here.
Just
lot
a
of
little
good
dippage.
points.
Well, I
Little
tell-
dippage.
See, if I on the rare occasion that I'm eating like breadsticks or pizza, my number one preference there is dipping it in marinara sauce.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, Rick.
That is
That's
good.
like liquid fat.
When you ordered that.
Well, I don't understand why y'all
It's
keep bringing
great.
these
Yeah,
inferior
yeah.
things around. If we're going all in,
Rick, if you
let's
get a-
go in. I have no passion for salads. I'm sorry, I can't even talk about them.
If you get a
But-
thin,
but now
a thin
dip-
crust pepperoni pizza from Pizza Hut and dip it in their marinara,
Yeah.
you got yourself.
Yeah,
Yes,
we're
you
saying
do.
you have got
do.
yourself something.
You have arrived.
Yeah, I
Greg,
get
do
what
you-
you're saying. We're saying salad dressing, and really we're just saying dressing in general on different foods. What do you go to like for a wing or for
Blue
not
cheese.
just not
Blue
just
cheese is my
salad.
number one.
Blue cheese with little
Right.
chunks in it.
Oh,
it's good. Huh?
He love
I
it.
get
But like I
I
said-
get an extra cup of that. I know you're shocked.
Yeah, well, when you really pulled it off is that wonderful dip when you get your wing or
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
Hello there. 6 minutes
Ooh, it
past the
brings me
hour.
to
The
my
Rick and
knees.
Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we'll start this hour as we have since the attack on America back on 9/11. We start with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us as we unpack another Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Kickoff hour is behind us. Greg out back tomorrow. And we'll unpack the stories of the day. But in order to do that, we got to get the whole team on the field. So let's bring him in here, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of Pizza in a Cup, Shakespeare's Worst Nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. Go, buddy. He loves me. He loves me not. What about it, Adler? Let's go. Listen to the Rick and Bubba Show. So you got it turned on. There's another lonely night alone. Everybody learns the hard way. Why do we have to learn the hard way? The hard way about love. Everybody learns the hard way.
Hi, this is John Waite, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
There it is.
Big John.
Big John.
Everybody
learns the hard way. Sometimes we just won't learn it anymore.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I'm usually that way.
We just got to go down that hard. I don't know why. And the Lord looks and goes, there's another way we can go. Yeah. Why you got to be like this?
Why? Why?
Gonna learn that lesson, get a day in the Wednesday Bible study. Wow, Abraham. Come on, let's get to go. All right, so you want to do that again? Well, that's twice. All right, so anyway, but we'll unpack that Wednesday Bible study back today, live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel, archived soon after. We are walking through the book of Genesis, and we've been at it about, see if we're in chapter 20. And some of them we divide that. We're probably 22, 23 weeks in Genesis. So I want to talk about something I discovered yesterday, men, and I think you need to be made aware of it. Uh-oh. You know, we're learning our new place. There's a lot to learn. We've been here. This is month 5 at the new spot, the No Name Studio. Saw a couple things. Some I'll tell you on the air, some off. But the Tuesdays for me sometimes is my long day. Greg's got a long day. Bubba, every now and then we'll have these long days. Tuesdays is usually my long day. I set aside Tuesday, barring something beyond my control of things got to get done, got to get ready for Wednesday and all that. So I'm usually here later on Tuesdays. Well. So I guess they didn't know I was here. I thought all the Rick and Bubba people had left. Did you know that here at this building that they have a Taco Tuesday? And tacos are brought in that kitchen in there.
What?
By the mobs. All kinds.
That would explain
chicken,
that explains the mess on the table.
What kitchen?
The one in there, the big one.
No, yeah.
Really?
The one we share.
What time's this happen, Ray?
Do you know about Taco Tuesday?
I didn't. I wish I'd have known yesterday.
I walk in there.
Because I was here a little later than normal yesterday.
I walk in there like a parent busting a teenage boy. Okay.
Did you just walk in and see it, or did you hear about it?
No. I walked in and busted them.
Going back for more coffee. Huh?
I went in there, and needed it. I walked in there, and there are tacos everywhere. And I kept noticing people coming up and down the hall, people I'd never even met before. Hey, it brought people out I'd never even met before.
Really?
And they got plates full of tacos, and I said, what in the world? And then all of a sudden I get the word, well, this is Taco Tuesday. I said, what's going on? And boy, Scruggs, he was real embarrassed. He just looked at me like,
and
we've got him a plate.
And we've given him a ton of breakfast.
Yeah, he ought to be ashamed.
You kidding me?
Good.
And so apparently, and
was
now
there a popping noise in there?
Yeah, I took about. By the way, that's the off air. I took a bite of one taco and a popping sound was in my ear. But no, and they looked at me like, "You want some?" I said, "Well, I just got back from lunch. I mean, my goodness."
So there was enough people to eat tacos here?
You wouldn't believe there's people that here I've never even seen before. Now Taco Tuesday will bring them out.
Really?
See, because those of you who don't know the building, certainly there's other businesses, but here, even where we are, where the No Name Studio is located, next to us are how many more radio stations?
5 or 6.
Summit has, a bunch of them, Rick. I don't know.
Yeah, so some of them actually still have
5 or 6 at least.
Total.
For modern day radio, some of these actually have some people still working there, and not as many as when we all were in radio in the past. Had a meeting with a kid yesterday, was trying to ask me how to get into radio, and I didn't know what to tell him. But anyway,
he emailed me. He's my intern.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's on the intern with us.
Email. But he's efficient. If he just met with you, email me.
He is. He seems to be a go getter.
Yeah.
But I the problem is we can't. It's hard to help these young people because the way we got in, they can't get in that way.
I know that's tough.
So I was kind of like. Wow, it was. I've never felt so helpless at trying to help somebody.
Right.
But anyway, so all these people, I guess, that still work at these different stations, that because of the time we're here, we never meet. I'd never seen some of them, but Taco Tuesday will bring them out.
So afternoon drive is a little bit more popular.
So what
here?
time did they get here, Rick?
That's the part that I think, because I said, well, man, today is my long day, and then I got at 1 minute I got stupid. And I thought, well, I need to let everybody know when they're long days. And they looked at me and said, no, it's Taco Tuesday. Oh, that's right. So this only happens one day. So if you're not here late on Tuesday, you ain't going to get it.
Maybe I could move my Bible study from Thursday to Tuesday.
Right. But
Do you think
it's a late lunch kind of thing here on Taco
No, it's
Tuesday?
lunchtime.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's
Do you
lunchtime.
think there's any left over in there, like in the fridge?
Probably.
I can tell you this: there
was quite a few tacos.
There's a lot of crumbs in there.
This
right
explains, and I've been really mad at what I thought was one person.
Mm-hmm.
Evidently, it's been going on Wednesday mornings, and I didn't realize this because of Taco Tuesday.
They said it's relatively new. That's when they all panicked. It's almost like they all tried to scream to me, Rick, we haven't been keeping this from y'all. And I said, y'all afraid of our team finding out about this, aren't you?
Well, the last few
Wednesday
Wednesday
we'll hit
mornings,
this and we'll hit it hard.
Rick, the last few Wednesday mornings, I have gone into the kitchen to get coffee, and I've seen chips crumbled up, laying on
Taco
tables,
Tuesday.
sauces out, whatever.
That's Taco
and I
Tuesday.
have just
Rick,
he was
mad at the overnight
nuts,
guy.
mad. Hey, what am I at home with a bunch of teenagers?
I know.
Clean your crap up.
Right.
My goodness.
It's almost like being back in the old studio.
Yeah.
How about this? Hey, look, how about this? Let me just throw this at you again. Taco Tuesday happens here on Tuesday, and we didn't know about it.
That bothers me.
Well,
that's
do
over,
now.
though. It's
We
over
do
now. Yeah, we know about it now.
We're about to have Chicken Wednesday.
So if you're here, guys, I just want to give y'all a heads up. If you're ever having a long day on Tuesday, know that Taco Tuesday is happening in that kitchen.
All right.
Now Scruggs ain't gonna tell you about it, but so you need to know about it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you think they like? Hey,
But Bob, if you'd have seen their faces when I round the corner, you know what that face said? Oh, we thought y'all were all gone.
Right, right.
What
are you doing back? I thought you left.
Guys, we have taken unlimited BuzzBox coffee to them.
I didn't want to talk about that.
There has
They won't get mean about it.
There has been engineers that have benefited from the breakfast rotation here.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I've taken drinks in there, our Coke products, and said, "Hey, y'all be happy with this. Take it off."
I'll offer wings to Scruggs today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll share our wings.
We've been very
Well, we were.
generous, and they've just been hiding this from us.
Yeah.
They kept screaming. It just started. Okay.
Wasn't that an email that included us on?
Oh, yeah, but how
Or
about
a text.
this? Now I did get this. Okay.
I want to know not only when it started, who knew it, and when did they know it?
Right. Now I was told later
Thank you.
that we don't have a Summit email address, which is why we didn't get an email about it.
What the?
Because we have
That
our
makes
own.
zero sense.
Well, I'm just telling you that's one of the things I heard.
They can't top up Rick at rickandbubba.com because everybody else in the world can.
They were hiding Taco Tuesday from us, and they got busted.
Man, I don't know how to get in touch with Rick and Bubba and the gang. Maybe go to the contact page at rickandbubba.com.
Or take 5 steps.
Right. Or just come through the door. Stick your head in.
Yeah, quit tiptoeing around.
Come on. You got busted about Taco Tuesday.
Rick and Bubba.
you're dipping in the blue cheese to pull out one of those chunks on top of it.
Oh, yeah.
And now you've got it on
set
there.
it right up on
and
top.
now there's a little chunk riding up there, too. Now you got to be careful. He'll fall off.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, because
you bring him in there right, though, he goes in.
I grew up on Thousand Island. That's what our family ate when I was
Never
growing
liked
up.
that.
But let me tell you,
sauce.
there's different ones though. You got to be careful. A lot of them are not very good, but there's a couple of places has that real rich, almost red looking one, and man, it's a whole lot better. I hate to say it, but some of the places that you wouldn't think you'd find good one, it is. And there's a difference. It's like ketchup to me when it comes to Thousand Island. It's a big difference on who made it.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that world.
No.
Whatever they put on the Big Mac.
I'll go ranch Italian. That's about it.
Do y'all remember the day we brought up pizza? Do y'all remember the day the Pizza Hut closed over here, and we used to go to the
you
pizza
remember
buffet?
Remember me balling?
Yeah, I would go.
Nobody spoke for one day.
I would go.
Bubba was inconsolable.
I would go ranch with the pizza on one trip, then I'd go French, and then back to ranch. It was a party.
Yeah, the party's over.
Yeah,
mowed it down. Things to talk about, watching the left in Hollywood and all these people deal with the new sexual harassment deal, because at one time they liked pointing fingers at other people, but now it's all, when mud starts throwing around, people get it all over.
Yeah.
And so now, basically Kevin Spacey's career has now been destroyed. Harvey Weinstein, is all these stories. My goodness, I'm trying to keep up with the list lately. Dustin Hoffman's being drug into it. Mm-hmm. There's all sorts of people, and now a journalist has accused Reverend Jesse Jackson of sexual harassment.
Shocking.
So she says that it was, and when this one sounds like George H.W. Bush, also thrown in the middle of this. This says it's a lot like that one, that this happened during a photo op, and claims that Reverend Jackson made a lewd comment and groped her. So now he's being pulled in.
What is the deal with this groping during photo shoots?
I do not know. I'll tell you one thing. It's the golden ticket seats are anxiously awaiting the photo shoot at the end of this. My goodness. Wonder how that's going to go. We're all going to be very careful. Now, look, there's the fly.
Well, let's just say you're a groper. I understand you got everybody, posing for a picture, but I mean, what do you really think is going to come out of this? I mean, what's your end game here if you're a groper? How's that work?
You just think you're sharp. Everybody's going to go.
But again, guys, we got to get back to. Now, I think we can all come to the conclusion, and it was tough for us to get there. We've all come to the conclusion that 41 had an issue. Okay.
Yeah, bizarre.
Was he 41?
It's just bizarre.
H.W. Bush was inappropriate from the wheelchair, which makes it even worse for some reason.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, if anybody could have gotten away with just saying, I'm going to keep my hands here in my lap as we get the picture made. Mm-hmm. But I do know sometimes when you're taking photos of people based on people's different sizes of height, sometimes there is the mistaken arm across the rear end.
Yeah, but usually they move on to where it needs to be.
Right, and
they normally don't tell you who their favorite magician is.
Right. No, I got all that. I'm not talking about.
No, but I know what you're saying.
I'm not talking
David
about.
Copperfield.
But nowadays, are we headed to that point where everybody's going to panic?
Well, what I'm talking about is what this woman is saying is I'm not going to let Jesse Jackson play that card because it was a company, just like with 41. Was it 41? Is that when he was the president?
Yeah, he was 41. Yeah, 43 was.
Yeah, because I get tired of trying to go W and then HW.
Oh, I know.
So I'm going to say 41.
41 was dad, 43 was son.
Right. So 41 accompanied this with a lewd comment. Right. Well, they're saying Jesse Jackson, same deal. It's not just that where his hands got placed, he had a little something to say about it. And now,
what was his line?
Yeah,
I'm trying to look here. I'm going to be very careful before I say it if it's in here, because sometimes. Okay. Let's see. He says he made the comment. I don't see the comment in here, thankfully. So there's no joke about David Copperfield in this one. It doesn't look like.
You didn't make that cut,
right? Was there no one that could bring?
Here it is, Rick. Here's what he said. Let's see. I walked within arm's reach of him, and she said that Jackson reached out his hand and grabbed my thigh.
Easy.
She says, and quote, I like all of that right there.
Okay.
Is that how you said it?
Okay. That's I'm just giving you. I didn't get to proofread this.
Right there.
I just had to find it. Okay.
Pretty good. I like all that right there. I don't know what that is. Do it again, Greg.
That just hit me one time. I don't think
Jesse
I got
Jackson. So so she said he looked her over and then
I like all of that right there.
Yeah, and then made a comment. It is 22 minutes past the hour. And spend some time alone. I'm in a John Waite mood today.
That's all right with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always good with John Waite.
I love John Waite. Yeah.
He was so nice when we had him in studio. He was here several times, wasn't he?
Yeah. Another song. One time we thought we were friends with him like we do on everybody.
He gave a ton, too.
I think he likes it. He just can't get to us.
Right.
He wouldn't leave us out of Taco Tuesday, I'll tell you that. Somebody say it. It's love that makes the world go round. And it's nationwide from town to... All right, so we're back. I do want to say that Dana felt, I think, the worst about it and tried so hard to patch things up, even sending me, that they sent an email out to everybody and we don't have summit addresses. I could tell it hit her that probably that she let us down a little bit. You know what I mean?
Especially since she texts us all the time about different things going on in the kitchen.
But
she's our team mom.
Listen, she usually takes care of it.
And she felt bad about it.
She brings chips. She brings other things.
Well, how she felt, you talked about it, and is, the females have that maternal instinct, and she saw that in my face it flashed back to when I was a little boy and I'd been left out of something, and you show up and everybody had got together and you weren't invited. And I think immediately she saw that little Rick instead of 57-year-old bearded wonder.
Yep.
And she thought, well, I can see he's trying not to be hurt by it, but his little feelings are hurt. Is there anything you can do to a fat guy worse than leave him out of the food?
Yeah. Boy, it hurts. It really hurts.
Sure. I went over and got me a steak taco, though, just out of defiance. And I wasn't even hungry.
I went and checked in the break. There's just crumbs left.
Well,
I thought I had found some leftovers, but it was just somebody had eaten all the goods out of it and just left the shell.
You know what it's like? You found out the county fair was in town, you'd forgotten, you ran out to the fairgrounds, just trash laying everywhere.
Yeah.
The carnival's gone.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah, that terrible feeling. You see one little corn dog stick with just that little bit of crispy on the bottom, but corn dogs are gone.
Yep.
Golly.
That's all right. We're going to make up for it.
No, I think we're – and again,
we are getting chicken today. Right?
Yeah, we are. Today, Buffalo Wild Wings will be here.
Yeah.
We will
and we'll actually share it with the rest of the crew if they want some.
Well –
Rick, we can't be that way.
No, you're right.
We got to
treat people the way you want to be treated.
Absolutely.
That's right, Rick.
That's right.
Let them see. Let them
listen,
see that.
Old Helms, you know what Old Helms wants to do?
Oh,
Rick, we're givers.
Now, I'm not
we're
going
givers, and we can't go against the very DNA of our soul.
Yeah. We need to give them the chicken the way we wish they'd include us in the top.
Absolutely,
right,
100%.
Right. And we normally offer it up to
Rick. My goal is to outgive everybody around me, so that just follows with that.
I'm not going to walk around the halls waving my Buffalo Wild Wings flag.
No.
I don't do that, but I mean they know.
Well, let's say we'll do what Bubba just said. Let's have a giving war, and let's say nobody.
Let's win the giving war.
Nobody's going to outgive us.
That's right.
You know it.
That's right. You have to get up early and stay up late to outgive us.
Amen.
Huh?
So hey, know
I want
that.
to be a giver. When I'm gone, I want people to go, man, the giver is gone.
The giver is gone. You heard you win one for the giver?
That's
How
right.
about win one for the giver? I'll get Brent Crow to write a song. The giver is gone, like he did the King of Alabama. But Make-A-Wish Alabama gets their check today from Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll let you know how much you guys went out and raised by eating delicious food, and then we will dine like kings.
So sounds good. And just to note, if I chew some words up today, other than the normal amount I would normally chew up, speaking of chewing, I had to go to the dentist yesterday and had to get a couple of crowns fixed, and they're right next to each other, so we did two of them at one time. And, Dr. Dudney does a wonderful
he's fantastic.
job. But, having to hold my mouth open that long because they're back there in the back, a little sore today.
Yeah, Dudney wouldn't leave anybody.
I kind of feel like Will Smith slapped me in my sleep.
Oh, that's
what
hilarious. That is so good.
But we'll gum our way through it today.
Yeah. Well, like you said, the way we chew things up, nobody may know the difference.
Yeah. If I'm holding my mouth while laughing, you'll know what the problem is.
Also, we continue to pray today with Greg and Lisa. She's having some medical procedures today. We hope we'll be able to resolve some issues she's having health wise and. But I have to admit that, on that serious note, but on a not so serious note, Sherry took me shopping over the weekend, and I had another shirt and pair of shorts I wanted to wear today, and I wore it today. Wasn't going to wear it, and I realized Greg wasn't going to be here.
I started to say I like that shirt.
What
is that? What pattern is that?
I have no idea. It's a Tommy Bahama, so good enough for me.
It looks like little TV screens or something.
Maybe. Well, you see how you're all. I guarantee you, if you want to know what it looks like, this is where you need Greg, because he would have had it down. Yeah, he would have had something to say.
Yeah.
So I said I wasn't even going to wear it, and Sherry said, "Well, I noticed you didn't. You wore one of the new. You not. And then yesterday you just wore something your old stuff." I said, "Well, Greg,
yeah."
On me. By the way, did I tell you about me? Did I text y'all about me getting a compliment on that outfit Monday, and then really thinking it through?
On
the team text.
Yes.
Yeah. I went to get my glasses straightened out because I'll be rough on glasses.
Yeah.
And they were fitting them back to my very large face again. Yeah. And all of a sudden the guy said, "Man, I like what you got on. Where'd you get that, man? That looks good." And I thought, well, in your face, Greg. And then the more the person talked, I was like,
you thought, in your face, Greg.
And I was like, then all of a sudden before it was over, Greg was saying, "In your face, Rick."
Right.
Yeah. I was like, oh wow, so that's why he liked it. Oh, okay. Wow, okay.
Well, you're fashion forward, Rick.
Apparently I was. When he went on to comment on how beautiful the decorations were in the eye place, I was like, uh-oh. He just commented on the wallpaper and my clothes.
Everything looks good.
Mm-hmm. So made me rethink it. All right, we'll come back.
Elections last night across the country.
Yeah, we had a bunch of
primaries. Other states will be having primaries shortly. I think ours is next week, isn't it?
Is it? It's coming.
Yep. So it is the season. Winners and losers. A few races still up in the air.
By the way, somebody said I should call it John Waite Wednesday. How you like that? I just played John Waite bed music today. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so there we go. So anyway,
now in front of the whole room.
So now
is that what we're saying?
All right, you be Jesse.
That gives Rainbow Push a whole new meaning, doesn't it?
I like all of that right there.
All right, and act like you touched Beth. Ready, go. No, I'm kidding.
You're getting close.
I'm working on it. I'll work on it tonight.
You can't bring Beth Mowens into everything.
Beth Mowens.
Don't bring her into this.
What are you doing? I guarantee you there's a grope story with her. It'll come out.
Oh, Greg.
Hey, she's hanging around all them guys.
Well, no, thanks, Greg.
The locker rooms, all kinds of bad stuff.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying.
You know what? Really, now that you made your point, you're 100% right.
Yeah.
Greg, let me just say this. Yeah, but.
Well, I got you. But, hey, if you know.
No, look, you can find people with all sorts.
I know.
Oh, yeah. Look, come on.
There's nothing. There's always somebody.
Yeah.
You know what? so anyway.
So what do you say again, Bubba? I missed
Hey,
that.
there's no comment. No. You can't come up with a category that you say
look
zero.
it up.
No.
So anyway, so Jesse Jackson's in trouble now, or Willie B. But so this is the new thing now, and it's amazing to me though. Some of these things people talk about, it's shocking to me that like on that day you weren't saying, "Hey, I'll tell you one thing, this is not going to be."
And
tough.
she even says, "Look, I know this is nothing compared to what the women say." Harvey Weinstein. She, even says that.
Yeah, sure.
Herself, she said, "But
Yeah, she's like, don't let the smile fool you in this picture. I was actually cringing inside.
And what she doesn't look like in the picture.
What
She
did he
looks
say,
like she's
Speedy?
smiling.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Where is it?
I like all that right there.
I like all right there. Speedy, I don't think he's got challenges.
I didn't say he did.
Right. Were you trying to do?
Jesse speaks more in a very hard meter like that.
I'd have to hear.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
I like all that right there.
Yeah. I'd have to. I like all that. Right there.
Right there.
Now go a little deeper.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard him talk enough.
Try it.
I don't have an impression of Jesse Jackson. But give me time.
Yeah. Because he does have a distinct way of talking.
Try a deep Mike Tyson or Jay Leno.
What?
Just a little
That's
bit.
not right, is it?
A little bit.
He doesn't have a list.
Just let me play this game.
To me,
touch of Beth.
To me, he was always one of these. I like to be an authoritative speaker, and I make up words I don't think are real words.
Yeah.
He was one of those.
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, you run them together.
Yeah, situation.
Now, this is a very ubiquitous situation we find ourselves in.
Yeah.
I like right there.
This is ubiquitous.
There it is.
We must be conjunct. Doesn't he kind of do this? I've got to be. I want to talk.
Are we surprised?
Can I hear him right
Are
here
we
so we can
surprised?
get
I mean,
this dialed in?
Jesse's had other issues, didn't he?
Legacy of murder that is
The legacy of murder.
No, I like that right there.
I like that.
I like that right there.
I like that right there.
Yeah, that's it.
The struggle about these statues is the unfinished business in our country.
You see where the
there
Mike
are no
Tyson comes
Hitler
from?
statues in German.
I don't hear Mike
Is
Tyson.
he saying statues? Statues?
Statues.
We got to tear down the Robert E. Lee statues.
Good Lord.
I like that right there.
And secession and segregation and sedition. And so these statues are coming down.
That's thigh-jagation. Okay, well, I'm trying to dial it in.
Is that it?
Statues. I like your smile, but I like that right there. Okay. Just give me some time.
Oh, Jesse.
How about all these lines?
Coming up at halftime, I'm going to talk to Jesse Jackson. Beth, I like that right there.
How about all these lines are so creepy?
No, sure they are. Well, these are a bunch of hounds. Lots of greasy hounds. Well, I got news for you. 41 was a hound. Still is. Now, I didn't realize, does anybody know that Petsmart actually does grooming? Did anybody know that?
No.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
In the back
Sure
there.
do, in the back.
there's one that in Dixon City, Pennsylvania, the PetSmart grooming salon there, big issue. Are you familiar with the type of dog called the Bichon?
No.
This is the little fluffy white dog, the Bichon.
It looks like our dog Gracie. I don't know what kind this one is.
You
but
probably got a little Bichon in that, I'm sure.
Bichon.
Well, sadly, the 12-year-old Bichon named Brewster was brought to a PetSmart grooming facility where the dog was killed by a pit bull.
Ooh.
Now, first of all, I have to ask the question, who gets their pit bull groomed?
Yeah.
So what do you groom?
And Rick, who grooms a pit bull?
Who drew that card?
I mean, what in the world?
Somebody says, I tell you what, you're new here, right? All right, you're grooming the pit bulls.
Yeah.
So
I mean, what do you do? Put on like the armor that a knight would wear and go washing? What do you do?
First of all, we need you to suit up. You're grooming the pit bulls
you
today.
wear that chain suit like they do when they're swimming around sharks.
Yeah. Here's what I think, and I do not know. "35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. "35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. It is coming Father's Day weekend, Huntsville, Alabama. I guess this is maybe year 3 that Huntsville has hosted the Gridiron Men's Conference. Started over in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I was honored to be part of one of those in the early days. Then many years in Birmingham, and now the last 3 years, Huntsville, Alabama, has hosted the Gridiron Men's Conference. It is first class. I know there's groups of men coming from all over the country. I did get an email from someone, and I do want to correct that. I did get an email. Someone said, well, I guess we missed it. I went to get tickets for my group, and I reached out to Phil Waldrop, and I said, are we sold out? And he's like, look, we've had a great response, but I mean, this is the Probst Arena at the Von Braun Center. Our Bubba, as you said, Von Braun.
Well, correctly.
Correctly. Yeah. We still have seats. So what you may have seen is maybe there was a drop-off date to get a discount or something. But no, there's still tickets, and you can move on this. Coming this year, Kirk Cameron will be there. We've had him on the show. Tim Tebow. We've had him on the show. Charles Billingsley will be leading worship.
We've had him on the show.
We've had him on the show. Phil Waldrop, of course. This is his ministry. He's been on the show. Fred Luter, he's been on the show. He'll be there. So if you want to find out all the details, go to gridironmen.com. gridironmen.com. Put together your package to go, and they've got hotel suggestions for you, too, in and around Huntsville. They are fantastic hosts. It is a great city, and you can go be at Gridiron. It'll be Friday the 17th, and they'll have you out by lunch on Saturday the 18th. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
You're talking about Huntsville, the best place to live in America.
I saw that.
U.S. News and World Report.
I saw that.
We'll talk about that today, too.
Congratulations, Huntsville.
Yeah. Rick, the elections, a lot of primaries held last night. Trump backed candidates won 23 seats last night.
Wow.
Several still up in the air. The most notable loss of the night was Madison Cawthorn from North Carolina. And you remember he's a young man in the wheelchair,
That's exactly what I was going to ask you about, because I knew that was a controversial race, that he became a very controversial figure.
Yeah, he's had several scandals in his first 2 years.
And Trump had come in and said, look, he's done some things he shouldn't have done, but let's give him a second chance. And apparently North Carolina said pass on the second chance.
Yeah, apparently he did not win. He has conceded that election. Now, one of them too close to call is for the Senate seat in Pennsylvania on the Republican side. That's Dr. Oz going up against one of the state senators there, and they're still saying that one too close to call. But big election night, Rick.
Well, and
headed toward the midterm.
Yeah, in the midterm, we just got to get our primaries in order, and then
there'll be some runoffs, and I think our state votes next Tuesday, the 24th.
Yeah, I
hope that's correct.
I just want to prepare everybody, and I've already seen one attempt of a balloon they've launched. Now it's gone away. I haven't heard it in a while. I guess it was just they'll test in a minute.
Yep.
And that is that the pandemic's just going to roar back right around November 8th.
Oh yeah.
And
just
anyway,
in time for more drop boxes
right.
and 4,000 mules this time.
It'll be end of time. We're all going to die. All that.
Have y'all seen that yet?
Again, I last night we almost watched it again.
Have you seen it, Tim?
I hadn't seen it.
It's disturbing.
Yeah, I'm going to try.
Disturbing.
My plans are to watch it, and so I'm going to try to do.
If
what
you
I
don't
can.
think the swamp is organized,
Mm-hmm.
what you're going to see, data and video, is going to disturb you beyond belief. And I'm not a big conspiracy guy, but it is very bothersome.
So, kind of finishing what I was saying, I'm going to say that it looks like, and you're seeing this now, of course, these are primaries, but coming up in the general election, I think that things look so bad for the Democrats. I can honestly say, get ready for anything.
Oh yeah,
I mean, because they thought there was no way that they could keep Trump from getting a second term, and they found a way to do it with a bizarre candidate, by the way, and hiding him away, and if any of this stuff is legit, like that we saw that it did have impact or whatever, it doesn't really matter. What they discovered is, hey, if we make enough trouble, and we get ourselves in the right situation, everybody may think we're beat. But y'all thought that when we put Biden in the White House. Mm-hmm. So there's things look so grim for the Democrats at the midterm elections.
Are you talking about the October surprise?
Yeah, I'm telling you, get ready for anything. Now, there's no doubt that I think they're going to try to play the pandemic card again and say that people are afraid to go vote if they can. They may not have enough to work with there. You know how like Dudney says, I can't give you veneer if there's not enough tooth there.
You got to have a nub.
Yeah. And if they can't get enough that makes that look legit, they're going to go to something else. Yeah. They're not just going to lay down and say we're going to lose all of our power in Congress coming up and hey, y'all got us. If you think the Democrats are giving in on fall, you're crazy.
A real quick 2,000 Mules update. It looks like we might have Dinesh on tomorrow or Friday again. They announced that it's going to return to theaters on May the 20th, which is Friday. Around 400 theaters across the country will perform what they call a normal release with typical ticket sales at multiple shows each day beginning on Friday, and that's a big deal where it's going to be a little easier to go and just sit down and watch if you want to. So we'll talk to him about that hopefully tomorrow or Friday.
Well, this is where Dinesh knows how to play the free market, and you see this. You see this when it comes to authors that the big publishers don't want anything to do with.
Yeah.
Then the person does an independent self-publish, and they find out how many books they actually sold, and suddenly everybody wants to publish them.
Right.
So what this means now is
that was very limited in the theaters in the beginning. This is a major upgrade.
That's kind of what I'm waiting for. I'd like to just be able to go to the theater and just watch it and not go through all this mirroring on my screen and finding it and hey, this is some kind of safe place. Somebody steal it, get in the way of it. Hey, my phone doesn't have enough battery. Somebody plug it in.
Yeah.
So I'd rather just go over to the theater and watch it.
But I'm gonna tell you, it is so well done. It's worth fighting through that to see it. And you make your own mind up about what you're seeing and did it affect it or not.
Yeah, and again, it's certainly just I'm back to that. Go watch these things and research them for yourself and find out if you believe it or don't believe it. All right, how did Dr. Oz do?
No, he's too close to call at this point. May have a slight lead, but no one has declared a winner in that race.
So Pennsylvania's in overtime.
Yeah, he may have to have a runoff. Or do they have to have a runoff in that? Each state does it a little different because there's 3 candidates in that.
Yeah. If you don't believe that politics is just a bunch of propaganda, do you remember how the left just squeezed and loved Dr. Oz until he let them know until he let them know that politically he was actually a little more conservative, and now
they used to do Trump that way, Rick.
Right, exactly. Yeah, another good example.
There's not a bigger example out there.
No, there's not. But Dr. Oz, did you notice when they realized that he may actually win and that he and Trump? Of course, they used to like both of them, like you said. That he and Trump were picking up momentum in Pennsylvania. Yeah. That suddenly, right toward the end, all these ads came out that Dr. Oz was evil.
Yeah, oh yeah,
sure. He and Oprah are just palling around, and also before you know it, he's wicked.
Yeah,
yeah. So it's all just
the thing I am worried about with the Republicans is that they've got increasingly nasty going after each other in primaries, and I'll quote the great Ronald Reagan again. That was the first sin. You don't go negative against your fellow Republicans in the primary, and everybody's doing that now. We're seeing it in our state too.
Did you say Ronald Reagan?
Yeah.
Moment of silence. All right, go ahead.
Talking about the Gipper.
Yeah, I tried to get some silence without a pop in there for Reagan.
Yeah, we might can find that quote somewhere, but it's and we've seen it before. We had it happen in our Senate race before. At a point where the Republicans spend millions and millions of dollars trashing each other. When you get to the general election, a lot of times it opens the door for a candidate that nobody really wants from the other party.
We had that happen right here.
Yeah, I know. That was
in Sweet Home, Alabama. That's when they got us dynamic Dougie Fresh.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, he didn't last very long.
No, we got that fixed. But it's
we were mad and we pouted for a little while, but we didn't let it go on.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think in the primary, and these people who run campaigns, they know negative advertising works.
Of course it does.
And everybody says they hate negative advertising. But the people who go the most negative usually go up in the polls. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. We're the one fueling this.
Can I tell you who negative ads work the best with, and I've seen it firsthand? Well, never mind. I was right. How about this? I had a little bit of discernment there for just a minute. I'll tell y'all in the break.
But look, I think in the primary, a lot of these people, there's not a lot of difference in the way they're going to vote or their positions.
No.
So, highlight the positives and quit tearing everybody else down,
15
I really don't care for candidates running those, tearing everybody down.
Yeah, but they know it works.
Yeah, I know.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Why someone says when you bring a little tiny dog like this Bichon to a pit bull, what you're really bringing them is bait or food. So here's what I'm thinking. I've been into these, when you go into the pet world, it's a different world. Those that live and breathe based on pets. And there's certainly nothing wrong with that if you keep it all, in the proper perspective. But I've gone into these pet places to gather some food or whatever, and it's a different setup. It's a different environment. I'm a bit of a standout in these environments. And I've noticed, and this is what I'm wondering if this happened, they tend to have strays sometimes just hanging out in there. Like they'll have them over in a little cage in the corner, this dog's for adoption, or we just found this dog, and this dog was, wandering the parking lot, and we brought it in here. I'm wondering if this pit bull wasn't there for grooming, if it wasn't like a mascot or something of this particular Petsmart where somebody brought one in trying to make it a pet or find someone to adopt it. That does go on at these places. I've noticed that. You ever gone in there and there'll be some dogs over here in the corner and some over here. They're not all there for the grooming.
Oh, no. They have adoption. Yeah.
So I wonder if the pit bull didn't come out of that world.
Could have been.
Does anybody groom a pit bull?
No.
What do you groom?
I don't think. I don't know.
Watch out, Rick. You're going to get that. We always get email from a pit bull owner.
Hey!
For some reason, they have missed out on this reputation that they have.
Yeah, they have the exception to the rule that the other 100 we've done stories on.
We never do a story about a golden retriever like this. Never, not one time.
Hey! Hate the deed, not the breed. Heard that a lot.
Yes.
Do we not hear that every time?
Yes.
No. Well, I would, but I keep tying a lot of deeds to this particular breed. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know,
like every single story we've got.
Well, it goes back to the exotic pet owner. Look, if you have the right pet and it goes south, people's lives are not in danger.
Right.
But, I mean, I don't want to have a pet that if he's got a wire loose or I've done something that he's misunderstood, that people's lives are in danger.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, you know.
You know, one thing that strikes me as odd is these little petting, these grooming salons that are in the back here. They have like they're their own area. They're separate from the store. So for another animal to attack another animal back there, I would think it would have to be there to be groomed, because if it's a Humane Society adoption deal, they normally are up front or on the other side.
Sometimes they let them roam. Speedy, I've been there.
Well, it wouldn't take but just a minute, though.
Hate the deed, not the breed.
We've got a story here, and I don't know if we have enough time. WNEP is rolling a story that I don't know if it would shed any more light to this or not. It's just
Miller
rolling.
Characterizes the last several days as astonishing. Last Wednesday, she dropped her 12-year-old Bichon Brewster off at the Petsmart in Dixon City to get groomed. And shortly thereafter, she got a call from a vet that was totally unexpected. Brewster was dead after getting attacked by another dog in the grooming salon.
He was loving. He was gentle. He was funny. You know, you could see by the picture he was like a toy, you know, and he loved everyone.
And following the incident at PetSmart, the Miller's dog was taken immediately to the Veterinary Referral and Emergency Center in South Abington Township, where unfortunately Brewster was dead on arrival. In a statement to Newswatch 16, the VREC says that resuscitation efforts were administered but proved to be unsuccessful. Miller says she's unhappy with how PetSmart corporate has handled the issue and thinks there could be more safety protocols put in place to avoid tragedies like this.
We called corporate. They did not reach out to us. And I was very angry about that. Why would you want to bring a pit bull past a small dog who's really just really bait? He was bait.
And following the freak incident, some of Miller's final memories of Brewster bring about heartache.
I felt so guilty the day it happened because we would say to him, "Do you want to go bye-bye?" And he'd hop in that car. I didn't know it was going to be.
I can't listen.
Yeah, it's veneers, Bo.
I can't listen to all that.
I wonder if they charged him for the haircut anyway.
Greg.
Guys, I see what happened.
Well, yeah, if it was before or after.
Greg, they did say corporate has released, now this may not be right, I'm just looking at this. They said they are going through a name change, Pet Not So Smart.
Oh, yeah. Pet Dumb.
Yeah.
Guys, I got what happened. Did you hear what she said?
You didn't say that, Greg.
Brought the pit bull past her little dog. So they bring it past on a little leash to get to where it needs to be, and as it was passing, it laughed.
That's sad.
Yeah, I mean, it takes one bite, slings twice, it's over. I mean, before they knew what happened.
Bubba. Nine minutes to the top. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Updating you on a lot that's going on. We'll talk with Tim Spencer and Buffalo Wild Wings coming up next segment and let you know how much money you raised for Make-A-Wish, Alabama. And we'll tell you about another opportunity that's coming up with our next Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge and get you some updates. Have you entered your team to be Team of the Week for the USFL this weekend? You can do that at rickandbubba.com under the contest button. Your team gets to go and have a VIP experience with the USFL coming up this weekend. So check that. Some other things you need to know. Shelbyville, Tennessee. I am excited to be heading your way. Coming up on June the 18th, Father's Day weekend, I'll be there speaking at your men's conference going on that Saturday night, the 18th. So if you want to get details on that, there's an opportunity. They've got a ticket that includes a meal. And then if you don't really need a meal and you say, I just would rather just come to the actual event, then you just simply buy another ticket that's not as expensive. So you can do that. Those tickets are on sale now. Just go to rickandbubba.com. You can see those right there under upcoming events, and I look forward to getting that part of the world coming up in June. All right, so Bubba, other things that we need to discuss today, Elon Musk.
Well, and speaking of Elon Musk, we excuse me, we missed the launch just a minute ago.
Let me tell you what I loved. Let me tell you what I loved in the break. Just then, Bubba's had how many crowns put on yesterday? 2 crowns, and he was talking about how his mouth's hurt today, and he said, "You know what? Now that the Buffalo Wild Wings here, I think I'll just work on through it and see if I can." I see that you're not letting that stop you. On the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, I'm trying to work through it, Rick, and work the soreness out.
Right. All right. So Elon Musk update. Hey. Thank you to Greg's minions that are trying to honor Greg today, that he's not here working. Had one say that the shirt looks like a disco ball that's turned off.
There you go.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Greg will be very proud of y'all. He's worked y'all into a frenzy. So, Bubba.
Rick, earlier today, we had another successful launch of a Falcon 9 rocket and successful booster landing at sea as the SpaceX program just continues on a torrent pace. Here we go, right here, Rick. I think it's got audio.
Do you want me to play this?
Yeah, let's see it. Let's just watch it go.
Okay.
I love to see a rocket take off.
9.
Would you like me to hit this when it takes off?
So glad Greg's not here right now.
5, 4,
But are we?
3, 2, 1. Full power. And liftoff. Vehicle pitching downrange.
Nominal first stage chamber pressures.
Rick, look at that.
T-minus 10.
I'm so glad that you're playing the edited version, by the way, where you can let it roll now. Thank you for the audience member that put that together.
Yeah, that was helpful.
Yeah. 53 more satellites put into orbit.
53. Now,
of the Starlink, his internet service.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
By the way, killing the Russians with it. But anyway,
go ahead.
Bling, bling.
There you go.
Here we go. We got to see the landing. This is the coolest thing still.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
We have the booster stage setting down.
Incredible view there. As you can see on your screen.
And Bubba, don't you think
that was just...
Here we go.
Before SpaceX started doing that, it was just unconceivable that we could land boosters back like that and save them and use them again.
I think that's the big difference. And what I found in that special on Netflix about him is that was the big difference, that there was so much money wasted when we would send something up and it would just, you couldn't use it again. But being able to come back down, land it, and reuse it.
Rick, on the deck of a ship in the ocean that is completely remote controlled. I mean, a robot ship out there.
Sure.
That's just crazy.
And you know what they had to do? Guys, they had to blow a bunch of them up testing in order to try to figure this out. But they worked through it.
Yeah, they got it right. And, the key is the cost per pound to get to orbit. That's and they're shooting for that $1,000. If they can take a pound and spend $1,000 to get it to orbit, that's his eventual goal. They're not quite there yet, but they're getting there.
It's just crazy.
Elon Musk also.
Wait till you see that Starship take off. They're trying to get clearance to launch that baby in Texas right now.
Yeah.
Elon Musk also has called out Twitter employee that has been caught in the Project Veritas video.
Have you seen these? These are so terrible.
But this is important. Let me tell you why this is important. It goes beyond that it's mean, but this is why this is important, because all of these left-leaning activists. I'm not talking about a person who just simply is living out their life and they may see the political world differently than me. I'm not talking about that. The way we do taxes, the way we do this, the role of the government. That's agreeing to disagree and having preferences. But those that are left-leaning activists that are the mob, they want you to believe that they're all loving, all caring, and that it's evil, right-wing, uncaring, rich people that they're just out to get everybody, Bible-thumping, hypocritical, gun-toting, killing, awful, horrible, racist, misogynist, uncaring. But what you don't know, when you see how they live their real life, if you oppose them, they really reveal who they really are, and they don't like Elon Musk now, and now they've been caught making fun of the fact that he has Asperger's. So over in the left now, see that I thought they were all loving and caring, and here they are making fun of someone who may have a challenge in the autism spectrum on the way their mind works and the way they operate socially and all that.
Still smarter than all of them.
And still incredibly high functioning and brilliant. But anyway, they caught the Twitter employee making fun of his Asperger's, and so that's who that person really is.
And Rick, not only that, but their political position.
Yeah,
those are the people controlling free speech right now.
That's right.
Yeah, when we have time later in the show, we have to play 1A or 1B in our video selection today, because it's what you just said, Rick. They busted them.
Yeah, they did. And remember, it's how people truly live their lives is what, and this applies to me too. And if you see inconsistencies, the way I live is what I really believe. Right. I can say anything.
Yeah.
But it's what I actually go and do and live my life. That's who I really am.
Yeah.
Because you can, as we said 1,000 times, I can say one thing and then live something else. That's not even hard. Profess one thing, live another. But it's impossible for you to believe one thing and live another. That's impossible.
Yeah.
You can live one thing and say another, but you can't believe something and live another. It's uncontrollable. So the way you actually live is what you actually believe.
Yeah.
And so when you see these, and we'll play these videos after we update you on Buffalo Wild Wings, when you see how they're actually behaving, that's who they really are.
Yeah.
And that would apply to all of us, not just them, but it's important to note that when they're out there with their little marches and talking about how mean everybody is. You won't find any people much meaner than the active left if you oppose them.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mouthed this to me, and he was right when she said he really just looks like a little toy, and that's the problem. The pit boy
said he loved everybody. And,
the pit bull took the toy and said,
I'm wondering.
I did it,
Rick. When she asked,
that happened.
When she asked him,
and when they clamp down, their jaws are like steel.
When she asked him if he wanted to go bye-bye, if he'd have just said no.
I know it. That's the thing. That's the thing. I can't.
That's the only thing.
Y'all, just don't encourage Greg, please.
By the way, I like how we interpret that as a yes. He just wanted to go somewhere. He didn't know where.
If he'd have said, "Are you taking me to where a pit bull's at?" He'd probably said no.
He said
They'd
no.
have been honest with it.
No.
A pack of cigarettes in the early morning rain.
Zach Brown Band and their version of Jolene. Bubba, how are you?
I'm great, sir. How are you?
Well, we've got much to do going forward. I told you the Butterball Electric Fryers by Masterbuilt. Not only are they ready to fire up and cook, we're going to be giving some away today. So you got to be
what a
focused on that.
great day.
See, John and Tanya McLemore, fresh from the CMAs last night in Nashville, rolling in.
A little sleepy?
I tell you
Gotta
what,
be a little sleepy.
See them rolling in. They smell like Little Big Town. So, yeah.
Yeah, really.
That was a funny moment, and John and Tanya were there, so I asked them about it. I scanned by and saw a little bit of that last night. There was an awkward moment, and I don't know the names of the different awards. I guess it was Vocal Group of the Year. I guess I do remember it. And so you have Little Big Town, you have Zach Brown Band, you have Rascal Flatts, and maybe Zach's not in that, but
big hitters right there.
It was all big hitters,
right?
And right before they announced it, somebody screamed out Rascal Flatts. Was it Rascal Flatts screaming it out? And so Little Big Town wins, and they get up there and basically did a "Don't be mad with me."
Yeah,
they did a whole thing about let's all come together and all that. And then finally she was like, "And hey, Rascal Flatts, please don't be upset." They did a "Don't be mad with me," didn't they? And they said, "Look, y'all are great. This is y'all's award. Y'all have won it so many times. Let's not
ought to be named after them.
Please don't be upset with us." But I never heard a band just scream out, "We should win this award right now." And they were getting a little rowdy. So I saw a little bit of that last night. So we'll talk about that with John, and we'll talk about Butterball electric fryers. Some of you are just bullheaded and don't want Thanksgiving to go smoothly. And let's resolve that today and go ahead and get these.
Well, it changed our tradition at our house for the positive.
Yep. So we'll talk about that going forward. We have updates on a lot of stories. You can imagine. I mentioned that Larry will check in around the world in 80 days, and we're almost done.
We think.
Yeah,
we hope.
Yeah, we've had some issues there, but we think we got it resolved. And I'm not even sure, because we had a little break this time that was longer than normal. I'm not even sure what we're talking about today. It may be Sweden.
Right?
Is it Sweden? I don't.
We don't know where he is.
That's where we left it. And he has been tough to find through our correspondence, because some of the areas that he's gone has had such bad service. He just hadn't been able to call.
I thought he'd been captured.
You'd think Sweden had pretty good internet, wouldn't you?
You would. Yes.
Yeah,
I think it's where he went from there is the issue. So we'll see. We'll see.
But he's not MIA. We've just not been able to get in contact with him during the show.
Right.
So he's not like missing.
Yes. So I don't know how we catch up.
Right. I'm saying that as a question. Right.
Yeah. Correct. Hey,
okay.
You are correct. So we're going to try to. I don't know how we're catching up today, but we're going to catch up. And
that's right.
He's scheduled to return back here next week.
Yeah. 14th.
Yeah. So that's next Tuesday. So we'll see.
Wow.
So we're almost done with it. And if you want to follow all that, of course, his website has all the different stops and all the different blogs and articles and videos and all of that. So, all right, so we'll come back. And, again, a lot has happened since the last time we were together yesterday. And we'll update you on that as well. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way. 866-WE-BE-BIG at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. We start a brand new hour. We got Speedy, we got Helmsy, we got Adler. Greg out today. He'll be back tomorrow as the Rick and Bubba team moves forward. Well, we've been talking about it for, we'll ask Tim how long we've been doing this. With Buffalo Wild Wings, time for an update on the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. Here we go. All right, so Tim Spencer joins us from Buffalo Wild Wings. Timmy, welcome back.
Tim.
Thank you. Good to be here again.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I thought Bubba was going to take you in his arms and jump up and down with you.
Yeah. Tim, I am really glad to see you today. I mean, really glad.
Well, I shouldn't have brought up the Taco Tuesday thing. That worked you into an eating
did,
frenzy.
Man.
Yeah.
I mean, right out of the gate.
So I'm so sorry.
And I didn't get to eat much last night. I had to, swallow some mashed potatoes, and not the same.
All right. Well, you totally understand it. You could see how that was still on my mind
Oh,
from
yeah.
yesterday. You know,
Yeah.
first
Yeah,
thing I
well-
thought of when I woke up.
Oh,
That's
yes.
not good, is it?
Well, that's one of the first things I think of.
You know, I was lonely in there setting it up at 2.
Yeah.
There was no Greg.
Well,
I'm one of the few people, Rick, during shower time in the morning, I start thinking about where am I going to eat lunch.
I know. I
Hey,
remember
where am I going to eat today?
when we moved the show to Birmingham, Bubba referred to it as the city of 1,000 lunches.
Oh, it is. You could eat a different lunch every day.
Yeah.
Never double up for 1,000 days.
Yeah. So you know what? We might have been left out on Taco Tuesday, but we're not left out on Buffalo Wild Wings Wednesday.
There
I'll
you
tell you
go.
that.
Oh.
So we've got that, and we'll share with the rest of the building.
You do what you want.
I know it's our call, but
Well,
but
we're not going to be out gave.
no.
Giver.
GAVE, outgiven.
Outgiven.
Yeah, outgiven. Yeah.
I'm not going to be outgiven,
Well,
outgave, and I want to be the biggest giver.
Well, what I thought
How about that?
what I thought you said is we probably will be outdone on that one. But anyway, so we've got a charity charge. This is for Make-A-Wish, Alabama. We have the president and CEO, Tracy Bennett Smith, is joining us. Tracy, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's
What-
good to see y'all.
Well,
and we know Tracy, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
We've worked
Calhoun
with Tracy
County.
before. Yeah.
Oh, Calhoun County. Let's
Calhoun
go.
County.
Get your C's up.
She's old Weaver
Calhoun County.
Bearcat,
I'm
huh?
a Weaver Bearcat.
Near Atlanta, near Birmingham, near Perfect. So anyway, and a brand new location of Buffalo Wild Wings in Oxford, Alabama, there in Calhoun County.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so Tracy, let's let everybody know you guys just had a very, very special anniversary. So talk about that for a minute.
Yes. So every April we celebrate World Wish Day. That's the day that the very first wish was inspired 43 years ago.
Come on.
So yeah, we celebrate that every April. And it was the first wish was out of Phoenix, Arizona. Chris wished to be a sheriff for a day, and it was just incredible. And that inspired the birth of Make-A-Wish. And now Make-A-Wish is a global organization. And a lot of people don't realize all the Make-A-Wish chapters are local. So we are our own local nonprofit here in Alabama. And Make-A-Wish Alabama has only been in Alabama for 10 years. So a lot of people think we're this big national nonprofit that isn't in Alabama, but we're here. We have 15 staff. All of the money raised is here to serve the Alabama children. All of our board members are in Alabama, all of our staff in Alabama. So we really want to get out there and spread the word that we're here.
All right, so the Alabama chapter really is young compared
We're young.
to
We're a baby chapter.
and so this helps. So Tim, why don't you let Tracy what we have? Let her know what we have today.
I think $4,000.
Come on with that. $4,000 right there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing,
that's a good
Tim.
one. That's a
So
good one.
Wow.
So Tracy, talk about it. Those that went out and they ate at the participating locations, and they brought this money in for you. How would when $4,000 goes to Make-A-Wish Alabama? I guess that it's pretty obvious it helps make wishes come true, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Our mission is real simple. We provide hope and joy to children with critical illnesses, and so it goes to fund wishes. Our mission isn't really complicated, but what we do is we provide an experience for not just the child but the whole Wish family.
Sure.
And we don't want them to worry about anything, because whatever they're dealing with their diagnosis or their critical illness is 24/7. The parents don't get a break, the siblings don't get a break, and definitely the child doesn't get a break. And so if it's a travel wish, we cover everything from luggage to souvenir money to everything. If it's an experience like a puppy, we cover all the cost of that and all the vet fees and all of those things. So these funds will go to help grant the wishes that we are planning on granting this year, which will be about 110 wishes.
Oh, wow.
But we have about 280 kids waiting.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And those are children, they're critical illnesses. Now, if there's a rush wish, then that means, the doctor has
Not
said,
a lot of time.
Right. Then those, we do whatever we can to get those granted. But a lot of times people don't realize it's a critical illness, but 80% of our children go on to beat their disease or beat their cancer or go into remission, and they live healthy lives. And we absolutely believe that the wish brings that hope and joy to them so they can approach their medical treatment in a positive way. We feel like it has a positive effect on
Oh,
that.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, well, how many times have we seen the research produce it? If someone who's critically ill, they're looking for a reason to live.
That's exactly right.
And when that, if they can pinpoint that, it makes a huge difference in their overall health.
It does, and we've always said that. We've always said wishes aren't just a nice thing; they're absolutely necessary in the medical treatment journey. But I will say this: I won't get boring with doll. But we just did a survey over 3,000 Wish families, Wish kids, and pediatricians, and it was just released in April. And 95% of pediatricians said absolutely that the Wish impacted the impacted the care of that child, how they responded to it. 97% of parents said that it positively affected their emotional health. They had a better attitude towards their treatment. They had less hospital stays. So what we've always known in our heart, we've got like data now to prove that it really does work.
So the investment of this $4,000, I hope all of you out there just heard that. I mean, that's an investment that really you ought to be celebrating today.
Absolutely.
And you ate delicious food.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not a tough one to make, right?
No, not a tough one to make. And
I love giving that way, Tim.
Yeah, giver.
Yeah. So, Tim, now have you at the Oxford location? Is 075 up yet?
75 will be up now that I've got a good picture to put up.
Yeah, he brought in the picture today, and so we'll.
True 75.
Yeah, well, yeah. I know there's some restaurants. Somebody sent me one over there that's got a 75 up, but you can look at the style of the jersey, and it's not the one.
It's not the 75.
It's not the one that draped these shoulders.
No, that's exactly right. That's right. It has no marks on it.
I've given you a game-worn one, and the picture that's with it, the jersey I have on, is the one in the.
Tell Oxford to hang on.
That's right. Let's go, Big O.
Go Yellow Jacket.
Look,
Here it comes.
Wow, did Tracy just say go Yellow Jacket? Well,
don't tell those beer cats I just said.
Well, I was about to say.
But we were never competition with dogs. I don't even think we didn't play y'all. We were too small.
You didn't have 75.
Yeah, when I was playing, we're so old. Y'all actually did play us when I was playing. Yeah, that's how old we are.
Y'all stomped us, I'm sure.
Well, we did, but I mean it's.
Coach Bussy wasn't happy about that.
Cousin Gene.
So another opportunity is coming up Monday. Here we go, the 23rd, at all the participating Buffalo Wild Wings. And Sherry and I, my wife Sherry, we are very, very familiar with this charity, and it's called Mercy Deliverance. And two of our friends founded this, and their goal is to break cycles of poverty. How? By providing educational opportunities, healthcare services, access to affordable, healthy food. As a matter of fact, our Sunday school class, we work with them and go and serve with them. Because, you can say all the time to somebody, you need to get up and rise up out of your situation. But are you willing to go there and say, well, let me help you with the things you don't have access to? You're willing to access them if it was actually there, and to kind of give people their best shot to be independent and climb out of generational poverty. So they're committed to the physical, emotional, and spiritual health. Certainly, you can't help anybody, Bubba, if you're not going to talk about going to talk about their spiritual situation. Until we get that right, the rest of it really doesn't matter. And they champion the cause for the marginalized and give a voice to the voiceless. And they do that through the love of God, because, as I've said 1,000 times, we've all said it, at the foot of the cross, we are all in equal need of the same redemption. And Christ did not go to the cross for some people; He went to the cross for all people. So they need to know that they do have value. If we don't value them, God does. And so that's something they need to know. And their true identity is in the one and only living God. So Mercy Deliverance Ministries, they will benefit as you go out and eat at the participating locations. That's in Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham on 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, we just mentioned. And how about this? Guess what just opened on 280?
One more.
Chelsea,
Alabama.
Bubba. That's down your way, Bubba.
That's right.
Yeah, so Chelsea, Alabama joins.
And we see the difference they're making, too.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Piling in there.
Wait till next month's presentation.
Oh, man. We've added another one. So look for the new one.
Just go eat.
Yeah, I saw the one in Chelsea this past weekend.
Rick, I feel like giving some more.
Bubba, are you ready to give? Tim, thank you very much.
And, this is awesome.
Yeah, and Tracy, thanks for all that you guys do at Make-A-Wish, Alabama. And thanks to all of you that went out and participated. Go do it again Monday at all these locations that we just named for you. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Our website's Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba Show. Shop the Rick and Bubba store. Got some new items there I think you'll enjoy. Look for where it says new items. Just click on that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
All right. Trump update. Trump is traveling all over Asia, and we knew that because he told us right before he left. But anyway, so something has happened with him and the Prime Minister of Japan. Is that correct?
Well, Rick, they went out and played a round of golf, and they had the most famous Japanese player with them. Just a little recreational round. And the Prime Minister Abe, I'm not even going to touch that first name.
Nah.
He was in a sand trap trying to hit out and fell into it and went rolling.
Is this him right here?
Yeah, so he's hit out of the sand.
Right.
Or because that was a warm-up or whatever.
Swing.
And eventually he tries to come walk up out of the sand trap. And he doesn't quite make it, gets to the top, loses his balance, and falls back in.
Now, Trump and them don't see what happens.
Right, he's moving on.
All right, so it's about to happen. So he's just hit the shot. Now he's coming up, and he's like, uh-oh, wait a minute.
That's a little more steep than I thought it was.
Yeah.
But he rolls out of it good.
Yeah.
You got to give him props for recovery.
This so much higher than me. I thought it was going to be.
Heck, if there just wasn't drone footage or whatever.
So much higher. Come get me. I'm in the sand.
Yeah.
That's funny by itself. But when you're the leader of a country, a prime minister, and you have other heads of state with you playing,
sure.
is there any, can it be any worse than that?
Yeah, so I hate Trump.
And anybody that stepped out of a sand trap knows if they haven't fallen or slipped, can be real risky. But, I usually try to use as many clubs as I have, like ski poles, to get out of there. So.
Well, his first mistake was trying to come out of the sand trap on the high end. He should have just stepped out on the low.
Boy, he picked the wrong place to come out.
Did he?
That is funny.
Did he?
But, good props, a good recovery there on his part.
Look at Trump has no idea the prime minister's falling.
Right, because he's walking to the next shot. That happened behind him.
He also, on this trip, is back, got a shot at China again. And he says he's asked them, or going to ask them today, I guess, to it's already Thursday there, I guess, and urge them to force North Korea to give up the nuclear weapon. So he's trying that again on this trip, too.
Right.
And so...
He said that we have a closeness with China we've never had before.
He's also very angry. So he told them that he protested that the out of control, they have that in quotes, U.S. trade deficit with China. And he said that he thinks that's more on the predecessors at the White House, and he wants to also resolve that situation. So there you go. He also, Bubba, took a tour of the Forbidden City. But anyway,
now, what is the Forbidden City?
I don't know.
That was something on Planet of the Apes, wasn't it?
It must be a biggie. It must be a biggie because they took him on a tour.
Yeah. Well, if you go on a tour of it, is it a forbidden city or it's just forbidden for most?
China's leadership said they're looking for a new starting point with the United States in the relations between China and the United States, and they pledged to Trump that they would consider what he said about North Korea involving trade with them, to make it even more difficult than it already is. So anyway, it seems like this trip has been positive to a degree, but again, China's not committing. They're just saying, I agree, we need to.
And the ultimate card is China also does not want Japan rearmed. They also don't want nuclear weapons in South Korea, and they're going to get that if they don't take care of this.
Right.
And I don't need to be President Trump to figure that one out.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
they already are unhappy about the anti-missile system that we have in Korea, the THAAD and Patriot systems and all that are there for their defense. But they're gonna end up putting offensive weapons there if they don't do something, and that's going to be right in their back door, and they don't want that.
Well, it says here, too, during this tour that both China and Japan are both confused on why Ezekiel Elliott continues to play.
Right.
And so they're trying to figure, they don't understand
Can
that.
you imagine being from a different land, a different culture, a different language, trying to understand the United States? All I can say is we're here and we don't get a lot of it. So,
right.
Yeah,
so
it's
now,
confusing to us too, pal.
Right.
Yeah.
It's week to week now, but it looks like there's more courtroom action again today on Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah.
Still. I mean, this thing of
keeps.
How much money have they spent arguing this? When if he'd have just took his punishment, it'd already be over, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Wouldn't it be finished if he had just done it?
Of course,
you don't know what Dallas's record will be like if he had not been there all season. But so anyway, they.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Wednesday Bible study back, be live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel today. Then Adler gets that out to you pretty quick, within an hour after we do the live Bible study here in the room. And you can get that on all of our social media platforms and or go directly to our podcast archives and our YouTube archives. All right, so we mentioned this, and it was my fault. We were doing the Elon Musk update, and I tried to get in the launch and this story in one segment. It was too much. It was too crowded. But we actually have some audio and video on this story, and Project Veritas once again has uncovered. They're everywhere, Bubba. They're watching.
Boy, they are good at getting these secret recordings, aren't they?
2 Twitter employees. And they're going to have some very mean things to say, and I thought the left, they didn't want to be mean. They don't like that Elon Musk has taken over Twitter, obviously. But this is a discussion that Veritas captured. What is it? They set it like it was a date. Adler set this up for it.
Yeah, there's two guys on separate dates. They think one guy thinks he's on a date with a female. And another guy thinks he's on a date with a dude.
Wow.
And one is a Twitter senior engineer, and then the other guy is a Twitter lead client partner. And Project Veritas is going to go and get some drinks with both of these guys. And one guy talks a lot about how everybody at Twitter's a commie, and then he's a little easier to understand. That the guy that thinks he's on a date with a woman, he's a little bit easier to understand. The other guy, he kind of speaks in a weird way of speaking, but at the end, he pulls up an email from Twitter that says, "Hey guys, watch out for the Veritas people."
No, you got to be kidding.
That happens
No, it does
on
not.
the date in the video.
So
yes,
the first guy's going to admit that they're not for free speech, which is why Elon Musk is trying to buy them. And then the second one is somebody being making fun of Elon Musk being in the autism spectrum, correct?
Yes.
And Asperger's. Okay. All right. Here's the first one.
Twitter does not do free speech.
What do you
mean? Doing free speech. Capitalists. If we weren't really operating in a capitalist mode, we were very socialist. Like we're all like communist.
Ideologically, it does not make sense, like, because we're actually censoring the right, not the left. Because everyone on the right wing will be like, bro, it's okay to say, just gotta tolerate it. The left will be like, no, I'm not gonna tolerate it. I need it censored, or else I'm not gonna be on the platform. So it does serve the right. It's true, there is a bias.
I don't know if the two parties can truly coexist on one platform.
What do your colleagues say about, like,
they hate it. Oh my god, I'm at least like okay with it, but some of my colleagues are like super left.
What do they say?
They're like, this will be my last day if it happens. So,
Has much changed since, like, Elon's coming out?
a lot has changed. A lot has changed. We're all like worried for our jobs.
Why are you guys so worried?
You know, jobs are at stake. He's like,
I started working for Twitter and became left. I think it's just like the environment, like you're there and you become like calm.
We did all we could to like revolt against it. A lot of employees revolted against it. But at the end of the day, board of directors had to say, and then they acted on their best interest because they didn't want to get sued. I basically went and worked like 4 hours a week last quarter. That's just how it works in our company.
Yeah. How would you describe communism besides Twitter? Essentially, like, everyone gets to do whatever they want. No one really cares about, like, OPEX. Like, capitalists will care about numbers, but care about, like, how to make the business more efficient. But in Twitter, it's like mental health is everything. Like, if you're not feeling it, you can take a few days off. People take months off, they'll come back, but you always like do your best at any time, and that's the culture. And you know, we'll run the business as much as possible. Capitalists would be like, you gotta generate profits or you're out. A lot of people can survive that culture.
So I don't know how well you could hear that, but if you were watching this on YouTube, they did a good job of showing the text. The bottom line is he's saying the people at Twitter operate from their worldview, which is left, and he referred to it as communistic. Even the way they operate with employees, it's a communistic.
Yeah, I didn't know they recorded that at the Battle House.
Right, I know that's so
for
funny.
you.
But that's just an insider. But it's a dandy. But the bottom line is, he's saying yes. I mean, we are censoring the right. We do have bias, and that's very clear. And Elon Musk has come in, and that's changing, and people are worried about it.
Did you notice too? He said the people on the right will tolerate.
Oh yeah, you're right.
The people on the left will not.
Right.
They will not tolerate openness.
Exactly right.
They'll leave the platform. When people on the right will disagree, they'll complain, but they'll stay with it.
They'll stay with it.
And so some of this is coming out of that. And I don't think that's always a good thing for our side, that we are very passive on stuff like this.
Well, the one thing he said, though, and I'm going to come back
But it's changing, I think.
And I'll come back, is what he is saying, though, which is something I actually like, having a worldview that's more to the right, is he did acknowledge that people on the right don't just claim they believe in free speech, they actually live it.
Right.
People on the left claim that they want freedom of expression and everyone gets to be who they want to be, but they honestly...
Yeah, unless you disagree with them.
Yeah, they're honestly not that way. Because what they're saying is, we want to have a Twitter that protects our views and gets them out to all these people, and then censors any opposing view of people who might be debating against us, or might let human beings make their own decision based on seeing both sides and how they actually operate. So when we come back, we'll have the other one, and this is the one that's making headlines today. You would think the communist one would too, but it is to some degree. But the one that's making headlines today is that we have employees at Twitter that are making fun of the fact that Elon Musk, and he's commented on this, has Asperger's. And you would think the left would be thinking, look at this person in the autism spectrum, and proving that people who may struggle with this have potential to do incredible things. But that's not how they feel, because he's not agreeing with them.
Right.
So if he doesn't go along with them, then suddenly he's to be made fun of. He's not to be celebrated. And I just... if you're a person that's out there and you're trying to eradicate meanness from the culture, first of all, good luck with that.
Yeah.
But this is pretty good. Adler?
Also, if you're like a nerdy engineer guy that works at Twitter and an attractive female asks you out on a date and starts asking you questions about Twitter, you should probably know something's up, buddy. Sorry.
Yeah, it could be trouble, or she could be a working girl.
This seems too...
one or the other.
Yeah. When you say this seems too good to be true, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But it's getting now, the part that's aggravating me is I don't like when something like this becomes drama week to week. You know what I mean? Like, we have to get a ruling like by Wednesday, Thursday, and then he's playing. Then
Right.
you go into the next week, he's going to play this week. I don't know. We'll see. We're in the courtroom again. Then all of a sudden, Thursday, there you see him walking again, putting his uniform back on. Well, he's playing again.
Well, if you were going to miss games, it would have been better, in my opinion, to miss them at the first of the year and then be back and be ready to make a playoff run. They have other running backs. He's had a great year. I got that. And he is an outstanding back, but they got some other pretty good backs, too.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. So Garth Brooks last night, and he did perform, got Entertainer of the Year, has the big tour going on, said he was unable to sing live, and he did lip sync last night. He said, I didn't have no other choice.
Yep, that was him lip singing.
Helmsy would have liked to see him just receive the award, not do the live show if he was physically unable to do the live song, and give somebody else in the audience, one of the big stars that was there, either an extra song or let them perform.
Right.
Yeah, they had options last night. Now, if it's a Garth Brooks concert and he's the main event, then I'm there, I don't want you to cancel. Go ahead and perform, lip sync, whatever you got to do to get through it, because I came there to see you. But when we're on a big event like this, and there's people sitting down that have a good voice, just send them up there.
What about show a video of a performance that he had that just brought the house down?
I
on
think
tour
that would work too.
I have a feeling it was a game time decision with 12 shows in 10 days, as you talked about.
Yeah.
Maybe it was hey, let's see how I feel, and it was too late to schedule anybody else.
That's what it said. It said they made a game time call on whether they either going to just sing on top of a track or lip sync, and he chose the lip sync.
I like Bubba's video option. We could have done that.
I like that too. Surely we got a lot of concert footage.
Yep.
And those can be very inspiring,
I love
really
the concert footage, don't you?
Lights and
Yeah. So we'll actually talk.
Fireworks.
John McLemore is here with Masterbuilt. We've got the Butterball electric fryer making some great wings and turkey for us now. We'll be dining on those, talking to Macklemore. He and his wife, Tanya, were at the CMAs last night.
Yes.
So they were there for all the things that went on.
I'm talking about real close, like 13 rows back. I mean, just on the main, just right there in front of the stage.
You can't hide popularity.
No,
You can't.
Well, no, this is what
Can't hide
happened.
it.
This is what happens. They probably got Hannity to give them those tickets. Yeah, they really got. Hannity. We're kind of having a little war over Macklemore with Hannity.
Okay.
On who his favorite is. Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
He says we're going to expose.
Of course,
that.
we've interviewed the president. Since he's been president 2 more times than he has.
Right.
Been around him 3 times in the last 3 months.
Look, Macklemore made a game time decision. He told me in the kitchen. He said, "I've been trying to get Hannity to get to Trump. I realize I'm going through the wrong show."
so good.
So we'll talk about. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, you have to hear the story about him trying to give Hannity some Butterball. Would you give him a fryer or smoker? Fryer. And he started getting out the money to pay for it. And John's like, I was just going to. He says, "Well, I make good money. I can pay for it."
Is that his way of saying that we need to pay for the one he gave for us?
Correct.
Okay.
That's why John. That's why John told me that story.
I hadn't seen that happen in here.
Yeah, I think John told me that story to try to make a point.
Yeah,
One of
either
the-
way.
okay.
Yeah.
Louisville, Kentucky. David is standing by. He's listening to us on the Hawk. David, welcome to the program. How are you?
Hey, how y'all doing? I was wondering if y'all noticed that Sturgill Simpson was outside the arena last night with the guitar case open with the Grammy sitting right in the middle of it playing because they wouldn't let real country music in.
I did not know that. So
And Cody Jinks for life.
Cody Jinks. I don't know that.
Cody Jinks for life.
Greg,
Rick.
this is your area. So this is
Sturgill Simpson. He won the Grammy. He's kind of an old school guy, the traditional sound. And I guess I didn't know this. He was saying he was, since they didn't nominate him for any of the awards here, that he was out front. But I didn't know.
So he wasn't in the live award show. He was in the pre. He did win some or won something.
No,
last year?
he won the Grammy this year.
Oh, the Grammy.
Grammy,
I got
not
you. I'm
the
sorry.
CMA.
I got you. And so he was saying, I'm old school country, which they don't. Tonight's not about old school, but they did do tributes to Don Williams and Glenn Campbell. I mean,
and I don't even know if that was a true story. A lot of times people come up with stuff.
What
I
was
mean, I'm
that-
not saying it wasn't, but
What
a
was
lot of
that
people try
deal?
to be sharp sometimes.
This is the only part I watched. I just saw it on Hootie and the Blowfish, and everybody was singing up there. What was that all about?
Darius.
I know Darius Rucker, but they were singing.
Did they do a full blown Hootie?
Well,
and
I thought
Blowfish?
it was
one of his songs.
It's Keith Urban, Lady Antebellum, and others were singing.
It was
Hold
a
My
stage
Hand.
full.
Yeah,
It
because
was a
they
stage full.
sang an old Hootie and the
I
Blowfish.
guess.
Right. I don't think Hootie was up there. They were all singing.
I
the
was.
Hootie
I
place.
know that. I was making.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show.
stay without him, brother.
866 We Be Big is our number.
Oh, there is no other.
All right, so
Breaking on their blubber.
let's talk about it. I know, it's not much fun. Nobody likes to use the R word, recession. Nobody likes it. Of course, we're, headed right for it. But Federal Reserve, Bubba, they come out with a survey. They say if you go back to the 1950s, whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history will scream the word recession.
Well, we've already had one quarter. We're waiting on the next report, and I'm going to tell you what it's going to say.
Bubba, don't be like that.
We're going to be official.
Come on now.
I know.
Well,
I hate it, but
that's why you need to contact Lear Capital, and you need to do it before the second quarter thing comes out. Invest in physical gold and precious metals. It's an excellent strategy against what's coming, and want to share the opportunity with you. So smart investors are buying gold and precious metals now for 2 reasons. One, gold can be a great hedge during this oncoming recession. 2, the closer a recession gets, the more the gold's going to be worth. So join us and don't let your retirement take a hit like what happened back in 2008. Washington, they've shown they don't have the answers. I don't know, Bubba, you say it on the show all the time. I don't know, did Washington even have 8th grade civics?
I don't know.
Have they been taught basic economics?
Well, you wonder sometimes.
So anyway, this is extra important right now. You'll get up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. So why don't you go to Lear Bubba? That's our URL, learbubba.com. Get more information. You can also call them at 1-800-707-4575. That link also found at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. And go ahead and get the information for you. Make a good decision. All right, so Project Veritas, they have sent people in to pretend to be on dates with some of the geeky Twitter employees. One is on a date, and you gave a great heads up, Adler, and Bubba said he even saw this in an episode of what's it called? What's that show you're watching about the geeks?
It is The Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory. They had an attractive woman.
People told me for years I should be watching that, and I was completely out of the loop. And now we're going back and what do you call it when you just watch? That's all you watch all the time. Binge watching. Yeah, thank you.
Binge.
Yeah.
It's
older Sheldon.
It's a similar word we have for when the breakfast shows up here.
Right.
Yeah. But like Adler said, and you said you saw an episode where an attractive woman was hitting on them, and they all said something's wrong here.
Yeah. Immediately,
be careful.
There was a problem.
There's trouble.
Now, Rick, what I love is they have the mentality they're going to let the lawyers, the doctors, and the jocks come through and clear out the herd.
And
then they'll see what's left over. And if they see somebody sitting in the corner with a neck brace or a limp, that's who they look to immediately.
That's funny. But anyway, so now the next one.
To hear them describe it in words that I can't do is really good.
I must warn you, this is dude dating dude here, right? Is that correct? All right. So anyway, I guess this Veritas person said anything for the team. But anyway, so now you're going to hear the all loving, all caring, not just the left, but specifically from the LGBT community. Who's now going to be so angry with Elon Musk, he will begin to disparage the fact that he has Asperger's. So here it is from Project Veritas.
Well, right now we don't make profit, so it's going to say ideology, which is what's led us to not being profitable.
The rest of us who have been here believe in something that's good for the planet and not just to give people free speech. Because again, these people really do believe in what we're doing. These are the policies we've put in place for misinformation or mislabeling media or whatever.
Yeah.
Why do you think this should be taken down?
Yeah.
Those are the questions they're going to ask him.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be hard for him to be because people should make their own decision. It's no, but people don't know how to make a rational decision if you don't put out correct things that are supposed to be out in the public. As an advertiser, as my business, is what I do every day and why I go out is we want it to be as fair and transparent and accurate as possible.
Yeah.
And if that means there's a level of censorship to make it correct, quote unquote, again, and what does correct mean? I guess it just kind of goes back to the idea of what is correct?
If we're implementing all these rules and Elon wants to dismantle them, then technically our ideology has led us to not making money because we're not making money. And Elon wants to turn it the other way so that we can make money. There's a statement they need all 7,000 people to say. And so they can't tell us that the real truth.
He has Asperger's.
Yeah, I know that.
So he's special. You're special needs. You're literally special needs. So I can't even take what you're saying seriously. Targeting of tweets.
Wait.
You can read it.
Let me see. And how to protect yourself. Groups like Project Veritas are active right now. What is that?
It's some group that's trying to just out the employees. They're trying to go on dates with them like this and record them and then go sell it to the New York Times and say this is what the Twitter employee just said. This is what's really happening. This is what they're telling us to not do. You're lucky that you met me organically because I would be questioning everything about you.
Oh my God.
Thank goodness for organically.
Who's special needs now?
Oh, wow. Who's going to need something special?
Wow. That's just too good.
Yep.
I mean, you
Project Veritas.
You love the guy like he couldn't say it. The guy like he couldn't say it to make it believable. What is this Project Veritas?
Is that like Doritos?
Oh gosh, that's good. What a bad. And but you heard him. I mean, he's saying in his own words, take the making fun of special needs. That's over here. That's awful, and that's over here. But again, both of them are saying what we've all said is happening, and you got in trouble for saying. And they're saying we need to decide what people say and hear because it needs to be correct, quote unquote, and we decide what is correct.
Yep, that's it. I mean, you heard him say it.
He said his own words. And you heard the other guy say basically there's a communistic point of view here, and if you are not down for socialism, communism, the way the world is, then we think that we should protect that view from everyone because the way we see the world is what everyone else should see.
Yeah, I mean, Rick, you can take even political ideologies out of it. It's mind control.
That's right.
The fascists did it. The Nazis did it. The communists do it. Our parties in America are trying to do it on some level. But you see it's all about controlling the flow of information, and that is so critical.
Now, I want you to do you remember how everybody acted when they accused Trump? And I don't know whether he was or he wasn't. He said that he was wrongly accused of making fun of a reporter who had some challenges.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember how everybody,
Oh.
mean, evil, wicked, mean. He makes fun of people who have challenges. That's how mean and wicked Trump is. Well, will we say the same thing about this guy? He just said that if somebody has Asperger's, he can't take them serious. They're literally special needs. You're special, so I can't take you seriously. Well, that's not very
caring and
loving,
big-hearted. I'll tell you that.
Elon Musk, when it comes to access to intelligence, I believe probably can run circles around Comrade here, but I'd like to see Comrade launch a rocket into space and bring it back and set it down. But anyway, and develop now keep in mind, Elon Musk is developing the very technology they say. He even threw out there that they want to protect the planet.
Oh yeah,
it's more important to protect the planet, whatever that means, than to let people have free speech.
Rick, the number, by their own admission, the number one thing on the planet to save the planet is getting rid of the car, the combustible engine, and the combustion engine. Not combustible. That's if it's hit on the highway and blows up.
Yeah, that's what we saw yesterday.
Yeah. So they ought to be championing him. What is another key thing they always preach? Access to the internet. It's not a privilege, it's a right.
That's right.
He's the one who has hung thousands of satellites
You're right.
around the globe so that everybody, no matter where they live, even if your country's under attack from Russia, you can have access to the internet.
Yeah. I know.
Who aren't they the people telling us that Earth's not going to make it? That we had, and the only way to survive that is to go to other planets.
Bubba,
Isn't Elon doing that too?
It's as if Elon Musk has handed his resume to the left.
He's
they,
perfect for the left.
And they look down and they
except
say,
he won't rubber stamp their BS.
And he's what's the big one? He's a capitalist.
Absolutely.
And they can't allow that. So what they're saying is,
Rick, a lot of these so-called communists and leftists are some of the biggest capitalists you've ever seen. They like parts of it, but they're not in on the share the money. No. They're not in on that part. They're in on let's talk a good game and get everybody fired up and control information and all that. But they're the ruling class, man. Don't kid yourself.
No doubt. And it's
the only way China survived.
That's what I was just about to say. China, the only reason why communist China has not folded, like a paper cup,
like the Soviet Union did,
is because their government participates in capitalism.
Yep.
If they didn't have that,
they don't let the individual as much, but they participate.
Oh, the government does, and that's how you stay alive. That's why they're still standing. We'll be back. We'll take your phone calls next. All lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get your comments.
Can I share a tweet with you from yesterday? I thought it was funny.
Of course you can. Okay. Your phone calls are next. All 10 lines available. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Hootie's there somewhere, and his name's not Hootie.
Yeah, I know.
It's Darius Rucker.
I'm saying the band Hootie and the Blowfish, the original members weren't there. He was saying other artists were singing "Hold My Hand."
It was a stage full
from
and
when he was with Hootie.
Where was Hootie?
Yes.
And
What about Hootie?
And as the song
what about
went
Hootie?
on, more people joined in.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they were.
Hey.
Okay.
Was that all unity? Hey, everybody.
Boy, that's a good song.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, man, I remember you when I think of Hootie and the Blowfish, I think of you blowing off going to see them, Rick.
I
You
did.
didn't think that
They
everybody
were in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
No. That was actually before that. It was
Birmingham.
It was before that. It was a thing called City Stages in Birmingham. Sherry and I had just started dating. I was the program director. Please don't lose sight of that. Of a hit music station, and so they wanted me to come to City Stages because they want us to start playing this music. And I can tell you, I could see it. I'm ready to leave. We're walking. And Sherry said, well, aren't you supposed to go see some band? And I said, we're supposed to go see some Hootie something. And I said, I ain't going to hear them. It's probably some weird band. I said, Hootie Fish or something.
Yeah, it was kind of a strange name.
And I left, never went to see them. And,
I'd say they played Jack State. I don't even think
Yeah.
it was that big a crowd.
Yeah.
Just because that's before they.
It's the first time I saw them there.
So to clarify, at the CMAs last night, Darius Rucker, who was the lead singer of Hootie and the Blowfish,
Speedy
got on
to his Hootie.
got on the stage at the Country Music Association Awards,
Right. Yep. And led a group.
and led a group of people not singing one of his country songs, but a Hootie and the Blowfish song.
Correct.
It was
the most famous one called "Hold My Hand."
Right.
Yeah.
Right? Is that? Do I have it right?
Yes, you do.
He even had Reba McEntire up there singing.
Well, and it all started with just a few of them.
What about
And by
Hootie?
the end, it seemed like everybody that was performing, maybe not even performing, were on stage singing.
Well, there
Everybody
were some pretty good musicians there.
Oh, it was, see, Garth Brooks, Faith Hill,
course, he
Tim
wasn't- we
McGraw,
know he
Reba
wasn't singing it.
McEntire, Lady Antebellum, Keith Urban all sang "Hold My Hand" with Darius.
Impromptu.
Pink didn't get into that group.
I don't know.
And
Again, I came into it. That's what was going
And there's
on.
that-
And,
are
and
we wrapping
because
it
I
up?
liked
Are we
Hootie and the
wrapping it up?
Blowfish
Good
and
night?
that
What do
song,
we
I
do?
Y'all,
stopped.
John was there. He saw it. He can tell you all
he
about
can
it.
tell us all about
we'll
it.
do
We'll talk
that
about that
next.
next week. John McLemore is here with Masterbuilt. The Butterball Electric Fryer has already cooked up some delicious wings. John, thank you for the wings. We're enjoying those right now.
Yes, we are. And, we're just showing how versatile the product is. If you are going to fry your turkey for this Thanksgiving and Christmas, just prior to doing that, just throw in some buffalo wings and watch some football. That's what it's all about, just hanging out with your family and your friends. And speaking of hanging out with family and friends, man, what an amazing night Tanya and I had last night in Nashville. Wow.
CMAs, you were there.
We were there, and I will tell you, I've never actually been to the live performance there. I've always watched it on TV. So to be able to go and sit as close as we did to all those amazing performers and to see how that show opened up and the theme of the night about unity and love and with all the tragedy that's been going on in recent days, I think they did an amazing job really bringing everybody together and talking about country music and all the fans and all the performers. Really, I was amazed to see how they all stood for each other. It was an amazing night. So,
except when Rascal Flatts screamed out for the award.
Somebody did say, are y'all saying that they?
I don't know who it was.
No, it was somebody in the stands that
was
just
cheering
yelled
them
that out.
on.
It was odd because about 8 seconds later they announced them not winning.
Much so Little Big Town had to apologize to
They
him.
did, and they did it gracefully and said, don't be mad at us.
I mean, they really did.
Yeah, they did. They did. But it was crazy, to be able to see that. And, man, Carrie Underwood, oh, my word.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always been a big fan, but that song that she sang and everybody lighting up those candles, wow.
I thought about you being there because before that ever happened, Bubba had already sent me the picture of you and your wife, and I thought to be in that arena, for her to sing an old traditional hymn too, softly and tenderly, Jesus is calling. And they did that to, of course, talk about the memorandum of all the people that had passed away in the business that year. And then at the end, they put up the pictures of all the victims of the shooting.
They did.
And she got so emotional she couldn't finish it.
She couldn't even finish the last words. And it was, just very moving. I think the whole night was, and how everybody was kind of coming together, and to be there, and we were, being 13 rows back, and she sang right there in the middle of that stage, so we.
We're back, and your phone calls are coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we'll chat with you. Bubba, you had a tweet to share.
Well, Congress is having hearings on UFOs right now. And, Rick, you know how UFOs excite people.
Oh, yeah.
We've talked about it here on the show. It's one of the hot topics we get to.
It's a go-to win.
But I was kind of wondering, do you think Congress is doing this to try to get everybody's attention off the economy? And I'm not the only one. A tweet yesterday from Jim Jordan, who is always classic. $5 gas, no baby formula, record crime, record inflation, border crisis, and what is Congress doing today? Holding a hearing on UFOs.
That's a great one. By
the way, the national average on gas today, $4.56 a gallon, recorded by AAA. That is the highest ever recorded.
Wow.
National average.
And what kind of country, as advanced as we claim we are, doesn't have baby formula? How embarrassing.
Rick, couple of things here.
How embarrassing.
If you notice this, one of the representatives from Congress was visiting the border, and we're having record after record months of people coming in illegally,
right?
And we're about to open the gates more when this Section 42 is pulled back, the COVID thing that went in under Trump, and there are warehouses full of baby formula, warehouses full, and a lot of people can't get it now. Now. That's the government that has bought that.
Mm-hmm.
We have one of the major processing plants shut down because there was a problem supposedly with the processing. The government did that. They're trying to get it started again, and the government is dragging their feet, getting them the paperwork through the FDA to get this plant going again. And they said, hey, look, after we get it going, you're still talking about weeks before we have anything that you can consume coming off the assembly line. The government at every point is the problem. Every point is the problem.
And so many of you think they're the answer, and y'all want to give them health care. Are you kidding me? I mean, really, that's lunacy. You want to put that kind of bureaucracy in health care?
They're dragging their feet. Now they'll get up and make a speech. Biden did. Hey, we're gonna get this going. We're streamlining this. His wife said he was working around the clock on it, and everybody went, "Oh, please, give me a break." We know he ain't working around the clock.
That means the 3-hour nap is only 2.5 now.
Right. The government and their slowness. Now, I'm not against having an FDA to make sure our food is safe, but they are so slow and they're so delayed in doing everything because there's no need to speed up. There's no passion. There's no competition. These people know they got a job. They're not hustling. They're not trying to burn the midnight oil to get it done. I mean, you know the joke about all that. I mean, but look at it playing out right here. And again, the government is not in the baby formula business, but they're preventing and slowing up the private sector from getting the job done, and it's just ridiculous.
To the phones we go. We'll go to Bo in Sylacauga. If you want to get in, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Bo, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Rick and Bubba and the panel there. Love your show. Been with you since '94. Rick, you were talking about Elon Musk and the cars earlier, but the reason and the only reason they're after the automobile represents freedom. Yep. That is the only reason, no matter what they tell you. The car represents freedom, and the guys at the Twitter said they were a bunch of communists. Communists, what's the number one thing they hate? Is freedom.
Yep.
They're gonna get you out of those cars. And one question before I leave: do you think we will have midterm elections this year?
Yeah, I think we'll have them.
We'll have them. How we have them is in question. Yeah. Rick, let me point out, too, if you want common sense on an issue, you go find a guy named Bo from Silicotta, Alabama. It doesn't get any more straightforward than that.
No,
you know,
no.
I love the COG. I go through there quite a bit.
Sure,
and,
sure.
You know, it's just a reservoir of common sense.
It is. And hey, look, and if he's not available, you won't have to go far. You can go talk to Earl in Childersburg. You know,
and I bet you there's Randy around there too.
Yeah, he's
over. Chime in.
Yeah, he's over in Rockford. Jennifer Hartzell. Jennifer, go ahead.
Hi guys.
Hey,
I
Jennifer.
listen like every morning on my way to work.
Thank you.
Did you say hey?
The other day I heard y'all. Hey, what?
Did you say hey when you started?
No, I said hey guys.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the other day, I heard y'all mention something about getting a name for the No Name Studio. It needs to stay No Name Studio. I love it.
Yeah, a lot of people are starting to say, why don't you just, that's it. You've actually named the studio because you're now referring to it as the No Name Studio, and really that is the name. Because, that's how it always happens organically.
Well, we, at some point in time, we may, decide to do something about that.
I tried to do something with all these coyotes, but I couldn't come up with a good name. Coyote Canyon. Randy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River.
There's a Randy.
Randy, go ahead.
Biggest, how y'all?
Good,
Great.
Randy.
Hey, Rick, I've got a question for you. I don't know the verse in the Bible, but something about leaders are held to a higher standard in God's eyes compared to the normal populace, correct?
Well, teachers, if you look in the book of James, he clearly says that if you're going to be given the role as a teacher, which means that would be a place of authority in the church, you will be held to a higher standard.
But what I was leading to was it last week, the week before, unless I'm mistaken, didn't Biden call everybody as like children of God and then compare that this would be God wanted for the abortion side?
It did sound like that's what he was saying, and it was bizarre. It was like everybody said he was making the case for abortion while telling us really why we probably shouldn't be doing it. Yeah.
Is that heresy?
Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, it absolutely is. There couldn't really be a more, well, there could be, but that was a very clear definition of it. He's basically saying, now he's rambling around, I'm trying to be nice, that God is all about abortion on demand because we're made in God.
Right.
It was the
Rick,
weirdest.
we heard that, and we were all looking at each other going, what did he just say?
Yeah. It was
we've heard a word salad. It was a meaning salad.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
What the heck?
We'll come back. But you're right. Yeah, the way he said it came out like heresy, but really just the way we're doing things. Haven't we already crossed the heresy bridge?
Oh, Rick. It's a long and distinguished list.
Yep. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Literally 20 feet from her singing that song.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was very touching. So Tanya and I had a great time. We're going to be crazy for the next couple of weeks between now and Thanksgiving. I think I'm going to take about 7 hours off tomorrow. And then this weekend we're heading to California. We're going to hang out with Slater.
Mm-hmm.
You know that guy's from Saved by the Bell?
Yeah.
We're going to do Mario Lopez show out there. And so I figured you might know him as Slater.
It does help.
Yeah, it does help. And then we're doing Steve Harvey's show. Then we're shooting back over here, going to New York, seeing our buddy Sean Hannity.
Now, which Steve Harvey show are you doing? Are you going to be on Family Feud? Or
No, not. We have campaigned to get on Family Feud, and we will be on Family Feud. But they've stood me up about like Sean Hannity stood me up, getting me a visit with Trump. I don't understand that. We got to talk about that.
Well, it was uncomfortable, frankly, for you to be talking about how things with Hannity had not produced
and panned out.
You getting to meet the president, and then you realize one of your other partners, the Rick and Bubba show, had already
had the president on twice, and actually went up. The president invited us to his house, and we went and visited there.
Did y'all barbecue? Did y'all deep fry turkeys for the president? Y'all just went.
No,
and
they
talked.
did, they actually did the cooking.
Yeah.
They've got quite a staff
See,
to do that. So.
I would be much more welcome to come back if they would just get me there once.
Well, let me tell you what was interesting.
You may notice the picture.
I thought in a strange twist of fate, and this is what's odd. There's nothing that feels worse than you're barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah.
So the president, and I could tell there was a connection he'd made with the show. It's obvious now.
Yeah.
And so as he was leaving, he leaned in and he said, "I've been trying to get Handy to get me in with the McLemore guy at Masterbuilt, and he can't seem to pull it off. So he's asked me now to see if I could put it together. And he says, I really would like to have one of those. I'd like to have the smoker and the fryer.
Well, now it's
He
on.
heard
So
it's the best turkey ever.
It is going to be the best turkey ever. And while y'all get me into the White House, we'll fry a turkey right there in the Oval Office.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah. How about that?
What about this? Because everything with Trump's been a little bit different.
Yeah.
You know how they usually pardon the turkey?
Yes.
He doesn't pardon it. We kill it and cook it.
Right on the spot. Yeah. Boy, I'm not going to get any emails on that comment.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Yeah,
we do cook dead turkeys.
We definitely.
Yeah, I just saw the one we're
People
cooking.
know that, right?
Look at the box. If that one on there's not alive.
See what he could do.
Not even close.
What he could do is let General Mattis come in and do
just
the
take him down.
Mad Dog.
Yeah.
Better than that, Bubba dressed in complete pilgrim gear,
Well,
top to bottom.
Okay.
And I shoot a musket and take its head off.
Okay, let me get this out right here, because Bubba dressed in pilgrim gear would be much better than what he was dressed last night when he sent me a picture as we were at the CMAs in bed.
Right.
Scary.
You're there
6:30.
You're there at with your wife.
And I was thinking, this man's going to get 14 hours sleep and get up at 4 o'clock.
You
He
think
was
that was
in
possible?
bed at like 4 o'clock.
You know, the time
so
changed, the weather, it was raining, we were give out. So,
Yeah.
you know,
And then-
that's the
and
best
then-
seat in the house to watch
And then I
TV.
looked down and had my wife's phone. He didn't send the picture of himself in bed to me. He sent it to my wife's phone. What's that about?
How odd is that?
Well, y'all were all in there together. I couldn't see who I was.
Shirtless. Picture.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. It's
Yeah,
right with
sharp.
him.
Yeah, so
So-
what? You had a big night, so you haven't slept much. You didn't sleep as much as Bubba. I'll tell you
No,
that.
we didn't sleep as
I reckon nobody slept.
We did.
Look, I
We-
feel great today.
We got up this morning. We were half asleep, so we tried to get an Uber and couldn't, then a Lyft and couldn't, then we got a cab, and then we realized that we paid for all three because
You didn't
Uber showed up, Lyft showed up, and the cab took us. And
Didn't quite cancel it.
We got out in Nashville super early this morning and shot down here. Love coming here, guys, not just to eat some great food, but to talk about stories.
Yeah.
And just love what y'all stand for. The caller earlier talking about you guys not being afraid to have and talk about Christ. That's what Masterbuilt's all about. And you know the story and where Masterbuilt came from. 44 years ago, when my dad, Dawson McLemore, founded Masterbuilt, he said a prayer to God. He said, look, you help me build products. You're the master. I'm the builder. I'll name this company after you, which is where the name Masterbuilt came from. And for 44 years now, I'm second generation. My son, John, too, is third generation. It's in the McLemore family. We have the most amazing group of people at Masterbuilt from all departments within our company that really do love doing what they do. They support what we do, and it's just been amazing. So when people think about cooking for Thanksgiving and Christmas, Masterbuilt wants to make sure that they can change the way people cook and safely fry their turkey the best way. Free up your oven. We'll talk about that, more when we talking about another hour when I serve y'all up some of the best deep fried turkey. So I've served it here for several years now.
Oh, yeah.
So how's the turkey, guys?
It's phenomenal.
it's unbelievable.
Phenomenal.
It's changed
Yes.
our Thanksgiving
night.
ritual for the better.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
just
what it's all about.
Because you can now cook and watch the parades at the same time because it doesn't take all that long.
No.
You know,
If
it's
you want to
an
do
hour.
Thanksgiving lunch, you can start at 10 o'clock and serve it at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
You're not up like I was this
Good
morning
night.
at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
What time did you
terrible.
leave Nashville?
We actually got up at 3 o'clock this morning.
It's a
and
beautiful time.
we got up at 3 and rolled out of bed at 3:45, left at 3:47. Tanya told me this morning, she's like, man, I should have brought a hat. But she looks beautiful.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, she does.
So
Yeah,
anyway, we'll come back. We're gonna give you a chance to win a Butterball electric fryer. You've heard about how great they work. It really changed it. I love the whole dynamic you keep talking about of freeing up the oven too, because not only does the old way to do it take up so much time, all that time the thing's so big you can't put anything else in
No,
it.
that's right. So all your casseroles and desserts,
and
they
it's
go in the oven.
better. It's better.
It's better. It's way better. And we've got.
Seven minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. Helmsy, Adler, Speedy, all here. Greg out. He'll be back tomorrow. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Right there he is. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, I am honored and privileged to sit here in old seat number 2, and thank all of you for letting us do it for almost 30 years now. Come on.
Well, we did what we do a lot, and that is we got to talking about something, ate up about half the segment, where we were taking phone calls, and then we asked some questions, and people were calling with some information, and then we hit the hard break.
Yeah.
So we've got some other things we're going to talk about, but a couple of calls came in, and Speedy made us aware of it on this baby formula shortage thing. So let's start.
Baby formula.
Justin, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
You had an answer for it, didn't you?
Hey, Justin, go ahead. Hey.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
We're great.
Hey, I just want to say, I agree with you guys. The FDA is dirty as all get out. But you can't let these companies off the hook because you read about their factories and they were cesspools. And these companies, they don't care about you or your babies. They care about your money. They could have fixed the machines, but they chose to do stock buybacks. They care about lighting their pockets and your money, and that's the bottom line. They don't care about nothing else.
Well, but the only thing I would find flawed in that worldview is if I'm making a profit off baby formula and I don't have any to sell, how has that helped me?
Because they decided they could just keep.
No.
I'm saying I agree with you guys. The FDA is dirty. They could rig the FDA regulations. They could fix one or two things.
So they're dragging their feet.
Oh, no.
They're still German infested, but they passed regulations. And they
Justin,
just keep pumping out those dirty baby formula.
Justin, here's the thing. Let me say this. I think you're making some broad strokes, and there may be a company somewhere or a person or a manager that has cut a corner for profit. I'm not denying that at all. But I don't think the entire industry is out to get people.
Yeah,
I can't buy that broad of a stroke.
Yeah, if you're agreeing with us that the government is inept,
and I didn't say dirty. I just said they're dragging their feet. They're in bureaucratic, mud. They move like
they're not
pond
efficient.
water trying to get something done.
They're not efficient, and they really, really, they go all the way around the horn to get somewhere, don't they? Good gracious! But yeah,
and there had been some issues with some stuff that come out, but fix the problem, get it going again. We don't have to drag this out for months and months and months.
Yeah, you realize that baby formula, that's
because the government doesn't make baby formula. We have to have somebody who's trying to make it to make a profit to have it.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
If there's no profit in baby formula, either we're going to have government baby formula that's not very good, or we're not going to have enough of it.
Yeah,
when the government gets involved, they don't make things better; they make things worse.
And I know sometimes we get on our high horse and we do the same thing. We paint with a broad brush when sometimes it's more of a of a smaller brush or a laser that we need to be talking about. But some of it is just I don't know. It's amazing to me at the slowness they move in these things.
Jeff and Glencoe.
I want an FDA to be sure our food's okay.
Sure.
I'm not anti that.
Well, if you don't believe that, go eat food around the world.
Head to Mexico and have you some water.
Jeff and Glencoe. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, guys, what gets me about this baby formula stuff is people are demanding that baby killers save their babies. These people want your babies dead. If they can't abort theirs, they're going to starve yours to death. There it is.
I think wasn't in the break. Hey, there's a couple of good calls to go to on the baby formula thing.
Maybe, Rick, maybe.
Where are those? Where?
Rick, I'm not going to pass the buck on this. Maybe it was me. I misunderstood.
Okay, right.
Yeah, say put Speedy's mic.
For some reason, I don't. That
if
mic
it's
may
on
not be
me,
working.
that's fine.
Okay, right.
I'll accept it. But
yeah, you can't hear it. Something's wrong with that
Speedy,
mic. We need
just
to
come in here and yell it.
Yeah, I can't
Come
hear
here
you.
and yell
it.
That mic's not working.
It's completely popped out.
Yeah, I have it potted up.
Just
but
come
it's
here
not
and
working.
yell it.
It's not working. Yeah. It's
Did I interpret the information you give me incorrectly?
Right. Yes, you did.
I never heard good calls in your defense.
No, what it was is, and look, to your defense, you had a mouthful of chicken. Okay.
No, I was out of chicken.
No, you were eating. You were eating. And enjoying it too.
You're missing Greg today. Greg's usually hang out by the table, buddy.
Yeah. But what I asked is, I have misinterpreted. I said, "Hey, what's the direction next segment?" I couldn't hear. I was screening calls. Are we staying with phone calls because we have some? Where do y'all want to go? Because they continued to ring, and I just need to know what to tell people. And he said, "Well, we might do some other stuff, but yeah, I mean, go ahead and screen them up." And so that's what I did. That's all.
Yeah. And we were really honestly looking for more baby formula information.
Yeah.
And
there is online too. He said that he thought that the administration did meet with some of the companies.
Would you call this a good call?
It seemed informative.
Okay.
Better than the others, maybe. You know.
Now I'm going to tell you this. I can't say on the air because I don't want to be, because me. I'm new General Rick. I do have one thing that is on me in this. But I can't say it on there because it would hurt feelings.
Okay. Now
I'm going to take full responsibility of one thing because I was looking at something that I knew could not meet that definition.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, and I went anyway, and that was so that part's kind of on me because I had some discernment there that I knew better.
Okay.
And I went with something anyway.
Come out with information.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
And the.
Yeah,
well, I'll speak quiet.
Yeah, it looks like the way
I clearly gave you bad information.
Right.
Well, no, I mean we did talk.
But
about
you know
phone
what?
calls,
you know how
though.
sometimes we have different breakers that should stop things.
Yeah.
Well, but I should be able to look up and see the combination of those two things and go, now in the past that has not delivered. Is it going to deliver this time?
Yeah.
And I should have just said, well, that can't be right.
Well, now the way they're ringing right now, I think everybody wants to kind of weigh in, but I'll go say.
Okay. Here's Craig. Craig in Gardendale's easy
And we're
cake.
searching for a point here, Craig.
Are we ready now?
Yeah.
Yes,
let's
please
go.
share
Let's go.
some
Let's go.
logical point with
Right.
us.
All right, I've been trying to research this out because it seemed a little weird, but about 2 weeks ago, the regime did meet with several of the formula companies, but they left Abbott out. And in all my research, I can't find where they tied any of the deaths directly to the formula. They were talking about 3 deaths, but
Yes.
it doesn't really tie them to that. And I tried to call the company, of course, couldn't get an answer, but also I've dealt with the FDA and some of the businesses I've been involved in. I've never seen them shut down anything this long and predict this far out. But also when they talk about pricing, a guy made an interesting point the other day. The reason the price is high is because of like the WIC and the food stamps and stuff. They
Right.
get it such a cheap rate.
Yeah.
We have to make up the difference.
Right. That's where the government always says.
Of course,
yeah.
there's a lot more to it. Yeah.
But you're right. In the past, we saw this with Jimmy Carter and the gas shortage.
Jimmy Carter.
Anytime the government claims that they can dictate the price of something, well, the company's got to make it up somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, so if it's like we find out with Medicare, when an emergency room appointment for, say, my mama cost the hospital, I'm just using a number that's not a real number,
just
$2,500, and Medicare says we'll give you $750 for it. Well, guess what? That the hospital just ate money they got to find somewhere, and that's what you're talking about. If the WIC program and all it says we're only going to pay this amount for it, and the price of formula with inflation is going up, and they're saying, well, we're not going past this number. Well, now they're losing money on the formula, so they got to make it up somewhere.
So we got to learn how the economy works, and I'm not sure we do. And well, if you live in a world where the government says if we need money, we'll just print it, you start thinking, well, if I need a price, can I just have it? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Masterbuilt.com. We've got some videos out there. I had the privilege of cooking with Chef Tony, the Butterball Master Chef. We've got about 12 videos out there with him. We've got a 2-minute video on how to do the perfect turkey on Masterbuilt.com. So check us out and go get you one.
And use those recipes. It'll help. Also, if you're looking for retailers, you definitely want to look for it. It's available at Lowe's, Home Depot, Sam's Club, Walmart, Academy Sports, Bass Pro Shops, Cabela's, and as John just mentioned, Masterbuilt.com has more information, including the videos and the recipes, and it's great. So we'll come back. The Butterball Electric Fryer is operating as we speak, and your opportunity to win one is coming up next.
Absolutely.
So
that's what's up.
We'll tell you exactly what to do. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, and our website's Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. More with John McLemore and the Butterball Electric Fryer by Masterbuilt right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There she is, the Butterball Electric Fryer by Masterbuilt. Everybody who wins today, of course, that's assuming someone will win, you get the Butterball Electric Fryer from Masterbuilt. Available, of course, at Lowe's, Home Depot, Sam's Club, Walmart, Academy Sports, Bass Pro Shops, Cabela's. Everything you need to know about them at Masterbuilt.com. And also you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So here we go. John McLemore, you remember how to play this?
I think I remember how to play this. I just got to wake up.
You're the celebrity help if they need it. So if the person says, John, what do you think? You tell them where you think what Bubba's saying is a real country song title, or if Bubba made it up, it ain't.
Or it ain't.
And they can agree or disagree with you. They must get 3 right to win.
Hey.
So it's not easy.
That's tough.
But everybody who wins gets the Butterball Electric Fryer today from Masterbuilt. Bubba, I think I've laid out what we're going to do. Do you understand?
I got it.
Okay.
I got it.
Make it happen.
All right, John, you ready?
You laid it out excellent.
I'm ready.
Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Hattiesburg will check in. It says Pod. Is your name Pod?
No, it's Todd. T-O-D-D.
T-O-D-D. I
Todd.
get always confused with those people that go by Pod.
Yeah, right. Easy to confuse.
I didn't think anybody's name was Pod. All right, Todd. And Todd, here we go. Here is title number 1. McLemore's here if you want help. Or here we go.
Give me a quarter and I'll be your little jukebox of love. Country song or it ain't.
What you think, Mr. Macklemore? I'm thinking no.
I'm gonna have to agree with you. I think it's an ain't.
All right, so ain't.
It is not.
Hey, 2 more. There's one.
We are 1 for 1.
All right, here we go. Here comes title number 2, Todd.
I just don't look good naked anymore. Country song or it ain't.
That sounds a little crazy that it's not, but how many of these lifelines I get? Did I done use my one and all?
I have no idea what you just said.
I think she says, does she only get one lifeline to John, or can she go again?
Yeah.
Or he'll go again. For some reason, I got him as a she. Sounds a little
Can
like
I make
one.
the rules up as we go?
You can use John. You can use John as much as you would like.
I get used all the
Oh,
time.
okay. I'm thinking no again, but what do you think?
You know, I think I've heard that song actually before, so I'm gonna have to change your mind and say that that's a yes.
All right, John says it is. You gonna?
Oh,
You going
well,
with
you the boss. We'll go with it.
All right, it is?
It is.
Johnny!
All right,
Showing out.
Todd, if you and John get this one right, the Butterball Electric Fryer by Masterbuilt is yours. Here we go, title 3.
I kissed her on the lips and left her behind for you. Country song or it ain't.
Oh, what do you think?
You know what's embarrassing? That was Tanya and I's song at our prom. We danced to that song.
That's so good. So you say...
I'm going to say it's a yes.
All right, you going to go with that, Todd?
We're going to go. He's 2 for 2. We're going to go with him. Let's go with it.
It is.
Todd, you and Macklemore walked through
through that like you'd been there before.
Thank you so much, Mr. Macklemore. Thank you.
You are so welcome. You are so welcome. Enjoy your fryer.
Sure. Butterball Electric Fryer belongs to Todd in Hattiesburg. All right, Todd, we're going to put you on hold and get all the information and Masterbuilt. We'll ship that directly to you. Good job over, John.
Good gracious.
You stayed calm. You didn't. 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number as we roar back. Bubba, would you be interested to know what gas prices are in Massachusetts?
Well, thank goodness I won't have to fill up there today, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, let's go to Heather. Heather is there in the all-loving, all-caring state of Massachusetts and the tax-loving state of Massachusetts. Heather, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for waiting for the break to be over.
Monkey grass.
Thanks for the call. How long you been listening, Heather?
Hey, Heather.
Almost 20 years.
20 years.
Wow.
Thank you, Heather. How do you get the show? How do you get the show in Massachusetts?
Well, I currently get it on TuneIn. I lived in Montgomery for a long time, but I get it on TuneIn.
When it's up, you get it there.
Yeah, TuneIn is not working again today, and that's just. I never thought that our little company would make TuneIn more reliable than TuneIn themselves. That seems odd. But anyway, all right. Yeah. So Heather, tell us about the gas prices there.
So it is currently $4.79 a gallon for regular gasoline.
Man, what a bargain!
And yeah, it's great. And I work as a home health physical therapist. I usually fill my car up 4 to 5 times a week. Empty to full. And so for us, thank goodness, my husband and I, it's not a huge, I mean, it's annoying, but it's not a huge imposition. But for a lot of our staff members who are a little more tight on money, it's killing them.
So what?
Now they take a huge pay cut.
Yeah, well, here's what you're saying. Yeah, it's just like that. Mm-hmm. So what we've tried to warn during this election, when the cost of living goes up, it affects everyone. You know, the left saying, we're going to get the rich. But when the cost of everything goes up, it affects everybody. When your power bill is more, it affects everybody. When gasoline is more, it affects everybody. When food costs more, it affects everybody. When you can't get baby formula, it affects everybody who needs it, no matter what their income is. So when are we going to learn this lesson?
And Rick, this kind of goes back to our argument when they kept raising the minimum wage.
Right.
That when you do that, the cost of the service goes up, say, at the restaurant you work at. So the people there get a raise, and they think, well, this is great. This is nice. I got a bump. I'm going to be able to afford more. But the minimum wage workers at the grocery store's price went up too.
Yeah.
And the ones at the gas station went up. And the ones at where you get your hair cut went up. So, yeah, they made more, but everything costs more. So you really don't net anything.
It's the reason why, on a broader scale, you can't be one of these people that jumps up and down about raising the corporate tax rate.
Yeah,
how can you be for that? I don't even care what your political view is. Do you love paying more for everything? Why do you keep falling for that? Why are we such chumps on that? The corporate tax rate, when it goes up, it just raises the cost of everything.
Yeah, because
haven't we learned that?
The fact that these corporations have been successful and stayed in business over time means they have a operating margin they have to meet, either for the ownership or the investors or the stockholders if they're big enough. So those percentages are not going to change. If the cost of doing business goes up, it only goes to the price of the goods they put, because they can't. Most of the time, they just can't take cuts in these other places because they can't stay in business.
All right, let me tell you what.
It's really not that complicated.
Let me break it down.
But to the left, Rick, they think corporations print money and that they're hoarding it all for the few, and that's their whole world view of it.
And they sell you on that, so you vote for them, and then they raise the price of doing business, and all your products go up, and you don't know how that happened.
Right.
Let me give an example of it, and I've probably used it before. When you go to an event at a civic center or any kind of place that's going to house the event,
right?
They walk up
a venue.
A venue. They walk up to you and they say, the house, that's them, on every T-shirt sold and CDs and all of it. They actually have a breakdown.
Merchandise.
every piece of merchandise you sell, and let's say we get a 20% cut.
Yep.
So you know what the merchandise guy does? He takes all of his prices and he raises the cost of everything by 20%.
And why does he do that? Because their margins are already broke down. Right. How much it costs for that shirt, how much it costs the people to make that shirt, shipping, boxing, transportation, all of that is already kind of a fixed cost for them.
Yep.
So if you just out of the blue raise their operating cost 20%, the only thing they can do is pass it on to the consumer.
The concert T-shirt doesn't cost $75 if the house wouldn't take what they take.
Right.
And because let me tell you, the artist and whoever has the rights to it, they're leaving, to Bubba's point, with what they have factored in for their business to be profitable. And when they go to these venues, all the venues have different percentages, so they just adjust the price when they get in there and get set up. Look, they go right into their little Apple swiper, and they take their prices, and they go, all right, let me percentage that. Got that done. So the house gets what they wanted. The person walks out, the merchandise person walks out with what they needed, and then you pay more for everything.
And you just got a raise at work thinking you're going to make more, and you end up making less because you just paid more for a T-shirt.
Right.
And for gas and for food and to get your hair done and everything else.
And you think, well, I just won't buy a concert T-shirt. Good for you, but I bet you need grocery store food.
Yeah.
And see that, but what I'm saying is
the same model works.
That same model is working at the grocery store. It's working at the gas pump, and you got to understand that. And it's going to work with everything. Raising corporate tax rates raises the cost of whatever that company produces.
Rick,
that's all it does.
Let me underline this again for a lot of the young folks. What you're seeing going on in our country right now with cost has happened before.
Yeah.
We've had this almost identical thing happen before. We got out of it. Go research for yourself. Don't trust me. Go research how we got out of it. It was not by raising taxes. I can give you a little hint on that one.
Talking to our publisher, our publisher got the word the other day that they don't just publish us; they also do stuff in youth ministry and stuff like that. They said the other day the same resources that used to that cost them $4, their cost. Okay, that's the book printed and in their hand. Now $9.
Oh yeah.
There was one that cost $1.75 to print, and now costs $5. Well, what do you think is going to happen there? Do you think the resource is going to cost more now?
That's where my money is.
Yeah. Greg in Columbus, Mississippi. Go ahead.
Hey, final word here on the baby formula.
Yes.
The reason there's a shortage is because men started getting pregnant.
We didn't think about that. Now the market has been flooded with men who need formula. You're right. All these pregnant men are going to drive the price up even more.
Yeah, think about that.
Right.
Gosh, we hadn't thought this thing through, have we?
I didn't even think about that. And I know they can be pregnant because I've seen it on Apple's emojis.
Right.
So that must be it. And we have, the absolute lunacy of the world we're living in right now. It is. Listen, let me tell you, I saw the preview.
We look like a society that's hitting ourselves in the head with a hammer.
Speedy sent it to us.
Do we have that emoji?
Speedy sent it to us, and the part and it's Matt Walsh, and What Is a Woman, the documentary he has coming out in spring. Good. Did you see him talking to the African men in Africa?
I didn't say that part of it.
They're laughing their heads off at the even thought of this, and then he said, is this the kind of country you want to go live in one day? And they laughed at him again.
Sure.
And said, if y'all don't know what a man and a woman is, people in Africa, these men are standing around, he's explaining to them what we're doing, and they're laughing themselves silly at how the lunacy of it all. You didn't feel pressure? You didn't panic?
I'm a little worried because Tanya's looking at me like, we danced at a prom.
Let's go to Jenny out of Jasper, Alabama. She's got 104.7 WZZK. Jenny, how are you?
I'm fine. How are y'all?
Well, we're good. Are you ready to play Country Song or It Ain't?
I am.
All right, here we go, Bubba. Title number 1.
Daddy, the chicken is telling lies again. Country Song or It Ain't?
I'm going to use John.
Go in the club.
No pressure.
Yeah.
You know what? That one was not at my prom.
So John, you say no?
That's going to have to be an ain't.
He says ain't. You agree with that, Jenny?
I'm agreeing with John.
It ain't.
Wow.
Oh, John, undefeated.
Fire.
All right, here we go. It's almost like you just
I'm gonna have
know.
to get some more inventory of fryers.
Jenny, here comes title number 2.
If you were the only girl in the world, you'd probably be my sister. Country song or not?
Oh, Lord. I got to go with John again.
Jello, he thought he was going to get that one off.
Okay. I'm thinking that. God, do I have a lifeline?
No, you do
I
not.
do not have a lifeline.
Yeah, Speedy.
Tanya, what do you
You
think?
got one, Speedy.
Tanya's saying that it ain't.
Okay.
So
Johnny
this is
says
on
no.
Tanya, not John.
Jenny, do you agree it ain't, or you want to go your own way?
I'm going with Tanya. It ain't.
It ain't.
Tanya was worried to death. Tanya. Got it. All right, here we go.
Y'all do know that Tanya's like, I don't know.
Right.
That was her way of
That's
saying,
still-
I
it
yeah,
still
ain't.
works.
I didn't either.
All right, let's go to Jenny. Here it is. You get this right, you'll join Todd in getting your very own Butterbuilt. There I go again. Butterball.
Buttermilk, Butterball.
Somebody roll me something in buttermilk before I get done. Butterball electric fryer by Masterbuilt. Are you ready? Here we go. Title number 3.
It's better to have loved a short girl than never to have loved a tall. Country song or it ain't.
I'm going with John and Tanya.
Seems to be a system
Okay,
going
have
here.
y'all ever been at a spelling bee?
Yes.
Can you repeat the question or the word, or give it to me in a sentence or something?
Origin.
Tell me that song again.
It's better to have loved a short girl than never to have loved a tall.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say it ain't.
All right, Jenny, he says it ain't. You want to go with John and Tanya, or you want to make up your own mind?
I'm going with them.
It ain't.
It has happened. You have gone 6 for 6. And Tanya gets one in there, too.
He knows his music, Rick. He was at the CMA.
He was at the CMA. Jenny, Butterball Electric Turkey Fryer by Masterbuilt belongs to you. And we'll put you on hold, get your information. Masterbuilt will send that to you.
I got the 5 from Jenny.
You did really well. All right, we're going to wrap it up. If you leave us, have a great day. If you got more Rick and Bubba today, we'll come back. We'll talk with Larry Taunton. We've got a turkey and the fryer, so we're going to get to enjoy that as well coming up. So
22 minutes left to ours, Rick.
Yeah. Get your Butterball Electric Fryer right now. Get it at retailers like Lowe's, Home Depot, Sam's Club, Walmart, Academy Sports, Bass Pro Shop, Cabela. Also has it at masterbuilt.com. You go there, find some more retailers. Also great tips and videos. Enjoy that.
Serve it up as obviously the entree. And when I carve my turkey up, I de-breast the turkey. And I've got a video online at Masterbuilt. We got a bunch of videos.
Sure you do.
Showing folks how to traditionally cut one or de-breast it and then slice up each little piece so that everybody's got a little slice of that skin. Everybody loves the deep fried skin.
Man.
And you can serve the meal up. And again, free up your oven. Let Masterbuilt help do the heavy lifting and take the stress out of your Thanksgiving meal, Christmas meal, buffalo wings for the football.
Good night.
And it's amazing.
I want you to know this. I want you to hear this directly from me.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Whatever the maximum one can do to love another straight man.
Yeah.
I'm there. Okay. I love you as much as a straight man can.
You know.
Okay. I'm there.
Our relationship has gone to a whole nother level.
Right. I mean,
because
just hearing that was
Rick
just
is saying that
phenomenal.
he now loves me
as much as a straight man.
and we're connecting. There's just eye contact going on. You know that awkward moment.
Yeah, like in
it's
friendships, just like I will say this, and you're happily married. I really, honestly, like today, I love my wife more than I ever have.
Yep.
I didn't think I could like you anymore. You know what I mean?
With 0 down plus 0 interest is paid in full in 18 months. Schedule a complimentary venture consultation today. You see this?
Yep. My daddy was vilified for saying that, but one day there may be a statue with what he said right on the front of it. Yeah, it was Saturday night. The moon was bright and shining. Everybody laughed at the communist plot joke, didn't they? We're not laughing anymore. But we need help from the soccer community, and it's rare we say that. But we do need help
from the soccer community. We've got a soccer story today in the world of soccer, and we need you guys to weigh in on it, and because we're not all that educated on it.
And, like you said, we're confused here. We're trying to be positive, but we're trying to understand
struggle.
exactly what we're doing. And what we're talking about, U.S. soccer and its men's and women's national teams announced a landmark new contracts Wednesday that will pay the squads equally, including a split of World Cup prize money. The deals are the culmination of a decades-long fight by the USWNT, the U.S. soccer's most successful and visible team, for equal compensation and fair treatment, and further recognition by the Federation that American soccer is stronger when everyone is unified. Now, Rick, in a business environment, if you have a job and you have an equally qualified man or woman working in that job, and they are both doing that job to a satisfactory level, I think they should be paid the same. I don't have any problem with that statement at all.
100%.
When it comes to athletics, which is a performing arts, if you really want to get down to it, it's entertainment. Usually, the price of the value of that talent is dictated on market forces. How much ticket sales they have, how much TV revenue they have, and they divide it up and pay in different ways, okay? For instance, the NBA has some very, very high-paid athletes playing that are highly skilled. The WNBA also has some female athletes, but they're not paid near as much because it doesn't generate as much money.
That's to me, I was thinking the same thing. That may be the best apples and apples comparison.
Because that is open market fairness for getting paid what the market will pay. Now, in the soccer side of this, the women have been underpaid or not paid as much, let me put it that way, because my understanding is their team did not generate as much money as the men's team. So for them to say they wanted equal pay, I don't really follow where that is fair for that to happen, even though now apparently they have all agreed, and if they've all agreed on it, I don't know if the players agreed on it or not, but there is going to be equal pay in this, but is that fair? Is what my question is.
And we talked about this in 2020 when the story was out that a judge dismissed the women's soccer equal pay case or whatever. And in his ruling, this is when the national soccer team claimed they were underpaid compared to the male counterparts on the men's national team. And it was a big deal, and the judge dismissed it, disagreed, rejected the players' claim that they were paid unfairly. The judge pointed out that the women's team had actually earned more on both the cumulative and an average per game basis than the men during the years in the lawsuit, but the crux of the judge's decision was that they had different deals that they had negotiated for the men's and women's team, where the women's team ended up like more of a salary-based guarantee, where the men, it was on bonuses and
varied with wins,
per game talent fee and endorsements and stuff like that. And that was the big discrepancy. Right. That was when in 2020 when he dismissed it, that was the ruling. And now I guess there's an update. And actually the revenue now, it's like the women are way up there as far as what they bring
here's
in.
what I was going to say.
Well, the men's team sucks. That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
So is the women's teams carrying the men's team now?
Well, that's what I was going to say is if you go to professional soccer, which is what we talked about.
But this is not like leagues and teams like in the World League. This is our national team. Would this be like the Olympic team almost?
Correct. It is.
That's a good way to look at it.
I was saying, does the female team in that category earn more than the men? Now, professional men's soccer versus professional women's soccer, I would say that the men still have more revenue that comes in.
Right.
But when you talk about the world teams that goes out and plays other countries and plays in the Olympics, the women's team may, and Speedy sounds like he's confirmed that, make more money than the men's team does.
there's more revenue tied to it. So, if that's what this ruling is, the women should be paid the same.
Well, this is an agreement, not a ruling as much as they're saying we're just going to pay everybody the same thing. Is this the U.S. soccer just tired of all the squabbling and everybody being apples on one page, oranges on the other, and they said, look, we're just going to clean this up? Or what is the deal, soccer people?
Yeah, that's what we need to know. And apparently when it comes to U.S. soccer, the women's team does hold their own financially. And if that's the case, they should be paid the same.
I was looking when I knew we were going to do this. Besides the story that we have today, I was looking back and because I remember we discussed some of this back in 2020, but things have changed since then. And they had some side by side comparisons of what they're bringing in, and they're getting. I mean, actually, they're saying some of the women they have brought in more actually.
Well, that's what I was asking. This is not professional soccer per se.
Correct, right.
This is like the U.S.
U.S. soccer. Yeah.
So, Ben, do we have this right, Ben? Starkville, 96.1. Help us, Ben.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I've been listening to y'all for 3 or 4 years now. Everything y'all do is awesome. But
Thank you, sir. I wouldn't say everything, but thank you.
Yeah, most things. And I hate communism as much as every other good red-blooded American, but I can't help but love soccer. So I've been watching U.S. men's soccer for years.
Well, we all have things we're not proud of, buddy. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Yeah, we do. But I was reading this morning, and I think I just read that the bonus for the World Cup for the men's team in Qatar this fall is $400 million, and the women's for their next World Cup is only $60.
Do you hear what we're asking, though? Do you know if we're not talking about professional soccer, because I think the men's professional league probably does do better than the women's professional league. But when it comes to U.S. soccer, does the women's team bring in as much, if not more, revenue than the men's team?
Yeah, no, what I was just saying, the World Cup, which is the United States national team this fall, so that's $600 million bonus for this upcoming World Cup in November, and the women's is only $40 million.
So,
but you didn't answer my question.
There's an article in 2019 that says U.S. women's soccer games now generate more revenue than men's, but the players still earn less.
That's my question. I understand you give me the discrepancy, and I got it, but is it warranted anymore? Because if the men make more money than the women's, then they shouldn't be paid the same. But if the women's team makes as much or more, yes, they should be paid the same. And I'm asking, does the women's U.S. soccer team bring in the same revenue of the men or even more?
I do not think they do. Now, what Speedy's talking about is just friendly competition matches. I'm specifically referencing the World Cup tournament, which is for the men that's going to be played this fall.
Okay.
And what I just read was their bonus for that tournament.
Got the bonus.
Way more.
Got that.
Yeah.
So that point I've got so clear. But what I'm trying to wonder is does it have merit or not?
According to this article in a financial statement released from the U.S. Soccer Federation obtained by the Wall Street Journal, in 2016, women's games generated $1.9 million more in revenue than the men's games. From 2016 to 2018, women's games generated approximately $50.8 million in revenue compared to the $49.9 million for the men's games. That's according to U.S. Soccer Federation.
But what he's saying is, Rick, in this tournament coming up, the prize money for the men will be substantially more than the women.
Right, but Rick's not asking that.
I'm asking, is it merited?
Yeah, Rick's asking what the revenues
what
are.
What Speedy it may be quoting does not include these two
different things,
over-the-top bonuses.
I'm saying this bunch this guy's talking about, when they say we're going to have more prize money for the men than the women, have they looked at the numbers and said, because in our tournament, the men bring in more revenue than the women? Because it's back to what you said. It needs to be merit-based, not just feel-goodism.
Well, if all the people in charge of soccer want to do it that way, they certainly can.
Yeah,
and then the players have to decide if that's
question.
what they want to do or not.
No question. But because I do think, like Speedy's reading, when it comes to, a lot of this, the women's teams have generated as much and in some cases even more revenue, so that's fine.
But there are some things to what you're asking that we don't know. We're just looking at articles here and are really lost as to what's going on.
It'd be like you, and it's not apples and apples. The WNBA and NBA is the best example. But if you rolled up to me, like say the University of Alabama, and you said, "Well, I don't think it's fair that the baseball coach is not paid as much as Nick Saban." I mean, he's coaching in more games, and I'd be like, well, the baseball team doesn't bring as much revenue. End of subject.
Yeah, in my mind, it's all based off money available for your sport.
Right.
You know, no matter
Mm-hmm.
how you divide it up.
Right, yeah.
But then there's times where you go in and you share revenue. Like, say, the conferences, Southeastern Conference.
Yeah.
You know,
Everybody
they
agrees
put
on
it all in a big barrel and split it up, and everybody does better that way. And you keep – here's the thing, too, and this is what has happened to some of the spring football leagues in the past. You'd have a few successful programs, but if they don't have smaller programs to go beat, they can't – there's nobody to play.
Yeah.
So they fold. So you have to have a healthy league from top to bottom.
But like you said, that has to be decided among people who agree on it, not mandated.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
this I was reading this from one of the ladies on the committee. She said it's very rewarding for me. I feel very humbled to join this fight that's been going on years before I even touched the ball, before I was even born, actually, she said. I'm really proud of the work that's been done. A lot of gifted people came together to put together something really special.
That's good. And if everybody's in agreement on it, then and the revenue's up, then I think that's fine.
Kick on.
Somebody said the reason why the women are getting paid the same now is biological men are portraying themselves as women and now playing in women's soccer.
Hey, you just get ready. Get ready. It's coming.
We'll take your phone calls next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're already pretty high, John.
And what I realized today is, yes, I do. There was a little more I had left to like you, and I just went past it.
You know what? We're all joking, and I really appreciate that. It's
Yeah.
all in fun.
Yeah.
All jokes aside, when you bring out really good food, it makes people love you that much more.
Makes you happy.
Especially
And John, talk about the safety.
Yes.
Because everybody's seen these horrific videos of people trying to deep fry out on their garage and these horrendous fires, but you don't have that problem with this.
You do not have that problem. Masterbuilt developed technology over a decade ago with the ability to fry a turkey using an immersion element that goes into the oil, the same element that the restaurants use, and it's guaranteed to never overheat the oil. So while you're frying anything, you never leave it unattended. So when you start the process, and you can fry it anywhere you want to, you don't have to do it outside. You still stay with it, but you have the comfort and the absolute guarantee that the oil is going to maintain that temperature. And for over a decade, we have never, ever had one oil fire on the Butterball electric fryer, because it's guaranteed technology that if you ever get to that temperature, it will shut off, so that you don't have that stress and you don't want to dampen your holiday spirits and have those horrific videos out there on YouTube. We've never had one with the electric fryer. The other thing that's amazing is in America, the number one thing that creates house fires is grease fires on the stove, because there's no way to monitor the temperature. With the Butterball electric fryer, it monitors the temperature of the oil, giving you that peace of mind and the ease of doing it and the safety of doing it, so that you can fry your turkey, never having to worry about the oil getting overheated.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Larry Taunton around the world in 80 days, and it is almost over. He returns to the studio next Tuesday, the 14th. We'll get today. We're wrapping it up, and then we'll get another one from Larry on Monday, and then he'll be back in studio on Tuesday, and we'll recap the whole experience. So, Larry, quickly, because I know we have a story we want to get in that's important, because it speaks directly to some of the issues Europe is having concerning immigration and terrorism. But before we go, score Sweden on the Lat scale.
Well, I have to agree with the author of a little book I read called The Nearly Almost Perfect People, The Myth of Scandinavian Perfection. This is a guy who is very funny. His book, he talks about how the weather, how the things are so bland, the taxation being so incredibly high. And right now, by the way, I don't know if you know this, Trump made a lot of news with this a few months ago, but it happens to be true. Sweden has one of the highest rates of rape in the world, and this can be tied to immigration. So Sweden isn't a place I'd want to live. We thought much more highly of Norway. We rate Sweden a 5.
So Swede gets a 5. Not a lot of perfection there, an average score. All right, tell us this story that really, really speaks directly to me how naive Europe seems to be concerning immigration and our own country, those that think that it's wrong to vet people out coming into the country because it makes us mean.
Listen, let me tell you. I went to a street in the center of Sweden, in the center of Stockholm, downtown, a very fashionable district, where I had read that on April 7th of this year there had been a terrorist attack, and a guy who was an asylum seeker, a Muslim immigrant who he stole a beer truck. The guy was unloading it and had left it idling and the door open presumably, and this guy jumped in and he looped the block and he started down a pedestrian. One of these areas that's a road that has now just been turned into a pedestrian, thoroughfare.
Yeah. Right.
And his mother's with strollers and kids and people out window shopping and this kind of thing. And anyway, so I decided to go to that place, and I found a little sidewalk cafe, and I ordered a coffee, and I just sat there trying to imagine this situation and what it must have been like as the truck careened down this road. And I had maps and so on. I read some news descriptions so that I knew where it had all taken place, and the storefront of a place called Allen's Department Store where the
pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my
8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show as we make our way back.
Day without him, brother.
Keeps.com/Bubba. All right, guys, let's talk about it. Let's get out here on the table. Let's discuss it. Are you looking in the mirror now and the first thing you see is your thinning hair? I mean, it just pops out. Wow, there it is. I can't get my eyes off of it. There it is. Well, Keeps.com/Bubba may be the answer for you. And go there right now. The fact that the doctor recommended FDA-approved hair treatments, the ones they recommend are the generic versions. You pay about half the cost. It's all done from your home. So you've got a doctor. They're dealing with it from your home. All they need is some information, some pictures to look at. And then you'll get your prescription, and then they'll send it discreetly right to your home, and you'll have this doctor available to you 24/7, and you'll begin to see results. We're going to get you 50% off your first order. How's that sound? All you have to do is go to Keeps, Keeps, Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order of hair loss treatment and products. They have shampoos and stuff to go with it as well. You'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors. Hair today, hair tomorrow, Keeps.com/Bubba. Keep that hair. All right, so Bubba, we have a montage that we're going to be playing as well.
Can I ask you one more question?
I
on
hope
the soccer
if it's
thing?
about soccer, I don't want to talk about it.
Well, it's kind of about soccer, but it covers a broader range.
Okay.
Why do we even have a women's or men's soccer team? Why don't we just have a soccer team?
Well,
because I mean, it's all about identity and all. I mean, shouldn't we just have a soccer team and get the best soccer players, the fastest, that kick the hardest, that score the most, and they're the soccer team, and we don't really worry about their gender because the gender really doesn't matter because you can identify as anything you want to.
If you want to have a women's soccer team, you're going to be forced to define what is a woman.
Yeah, well,
That's true.
Let me ask for this definition. How do you define a woman soccer player? A female soccer player. How do you define that? Anybody? Adler, would you like to define what a female soccer player is?
I mean, I can define what a female soccer player is.
Yeah, I can too.
Yes,
it's called the
very-
PEEP test.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
There it is. That would
I was going to go with chromosomes, but that works too.
Yeah. Well, really, the chromosome is really the bottom line in all of that.
Yeah,
I mean, because you can
reconstruct the PEEP test.
Yeah, you can
But
do
the
the
chromosomes
facade work on that and make it happen.
But the chromosomes, you're not going to get
Or what?
that.
I know we had a quote from this weekend. The Winky test, was that it, Rick?
That was the one. Yeah, that was Greg's little grandson.
That's so funny. I don't know if you've told that, but gosh,
he walked on his dad, and he said, "Well, so
are you going to tell it right now?"
So you have a Winky too?" And Dad said, "And you got to do this now more than ever."
Yeah.
Yes, I do, and all boys do.
Mm-hmm.
And what he did not expect is the next thing he said is, "Does Uncle Wick have a Winky?" And then when he thought it couldn't get any funnier, he said, "Yes, he does." He says, "What about Bubba? Bubba have a Winky?"
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Yes, he does."
And then he asked if his mama did, and he said no.
Right.
Does my sister? No. And then there was the conversation. Of course, then we send this kid out into the world that will take everything his dad taught him and his mom taught him, and tell that child that his mom and daddy are a bunch of idiots.
And see, what you have just described is the very basic knowledge of the peep test.
That is, yeah.
Take a peek.
I don't know how we got on the list of the Winkies, but I was glad to be there. So anyway, we have a montage of inflation.
Oh, Rick, don't get me started on this.
Yes, this is
the people who are running our country. Did they not have 8th grade civics? Did they just skip over that?
The answer must be no.
And again, there is hope. People don't let despair creep into your day to day.
Oh, we can't have
because
that.
we've done this before,
Yeah.
and we have got out of it before. And it has. We had 15 years or so of unparalleled prosperity out of it, and we can do it again. But what I don't understand is why, we're always taught, Rick, we learn history so we don't repeat the failures of it, but we should also learn from the good things in history.
Yes,
and there are some good things in history, and that is how you get out of inflation and a recession.
Well, here's the Democrats. They're going to do a montage here. Here's the Democrats on the subject of inflation. Here we go.
I really doubt that we're going to see an inflationary cycle.
Most economic analysts believe that it will have a temporary or transitory impact.
The faster than expected increase in some of those prices is actually a good sign.
The overwhelming consensus is going to pop up a little bit and then go back down. No one's talking about this great,
This is something that will settle down.
Transitory.
And the data shows that most of the price increases we've seen were expected and are expected to be temporary. There's nobody suggesting there's unchecked inflation on the way. It's highly unlikely that's going to be long-term inflation that's going to get out of hand. I don't know anybody who's worried about inflation.
Over the last couple of months, we actually saw it trended downward.
President Biden's chief of staff, Ron Klain, enthusiastically retweeted an economist who had said in part most of the economic problems we're facing, inflation, supply chains, et cetera, are high-class problems.
What is the Granholm plan to increase oil production in America?
Oh my God, that is hilarious. Well, the number one thing that the president can do is help get COVID under control. That we know is the root cause of inflation.
President Biden this afternoon saying he thinks we're at the peak of the crisis right now and that lower prices are on the way.
The inflation has everything to do with the supply chain. Make no mistake, inflation is largely the fault of Putin. I'm going to do everything I can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home.
If you want to get rid of inflation, the only way to do it is to undo a lot of the Trump tax cuts.
I think ever since you've come into office, things are really looking up. You know, gas is up, rent is up, food is up, everything.
And there we go. So they're don't worry, they're on it.
They're on it, Rick. That's
they are.
That's good
on
news.
It. That's good news.
Let me carry you back.
They're on it.
I don't have the clips to show you, but back when George W. Bush wanted to do a tax cut and give everybody back $600 if they had paid in the maximum amount. And it was a little stimulus, if you will, for the economy, $600 each. The Democrats were screaming this could cause inflation.
Oh yeah.
And it was just a tiny piece of what we have printed in money supply over the past 4, 6, even 8 years. But they don't seem to be worried about it now. It's all they're trying to tell you it ain't even happening, which is now really comical. I mean, who are they? Baghdad Bob? You know?
Yeah. And if it is happening, it's just high class people, right. Whatever that is.
Right. Yeah. Because we only high class people buy gas.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Finally came to a stop. So I finish my coffee and I get up and I start going from shop to shop all along this road, and I'm asking people, hey, did you see this? And of course, a lot of people would tell me, no, I was in the back. No, I wasn't here. It was my day off. But I finally came to this to a store, a cosmetics store, and there was a young woman in there. She looked to be in her mid-20s. She looked like she could have been a member of the singing group ABBA. I mean, she looked just so typically Swedish and nice young lady. And I asked her, hey, I'm a writer, and did you happen to see, what happened here? And she kind of took a deep breath and, almost with with great emotion, she started to describe it to me. And she said, yes, I did see it. She said, I was doing someone's hair, whatever beauticians do. And she said, I was looking out the window when I saw the truck go by and I heard people screaming, but people don't immediately assume a terrorist attack.
Right,
You just thought something had gone wrong. And she said, I then realized that this truck was aiming towards mothers with strollers, was deliberately hitting them. And she said, I looked down and I saw crushed bodies, people bleeding, people screaming, people running, and the truck just kept right on going. And then she went on to say that she and a couple of her customers, they went and hid in a bathroom, and they called their equivalent of 911 and waited for the police to come, and it took a couple of hours. And a man came to the door, probably, in his mid-20s. He was their equivalent of SWAT and, body armor and machine guns and, this kind of thing. And she said, but I didn't trust him. And I thought, this really struck me, guys. She said, I didn't trust him. And I thought, well, why wouldn't you trust him? He's from the police. And she said, because he was more afraid than we were. She said when he was trying to get us to come out of the bathroom, she said he was just as white as a sheet. And it was clear whatever training he had, it was insufficient. This was the sort of thing for which he was not prepared. And that really struck me because it almost speaks to the situation of Europe as a whole. I mean, we're dealing with an enemy that is trained to kill, that has killed, that is ruthless. And here we are in a country like Sweden that is proud of the fact that they have not participated in a war in well over a century. They're not prepared for something like this. And anyway, she was talking about the bodies laying all over the place and how she wants to move back to her village. And I asked her this. I came back and I said, do you think religion had anything to do with what happened? And, this was a very articulate, bright young lady. But when I asked her that question, it was like I had asked her a question that was a trap, She was fearful of answering. And she said, whoa, not for me, not for me. I don't think religion has anything to do with this. And I said, so you don't think that this man's Muslim faith, which teaches him, based on the life of Muhammad, that the taking of infidel, that is to say non-Muslim lives, earns him a spot in heaven? You don't think that plays into this at all? And she said, well, maybe for some people, but not for me. And I left thinking, this is the problem. These events keep happening, and no one is making the obvious connection. And I would end by saying this. Can you imagine in World War II that the kamikaze planes are flying into our ships, and Franklin Roosevelt coming out and saying, these planes, these kamikazes, have nothing to do with emperor worship and imperial Japan?
I think people would say that sounds like lunacy.
Complete.
And you're right. Until we're ready to come to that truth, I don't know. And if you can actually fight the war efficiently unless you understand that strategy. Larry, thanks again for the update, and we look forward to talking to you again on Monday and then having you back home next week. Woo-woo! See you, Larry.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In Illinois. Mark, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I know you guys are food purists, and
yeah.
you don't like messing with certain things.
We sure don't.
I got tired of just individually spooning out peanut butter on my bananas.
Oh, boy.
So I like to melt the peanut butter in just like a cup, and then just dip.
Okay.
Dip the peanut.
That's kind of something about that drizzling me out.
What are you dipping in it? A banana?
Yeah. A banana's
Yeah, I'll
dipping
just
it
dip
in
the
peanut
banana. I'll
butter.
just cut it or just break it in half and dip it. And I just didn't know what you guys thought about it.
Well, here's my question, Mark. And I know what everybody's thinking. Does it hold together pretty good? Does it break off in there?
Yeah.
Well, you have to be careful. That's why you have to cut it in half or break it in half.
I've never seen melted peanut butter.
Yeah, how long does it
It's
stay?
really good.
How long does it stay liquid like that before it hardens back up?
Oh, it doesn't last very long.
So you got to be quick.
That's the bad part.
It doesn't have time to get.
My goodness, guys. Talking about bananas and peanut butter for those of you just joining us.
I got to tell you, it
If you
does
just
sound
joined
pretty
us, this
good.
is not a baby prediction. Hey, let me say this. Let me say this.
You need to go on.
Let me say this. Let me finish. Let me, can I tell y'all? Let me finish. Can I tell That was just in case Greg was listening. 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Greg out today. He will be back with us tomorrow, Lord willing. And
Wait, Rick, don't. I love this part, Rick.
It's good. I agree with you. Welcome back. You heard him. There he is, Bill Bubba.
Rick, I'm so proud to be here today. I'm just feeling the love. Thank you.
Just
Thank
loving
you very
it every
much.
day.
Thank you.
It's been
Thank you, Ham.
it's been quite a run, and like I say, it's I haven't had a good word day. I talked to one guy this evening. I said, Rick, you're having a tough day. You sound like Biden. Just try it again tomorrow.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. Well, we do.
And I agree. And I agree with him. I can't get my words to work today.
There's a story I want to get to this hour about millionaires in the United States, what they look like. Did you see that story? Did you print it out, or did I read it somewhere else?
I didn't see it.
It's really good. It talks about the number of people who made over $1 million last year in the U.S. and what they actually do versus, and this is from IRS hard data, not think tanks and political groups who would maybe make you think they're this or that. It was really good. I'll find it again before the hour's over. But Rick, before we go too far, I know you had a video you wanted to see, but we need to talk about Michael Helms here a little bit. You know, he is an official tennis professional now.
Well,
he has joined the ranks.
I was wondering if you were listening this morning.
I did not hear it. I did not hear it. I'm sorry. Rick came in. We got to chasing rabbits, and I missed that part.
Like most other things, we get off our chest when Greg's not here. I thought this was good timing for me to talk about it with him not here.
That was wise. Like me wearing this shirt today.
Yeah, this exactly. Well, and this is one of those things that it's been completed probably over a month ago, but I didn't say anything because of what I just said. You can only be made fun of so much. And so this is something that I've been wanting to pursue, and I got some time on my hands and decided, and the process is a little different now than it used to be, and it's more convenient to your schedule. You kind of just plan your time and knock it out, and I think the pandemic brought on a lot of that, and so I thought, hey, before they change it again and make it a little more difficult, go on and get it. And so I did, and I am an official United States Professional Tennis Association member.
USPTA.
You're one honorary doctorate from joining Mr. Bussey in the elite.
And I'm working on that next. Greg, I've got several emails into Greg's sites right now as we speak.
Make you fit up, maybe make you fit in over in the hills a little easier.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, you're talking to Phil, the accountant. Yeah, he doesn't know about all that, does he?
Membership has its privileges.
It's one of those things too where I have been I've essentially been doing this for a couple of years now, teaching, coaching, working camps and clinics and giving lessons. But as I look at my future and think about the things that I want to do 5, 10, 15 years from now, when you two decide to go to the farm or lake at some point, whether that's 20 years from now or 5 years from now, I got to have a plan. You know me, I'm a planner.
Yeah, can I just correct you on that? Look, listen, if you want to say something that is more likely, when you two are dead.
I was being kind, Rick.
Yeah, independently retired. Well, if that's what you're worried about, you're fine.
And here's the thing. Here's the other side of that. That alone, I want to continue. I don't want to people think he's late. That has nothing to do with this. Guys, we're done every day. With the exception of some things, hour or two here or there away from here, we're done. My kids are nearly gone. I mean, Braden is 16, Caroline's 15. I'm going to look up in a couple of years. They're going to be going to college.
Gone.
Maddie's 9. I'm going to look Blink. She's going to be as well. So I'm wanting to be able to fill my time with some things that I enjoy, and I'm obsessed with this industry.
and not playing college tennis or any of that, grow up playing, I thought this actually lets people know, hey, he's serious about it. I could have kept doing what I'm doing, and that would have been fine. But I wanted it to put the serious stamp on it. Hey, so this guy means business.
So when you get this, did they give you a sweater to tie around your shoulder?
No, you have to order that.
Now, see, Rick, I did this today because I didn't want to be made fun of.
Everybody.
So Helmsley Academy coming soon.
That's good. That's
welcome to the ranks.
Yeah.
No, I get it completely. I'm actually not doing tennis, but same deal. My kids are grown now, and my wife and I certainly have a lot of time together. I think Sherry would tell you probably at times too much time. Go find you something to do to keep you busy, you know. And I'm doing some things now that I wasn't able to do when my kids were smaller, and invest in spending time on things that I love to do.
And here's what's funny about it too,
because we're fortunate enough to have a job that really, it allows you some time to do other things.
And I'm open and honest about this
you're
to a
usually
fault.
Sleepy while you're doing it, but it's.
I'm open and honest about this to a fault, and I want you to hear me. Braden and Caroline probably will end up on a therapist's couch one day talking about all the things that Dad did wrong. Whatever. We all do that as we get older. The good news is I've learned so much from them in parenting incorrectly with sports and otherwise.
So true.
That Maddie is she's getting the benefit of that. And so I want other kids and even adults and beginners in tennis to benefit from that. Hey, I've learned the hard way on a lot of this in this industry that I can now pass on to someone that's jumping in, don't have to go through what I went through.
Yeah. I was telling Bubba that I think you were in here too. I was kidding around about the time that my oldest son walked up and saw me coaching my youngest son on Earth. Of course, Bronner's in heaven, but Brody, the youngest son I have on Earth, and he saw me and he walked up and he said, "Excuse me, sir, I'm looking for my dad. He's supposed to be coaching my little brother.
Yeah,
I don't know who you are."
Yeah,
and I said, "Look," I said, "Man, I'm just sorry." I said, "I was younger, I was dumber."
Yeah,
and I said, And probably, when you see the things in your younger brother and the way he's carrying himself, one of the reasons why is because he has a better daddy than you had.
Yeah.
Because I got older, I got wiser.
I can speak to that.
I grew spiritually. And when you were younger, I was younger and dumber. And I apologize for that.
Yeah.
So nothing you can't overcome.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
sure.
And all of that, but your younger brother has got probably a youth league coach that is better than the one you had.
Yeah,
as far as having things in the right perspective, and
sure.
So, but I mean, I think that's there's really, that's the reason why I try to encourage young men, get it right, spiritually, and get your priorities right early, because as I said about men, this influence that God has given us, we can't turn it off.
Yeah.
I think some men think, well, I'm not really going to get all that fired up about answering the call that God placed on me, and I'll just stay out of the way. You can't. Either we are a good influence and we're an asset to our children and to our wives, or we're a detriment. The influence is you can't put it in the neutral position. You're either causing damage and you're an obstacle, or you're an asset and you're a blessing. There's not a middle ground where somebody says, I just don't want to be any of it.
Rick,
you don't have a choice.
I've been both.
I have too. I have too. Look, I everything I'm saying applies to me.
Yeah.
I have been both too. I've been an asset and I've been a detriment.
Hey, I like being that asset though.
Oh yeah, that's much better.
It is.
That's much better.
It is.
Yeah, and,
simpler, cleaner.
You're right, and
people get something out of it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's the congratulations. Bottom line.
Yeah.
And
USPTA. Hey,
have you?
How about that?
Has Bussy, you got any kind of like a rite of passage for him or anything?
No, I'm just glad he did it. It's awesome. I enjoy doing it too, and now I got somebody to go to the meetings with.
You do, and somebody to go to matches and stuff.
Yeah.
All that.
Oh, they have all kind of good conferences.
Right. That's
a lot of times they're far off places, so you miss work, but they're a lot of fun.
Hey, but look, it's going to be big in Vestavia. They'll like hearing this.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's so funny because I always get the question.
Have you heard about Huntsville?
Hey, that doesn't hold a lot of water. Speedy, that doesn't hold a lot of water over in Helena.
No,
but it does in Vestavia.
That's right.
Good
I'll meet you at the court, sir.
It's so funny.
You gotta get order your plaque to go on the wall, and get you some cards and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Have you filled out your information on their website? So
Oh
people
yeah,
can find you?
He's way ahead of you, Bubba.
Yeah.
Do you realize if you just got the Spanish thing done?
Oh,
I know. Well, there's still time.
What an advantage that
What if
would've
I
been.
turn out to be the Spanish teaching instructor?
How about this? Spanish-speaking Highlands College graduating tennis pro.
Man.
I'm not scared of education, evidently.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I think Bubba's down.
I'm good. Okay.
What a great day.
You
misunderstood me.
I got something in my eye.
Yeah, 1 second. But anyway, let me throw this at y'all that I've been doing. If you everybody love Eggos?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Get you an Eggo.
Okay.
Get it good and crisp.
Yeah.
Put peanut butter on top of it.
Oh yeah.
And eat it.
What?
Really? Like a snack. Fantastic.
And mix some
now.
syrup in it too.
Fantastic.
We're at peanut butter right now.
Yeah.
We normally put syrup.
Yeah,
in.
what about I'm
I'm talking about mix those two together.
Rick, what about this?
J.A.
You get
thought about putting syrup on?
you get
I said with and syrup, as in add with peanut
You talking
butter.
about the way they're designed, those little pools on there? Hey, Rick, look, I'm going to go out on the edge here. Rick, if you ever had syrup on pancakes.
Guys, tomorrow Dreamland's coming. You ought to put some barbecue sauce on it.
Try it with barbecue sauce. Rick, let me throw something at you your French fries. You ever try ketchup?
drag it through the ketchup, eat it with every bite of hamburger.
I'm just taking it. Bring it. Come on.
Rick, hold up. Just a minute now. If you do. Hey, Rick, hang on. Hold a minute. This is what I'm thinking about these nachos. Rick, I got some cheese on it.
Rick, last night, you ain't gonna believe this. Had some Fruit Loops, put some milk in it.
What? Milk? Hey, other day I was in Zanytown, and I made some hot dogs, put some chili on it.
Chimed in with it.
I was saying and peanut butter and syrup. It's good, not just peanut butter.
Here's the trick: put a little butter and syrup.
No, it's so good.
Rick, you see that hot biscuit over there?
You know what I like
about
to
a piece of sausage, put it in.
You know what I like to do with syrup? Take the top off of it and just take a pop off of it.
What's wrong with that?
Sure.
Out there on the edge.
Who needs an egg?
Hey, listening to Christmas.
Get to the good stuff.
Listening to Christmas.
That's it. With Frosty blaring in the background.
I've noticed something weird about bananas. Going back to that, I'll take a banana by
Let's not
itself.
go back to that.
You ever peeled one and ate it?
I like a banana by itself, but banana and other things I don't like. What's up with that?
Yeah, I agree.
I told you to leave. I know. Just go ahead and leave.
Fine. He's trying to get it back. No, I'll let it.
I hope you're about Pale City and your stomach starts.
How about
to hurt
this?
so bad.
Listen to Bubba. You don't know what listen to Bubba. Bubba's giving such great advice in here. Just down the ball. You know what I mean? It's time. Just run the clock out, go off in the woods, and ball your eyes out. Yeah.
Steve, I love when you tell him you want his stomach, have a stomach attack on the way home.
Yeah, I'm talking. I can't do nothing about it.
Who on commuter? Because I can't get my mind right that we got a high school game tonight on the Thursday. That shouldn't be.
Rick, it ain't just a high school. It's a playoff game.
Can't get
that
my
makes
mind,
it even weirder.
Can't get my mind right about it. Yeah. Rick, your day's not what you think it is on Thursday.
And here's what you're going to battle. Everybody's got the tomorrow off.
Oh, sure.
Because that's when we're observing Veterans Day.
Guess who doesn't?
And you don't.
I don't.
So you're going to battle
Everybody's
that all
going to pill around out there, try to talk.
I've got a Waffle House, too.
Yeah.
It'll run late, I guarantee.
And you know, one of the things I enjoy about high school football is not having to work the next day.
Yes.
That's good.
I get to kind of take it in, hang around, talk about the game.
You're close to hoping to have a stomach attack. Be careful. You're close.
All right. Hey, guys, thank y'all for being with us.
You mean Speedy like they're on an airplane and they can't get to the bathroom?
Yeah,
because it's tiny.
Hey, let me tell you something else Speedy taught me. If you have a pizza with just cheese on it, a little pepperoni.
All right, that's it, Rick. I hope you're in the middle of Godspeed doing a workout and it hits you. Right on one of the snatches.
Do it during the PA.
Official stadium.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel if you want to watch it live. Most of you watch it archived, and it's archived soon after and available on your time. Today it's Genesis chapter 20. All right, so Bubba, you were telling me in the break, not this break before, and because what we talked about in this break was one of those unconfirmed life truths. We believe it is. But you said that, the price of gasoline is certainly horrible, but the price of diesel.
Yeah, I tell you, I feel, when I hear everybody talking about gasoline, I said, well, just wander up to that old diesel pump, take you a peek at that.
Take a look there.
I heard somebody the other day saying there's going to be a shortage of it. So
Good night.
What?
That's right.
Who knows?
What the? So anyway,
try $5.12 a gallon. About that.
Don't
and you know
understand
what?
either.
This is what is absolutely mad about that. Okay, the process of turning oil into gasoline, you have to basically cook it. Okay, I'm gonna use that term. That's not right, but for our language, you cook it and you take off part, you heat it up. Diesel comes off way down on the bottom. Okay, you cook it several more times to get gasoline out. So diesel is cheaper to make than gasoline is.
Yeah, that's why I've never understood it.
Well,
Why
they tax it more.
Why?
Because they can.
Right. Okay.
Because they've let them get away with it. And it's, quote, because it was dirty. We have to have more money for the environment and all that stuff. Jimmy Jam.
Good night.
Look at
that.
Diesel over there. Look at it.
Diesel.
Stare at it, Rick. 557. Stare at it.
Yeah, I know. But so you.
My God, people. What are we doing?
So, Biden in 2022.
Can I tell you one thing about this studio I love is that screen
I do
behind
too.
it.
Oh,
That
yeah.
we can turn around and talk to.
Well, if you get up and point
Right.
at it.
If there was a urinal underneath it, I'd be in love with it. I love that that screen behind us. I love looking at it. I love seeing logos on it. I just love it.
It's like a real studio.
It does. It makes us feel a little big time.
Can you put one up there with a picture of a urinal just to make us feel better?
Right. Could you do, by any chance, maybe put the big word "pop" with an exclamation point, like they do on Batman? Remember that on the Batman shows? Pow, punch, boom! Every time the audio pops.
Pop Studio.
All right, so Bubba, you said because of this, you said, "I'll tell you what, I'm starting to think about an electric car," and I thought, well, John Kerry says you won't have to worry about it, y'all. John Kerry. Is there anybody that we have any less respect for?
He's about as low on the pole with me as you can go.
Well, he says that everybody is going to be in an electric car by 2035.
Except for him, probably.
Yeah, except for him. Probably. So
he'll probably zipping around something else.
Here he is, and he seems upset about it. All right, here we go.
I don't know why he's so sad looking.
The United States of America, President Biden has made a commitment that the entire power sector of our nation, one of the largest producers of power in the world, is going to be carbon-free by 2035. We're only going to have electric vehicles if we meet our goal by 2035.
For such good news, why the long face? See, I waited to work it in.
It never gets old. It never gets old.
Can I tell you this?
His
Wait,
clips are
this is
turned in, is what it
22.
is.
This is 22. I will eat his red tie if all we have is electric cars by 2035. No way, Jose.
I'll go a step further in tribute to him. If there's nothing but electric cars by 2035, wherever it's legal, I will eat horse meat.
There he is there.
Wilbur.
But didn't AOC say we only had 12 years left on the planet, like 5 years ago?
It's not going to matter
gonna
because the planet won't be here.
Right.
So
Come on, John. What's the story?
What's the big deal? Y'all, I go back again to this. They're really trying to defy the laws of physics here. Energy is not created nor destroyed; it only changes forms. I hate to quote that to you, but
hey,
I have been watching.
I have go to button two.
Hit it.
Go to button two.
Do it,
I have
Bubba.
been watching Big Bang Theory lately.
Button it, seriously.
Betty was amazed when I answer some of their questions before they explain it to Penny next door, and she goes, "How'd you know that?" And I said, "I thought everybody knew that."
But has it dawned on her yet?
Well, she's Penny.
Yeah, I was just there. It is. Yeah,
and unfortunately, I may be Sheldon sometimes, but I don't want to be.
Right.
I don't want to be.
Right.
No, it's we're laughing about that, but you change to electric cars, you're only going to change one group of problems for another.
Of course,
you're still going to have to pump oil out of the ground. You won't be burning as much of it, maybe. Still got to have it for the plastics to make the car. And we're still going to have it to generate electricity to charge our precious battery cars. Mm-hmm. I think we seem to forget that sometimes. And, that has its own problem. Battery, they require certain chemicals that you have to have, and then you have to dispose of those chemicals. Some of them very toxic and dangerous. So it's kind of like one set of problems versus another. And the thing that somebody had brought up maybe a week or so ago, and I mentioned it, imagine you're in a war, okay? And the entire country in 2035, let's just say the entire country is running on battery cars and trucks, okay? There ain't a filling station to be found. And we're end up in a war with somebody. Let's just say it's Russia, for instance. All they have to do is bomb the power station, and we're dead in the water. We're just sitting here because nobody can charge a car. Well, now you can't bomb every gas station in the country.
No.
So people can still move. I mean, have we thought about this?
No,
really?
Of course we haven't, Bubba, because it's all through
you
emotion.
take the power grid down, every moving vehicle in the country is now on, 24-hour notice.
What about solar? What?
Nobody's charging a Tesla with solar right now that I'm aware of.
I know. I'm just saying by 2035.
I'm looking forward to it.
I wish it was. Look, all the energy that we have on Earth comes from the sun in a various form or another. But
Right.
and it's a shame we can't tap into it more because it is unlimited as far as we're concerned, at least till it turns into a red giant, swallows the Earth up. But I have been watching that show too much. But
or you just go to 2 Peter chapter 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, too.
By the way, they both agree, science and the Bible on that one.
Yeah.
But go ahead, and but it's just odd how we've just placed all hope and everything on this idea of this clean energy. And look, I have no doubt that we can evolve that process and come up with some pretty cool things. Look,
Sure.
if I had cold fusion, I'd set Elon Musk at the curb. If you invented that, you're talking about some cash.
Right.
And we've worked on it for a long time. The country has, but we haven't perfected it yet. So you get that. You get something that looks like a car battery and run your house off of it for 10 years.
I think I'm going to have to ban you from the show you're watching.
Yeah.
Because you already did a lot of it, and I think this is fueling even more of it.
It may be.
Because
it is funny, though.
Yeah.
You talking about quirky. Oh, my God.
No more Big Bang Theory to you.
The quirks, Rick, are off the chart.
That's very funny.
I wonder where the idiom "sit 'em at the curb" came from.
You don't want to know.
You buy them and set them at the curb because you got so much money.
Mm-hmm. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It ain't over till it's over.
Did you think that Yogi Berra would ever think there'd be a song written about him?
You know what? Sometimes somebody comes up with a saying, and it just really, it hits home. Like you can't have nothing.
Well,
it ain't over till it's over.
I got to tell you something. The Yogi Berra world.
Full moon at night, 100. No.
Yeah, there you go, perfect. But the Yogi Berra stuff, he doesn't get in. I know there's people obsessed over. So what a funny guy.
Don't you know? People probably said that before him, but he's the one that got coined with.
No
it.
doubt, but all his others, and the thing that people that really are into it tell me that's the best about Yogi Berra is most of the time it seems he was never trying to make a statement. That's just how he talked.
Right. It would be like Greg. It's a lot like Greg.
Like when he says, Coney Island is just so crowded, I don't go there, and it really seems like nobody's wanting to go there anymore. And those that means, he contradicted himself all the time saying things he didn't even realize he was saying.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was a little bit shoot ready aim.
It's so crowded at Coney Island, nobody's going there anymore.
That's a good one.
So anyway, we have Lou Holtz back today. A lot of people have been asking when Lou returns, and he will return today. And it is a big weekend in the world of college football. There can be some movement this weekend on a lot of people's situation may change if they get the job done this weekend.
There are definitely some big games. It's going to have big implications, not only for the teams but for coaches.
Mm-hmm.
You got some coaches that depending how their next 2 weeks. 3 weeks ago, they could be fired or they could be coach of the year,
Yeah, you don't know.
And nobody knows.
So we'll see.
Got a little controversy there in the political circles
Yes,
today.
we do. Well, look at that little controversy.
What has been a highly contested Senate seat in Alabama took yet another strange turn yesterday.
Well, and it's like it's like you can't keep up with it right now because there's this topic of these allegations of various men in various circles, all being some sort of bizarre...
doing various things to various people.
Yeah. And so then all of a sudden in the middle of that, this seems to be... Now, again, I don't know what's true and what's not true. I don't pretend to know because I don't know.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So, but that's also a statement that has to be said. I don't know what happened.
No.
And there's only a few people that really do. But that doesn't stop anything now, as we know. And, and we'll talk about it. We'll unpack it more because I know a lot of you want to ask about that because it does come out of our state. It was a race, that Bubba and others were involved in. It got the president to start calling the show. And so it's pretty – and now for the –
Really, that was kind of the fuse that lit our current ongoing relationship with the president.
Yeah, and plus the thing that's kind of weird for us that live in the Deep South, the Deep South – there was a time, even if somebody was called a Democrat, it didn't mean a whole lot. There wasn't that much difference between a Democrat and a Republican. And it's changing. That's even changing in our world now. We've got a raging far left, think of anything that you would think was far left in the Democratic Party of modern day. And, you would almost say, yeah, but Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Georgia with Atlanta, you can have some of it, but Mississippi and Alabama, there's not that much difference. Some of them are just traditional. They still go back to the old blue-collar Democrat. Well, not anymore. This guy's – so that's the reason why that kind of adds to this, too. You think so even parts that you didn't see that kind of polarizing political views,
right?
It's starting to affect every state now and every place.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that's in there, and you think about it. We're just in very vicious times. But what's odd is you have political viciousness, but you've also had this other narrative going on in the entertainment business, and it seems to be this is the thing that's going to be brought up on every man.
Yeah.
No matter what, and then you have to get into it started with Bill Cosby, then it just started rolling from there, and
it really was Cosby was kind of the tip of the iceberg on that.
Yeah. So I don't know about this story involving Roy Moore. I don't know any more than anyone else. But we will unpack that a little bit and kind of talk about
Well, there are some facts that we do know that is non-debatable, and I think those are the ones you need to really hang on to at this point until you know more.
Right. So we'll jump into all that, and we will talk about it. It was the number one email yesterday, as you can imagine. So we'll come back. Also, we'll just kind of have some fun with this and let you hear a little bit of it. Sarah Simmons has been on the program a few times. did really well when The Voice first started out. The Sarah Simmons Band releasing a new single today that you can download for free, and we'll play that a little bit for that for you, too.
Rick and Bubba.
To my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. As we make our way back, allforum.com/Bubba. He loves me. He loves me now. Checks your camera. Let's do a mirror. Turns the radio on. It's another lonely night. Everybody learns the hard way. We do. Allforum.com/Bubba. Summer, summer, summer. Here comes summer. And maybe it's time to get that new couch or chair or sofa in the family room, your living room, maybe screen patio area, even your house at the lake or in the mountains or down on the beach. It can make a world of difference. Allforum makes outstanding, high-quality, handmade in America furniture, offering a flexible, modern design to fit any room. They've got armchairs, they got sofas, they got sectionals, they got love seats. They've got you covered, all at affordable prices, and it's all customizable and ships right to your door from the factory in beautiful North Carolina. You pick the fabric, color, the leg types, plus sofa sizes and shapes. Make sure it's perfect for you in your home or even your office. And if you have kids or even pets, you're going to love that all the fabrics are spill, stain, and scratch resistant. They really do have something for everyone, from various armchairs and love seats all the way up to an 8-seat sectional sofa. And you're not locked into anything. You can start out small, then you can buy more pieces in the future if you need it. So why waste thousands of dollars on cheap furniture made with cheap materials, often from overseas, that's likely going to take weeks or longer to arrive when you can go to allforum.com/Bubba, and that furniture arrives fast and shipping is always free. So customize it. It'll be to you in 3 to 4 days. You got 100 days to be sure you love it. If you don't, free returns and a full refund. We're going to get you 20% off anything you buy right now with a forever warranty if you'll just go to allforum.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors and find the link there. So there you go. All right, so other things to discuss. How bad is this one, Adler? The president is we try to get updates on this, and we certainly don't want to wear it out. But
who, us?
Us.
Wear it out? Are you kidding me?
The president is at a reception to celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month. Now that's quite the organization. That's the AANHPI.
Yeah, and that was too much for Biden to handle.
Yeah. So wait a minute, he's going to try that?
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't even try that. And so here we go. He's going to try it. All right, let's see if he can do it.
And the values reflected in the AANHPI. Community here in the United States. As they say in Claymont-Delaware, are all yous guys.
The crowd is laughing at him. Rick, the crowd from the AANHPI thought it was funny, too.
Oh, yeah.
Let's hear it again, Adam.
Oh, gosh, you can't get enough of that one.
Okay. He kind of recovers there, but with an and when that's a recovery, that's not a good thing.
Yeah,
and the values reflected in the AANHPI. Community here in the United States. As they say in Claymont-Delaware, all yous guys.
Is right.
Oh,
All right,
I'm gonna act like let's just act like we're at the podium right now, so we can look down and get it. It's not fair. This one's not fair to anybody. We can't have that much. And all you hear at the AANHPI,
you have to break it up in twos. I think is the easiest way to do it. AANHPI. Isn't that the best way to say it?
So. All right, let me be clear here because I'm trying to. So we got Asian American. I got that.
All right. Native Hawaiian.
Native Hawaiian.
And Pacific Islanders.
Okay.
Because we have territories in the Pacific Islands.
Right. You got that.
All the atolls. Of course, we blew a lot of them up.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We had to move those folks somewhere else.
Yeah, we sure did.
And, some of them that got out there fishing while we were testing, not good. But
Right.
anyway.
Yeah, and then the other one here on 5, this happened, and y'all saw it in the team deal. I had a buddy of mine send me a.
Did you tell him? I know who it was. I'm not going to say their name. I don't want to embarrass them.
I haven't told him.
They sent it to you, and you knew it was fake.
I didn't. Adler told me it was fake, and then I looked at it and I said, "Yeah, it is."
You didn't tell them?
I didn't. So that's
Rick,
a disservice.
How did you not tell them? You're not a friend not telling them.
Well, because I didn't.
It doesn't say you couldn't enjoy being a good friend and telling them.
No, who it was and everything. I just
couldn't do it. He was so excited about it.
But it ain't real.
I know.
Rick, we've had a general had to take it down.
Well, that's what this is about here.
Yeah.
What is this from? A video game?
A video game.
Yeah.
Boy,
Can I tell you, the video game's very realistic.
Yeah,
it's
pretty awesome. I'd like to play it.
Yeah.
The game is called Arma.
Say it again.
Arma.
Boy, it's loud.
Well, it's got a good sound.
It really is.
I think it was already going down for that last shot. Got it.
I had to take it back from my family, Rick, after you sent it. I said, "Hey, y'all check this out."
Did you tell them?
Well, no. I finally did. Reese responded, of course, the next morning. They're a little late sometimes on their response. He said, "Dad, I think this is a video game." And I said, "Yeah, we found that out."
Yeah, that's so.
Yeah, the dramatic music was what tipped me off.
Yeah, I agree.
What was that they just shot out? A frisbee? What was that?
I'll tell you, it means business, whatever it is. So this is a piece of video that people thought, not everybody, that it was Russian planes getting nailed by Ukraine forces. But it's not.
Look, it's like a frisbee it shot out.
And it looks like we've got a 4-star general, and also at MSNBC. That's him. He's the same guy. Okay.
Yeah, he's a contributor.
He contributes.
Barry McCaffrey.
Yeah. So he actually thought it was real too.
He's been out there reporting. I will say he used to be at Fox, didn't he?
Early on in the war of Russia and Ukraine, I sent a video to you guys, and Adler called me out on it and said, "Hey, Hounds, just heads up. I think this is a video game."
Okay.
Yeah, it's from the same game, by the way. Arma again. Yeah.
Can I tell you, they've got the graphics.
And their video work looks like a person that just has a really good camera.
Yeah.
So that really helps it.
Except for the thing they're shooting that looks like either a frisbee or a photon torpedo.
It's almost
from
like
Star
got
Trek.
wings on it.
Yeah, it's not the bullets in film go a lot quicker than those are going.
Yeah. Well, it also like Adler said, but again, people put videos on YouTube and put music behind them.
Oh yeah,
sure.
So you could do that.
But what
can I tell you what's real? And it's somewhat amazing. We're still talking about the Russians trying to take over Ukraine, and they've been pushed back on the Eastern Front where they had gathered all their forces to make a real push, and they're being pushed completely out of the country.
Wow.
I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's
Did anybody give Ukraine any odds going up against Mother Russia a month or so after it happened to be winning the thing?
Putin definitely didn't.
No, he did not. Now, do we want to get into this electric scooter race here?
That's been on the list 2 or 3 days. That's our recurring video bit of the day.
Yeah.
And it's one that Adler wants us to see.
So what's going on here, Adler?
Let's give that a name.
What
recurring
is this?
video bit of the day.
I like that. What is this about? We got electric scooters?
Yes, evidently it's the world's first electric scooter championship. And I'm just queuing that up real quick here. I thought it was interesting. I had never seen it before, and it's happened in London, and they're trying to really make it a thing here. So check it out.
Like that, Danny. Whoa! Wow.
Looks like they got Beth Mullins on the call.
Moving around a lot. Whoa!
Well, I'm glad Greg's not here.
Wow, Courtney, and it looks like just
rest of the weekend from Hedger.
Bubba, I wish you were on one now.
Has somebody edited in like Formula One sound to that? Those don't make that sound, do they?
What kind of speeds are they getting on these scooters?
Good question.
Because it could be deceiving on TV.
Yeah,
they may be actually getting after it, and we just don't realize.
Where's a pilot? Let's see a pilot.
30, 40 maybe. I would say 30 max.
Oh, okay.
already back on that second group. Matisse has the separation. It looked like Shetty is going to have a little bit of a pass, and they're
Rubin's racing. Am I right, guys?
That's right. Yeah.
It's got a touch of roller derby look to it.
It really does. Meets Tron.
Yeah.
And that's the winner, huh?
Oh,
I thought they were upset.
Wow, I
with
think they. Wow.
I didn't know Chuck Evans was racing.
Well, that's so good. Okay, well, there it is.
Is that in Japan?
Yeah, that's. I don't know.
Be a part of World Games.
It was in London.
Oh, in London. That's right.
What we
talked
just
about
saw
that.
happen in London.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I didn't find that gripping.
No,
but
no.
Yeah, but,
I found it unusual.
Yeah, but it was interesting. To look at it, and so there you go. All right, we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll ask what's on your mind today. We'd love to hear from you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. You can comment on things you've already seen and heard. Bring up topics you wish we had discussed that we have not. Ask a question if you'd like. All the lines are available. All you got to do is move now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Talk to you next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so we do have a lot to talk about. Do you want to dive in on Roy Moore right here?
Let's dive in.
I mean, I'm looking at the headlines here, and my gosh, Anthony Weiner. I forgot about throw him in all this too.
Well, let's not tie those two together.
Well, I mean, we shouldn't because one's been proven and one has not.
Rick, Carlos Danger is looking for a pen pal.
Greg, I saw that. I heard y'all say it in the Kickoff Fire, and I thought I thought they were going with fake news again.
I'd forgotten he'd referred to himself as Carlos Danger.
Well, good gosh. All right.
You're talking about a weirdo.
So yesterday, as you all know, the political environment that our country has right now, it's dandy, and and we also know that there is the Democrats right now. I mean, Donna Brazile, the whole Clinton thing, the Trump election. This reminds me, the Trump election reminds me of what happened to Al Gore when he thought he was president and then was told he wasn't. And it made him crazy.
Yeah,
you remember
it did.
that?
Yeah,
I mean,
it did.
he was never the same after that.
You remember he went off and came back looking like Duck Dynasty for a while?
Yeah,
there?
he did. He was dancing.
Well, now we see an entire Democratic Party all looking like Al Gore. I mean, they can't believe Trump won, and they're just
having a hissy fit.
And now you take that, you got the federal level, and then you jump into our state, which has always been politically a mud fest and just darkness and wickedness. And so now you have a Senate race that was highly contested and all kinds of issues with a governor who had to step down, and he had issues going on. I mean, and so anyway. So now we thought it was all done and it was all clear. However you felt, Roy Moore was going to run for Senate. And
people had spoken, and we had a Republican candidate.
Yep, and he was going against the Democratic candidate. And we started noticing, which is a little odd in modern-day Alabama, wait a minute, it looks like this Democrat's going to try to win. You know what I mean? Because
a lot of money being poured in.
A lot of money, because, again, we're angry. Somehow Trump's always at the heart of all this.
And,
you know what I mean?
and the polling that we had prior to the GOP election and the runoff that we were involved in indicated that the Democrats at least thought they had a chance to beat Roy Moore better numbers-wise than Luther Strange, who was his opponent in that. But Roy Moore won, former Supreme Court justice in our state, and as we had all said, hey, it's time to get behind the candidate. The people have spoken, and we had a general election coming up for this. I believe it was December the 12th.
Yeah, and
it was a special election because of the appointment of Jeff Sessions to the Justice Department.
And again, I don't know either of these men personally. You knew one better than I did, and that was great. Don't know either one of them personally. Probably my preference would have been Luther, but that's not what happened.
Right.
So,
and we've covered that. That's old news now.
And if I look at politically, I'm talking about just the way that Roy Moore would vote. He votes the way that I would vote. As far as political.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I would say
he's the same on me on taxes. Matter of fact, he wants a flat tax like we do.
Right.
He's a huge Second Amendment guy. He's a constitutionalist, and that goes on and on. So we thought, okay, so that's fine. Now there's been some and there's things spiritually we match up with him on, and then there's some things he's done strategically that we thought, you might could have done that a better way. And sometimes I'll be honest with you, I've worried that, like a lot of people, that every human being struggles with it to a degree, that maybe at times Roy struggles with ego a little bit, of wanting to be a martyr and wanting to be a victim. I've been openly critical of that at times.
I'm not saying that's accurate. I'm just talking about the way it came across to me sometimes.
Look, you're just being honest about what you thought.
Right. And so, but don't misunderstand me. I was not so much, hey man, 2 thumbs up on Roy Moore as I was 2 thumbs down on Doug Jones.
Right.
You know,
Absolutely.
I do not want Doug Jones to represent my state.
Well, his position on where life begins for me would disqualify him immediately.
Right.
And we're not running buddies with Roy Moore, but we've had him on the show before. We're
during the 10 Commandment thing.
Right. We're acquaintances.
Yep.
Acquaintances with a lot of people around him that are close to him. And we felt like he was the best choice. Well, we have this report come out from the Washington Post yesterday, which, by the way, Roy Moore is completely denying. Completely.
And I think that's important to say that, even though that really, we do know that, right?
Right. And it basically was reported, and I'm just going to paraphrase it here. I'm not going to run through all the details, that he had dating and some relations with younger girls. The one in question that was really
let the people speak. Done. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. Lines are available. Go. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close, and we'll get to the next caller. If you dial right now, you should get in, and we'll move through them quickly. We will start with Brett out of Brownsville.
Brett.
Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Brett, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Brett.
2 things. Do you think there's going to be some kind of variant come out before the November election? And have y'all heard about Bill Gates trying to pass this synthetic baby formula for the babies?
Haven't heard that on Gates. We talked earlier. Of course, there'll be something at the midterm. They've already thrown up one test balloon. I remember it was over the weekend, and I saw people reporting that the Biden administration was predicting, major surge on COVID numbers late fall, early winter.
We've already had an uptick in the Northeast, about 19 to 20% week to week. So it's coming, and I can assure you it will be watered.
Let's go to Tony and Glencoe. Yep, Tony and Glencoe. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Somebody needs to tell in regards of old Longface talking about electric cars all in 2035 or whatever. I'd be willing to bet my paycheck we won't all have electric hot water heaters by that time, much less cars.
Probably true. Bob in Tuscaloosa. Bob, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I've got the solution for the formula problem.
Okay.
Let's go back to the old school and let the mothers produce the milk. I kind of like the fancy containers it's served out of.
Emory and Pinson. Emory, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I was wanting to say about the gas prices going up sky high. Well, it's just another way that the left-wing Democrats and everybody are trying to push electric cars on us.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, there's no doubt that you saw the woman laughing. That was in the montage we played earlier about us going and using more of our own oil. And sure, the one of the ways they're hoping it'll get so expensive you'll leave the gas-powered automobile. There's certainly no real commitment to lowering that fuel price for you. And they've been pretty open about that.
Yeah.
Jake in Pelham. Jake, 30 seconds. Go. Jake.
Yeah, just a quick question. Morning, guys. Monkey grass.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Yeah, go ahead.
Since y'all have now become the Nicolas Cage of advertisements, why don't y'all just buy a new board and stop all that popping?
Well, we were told.
That seems pretty straightforward, doesn't it?
Yeah, we were just told though a few minutes ago they don't think it is the board. So
there you go.
But I'm with you. Yeah, that we've been saying. Yeah, we've been saying what you said. Yes, we have. Dan in Houston, Alabama. Dan, 30 seconds. Go.
Monkey grass, Green Acres, and Big Truck.
All right, I hear you. Go ahead.
Hey, just about the diesel prices. January 12, 2021, $279.9. My total bill for 150 gallons with 17 gallons of DEF was $490. Yesterday morning, 150 gallons diesel, $565.9. $419 for DEF, 11 gallons, $897.
Yay!
And you wonder why your stuff costs more.
Yeah. Wow.
You know, transportation costs is across the board on all that.
Absolutely. Let's go to Mike in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Mike, go ahead.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I was wondering about the U.S. women's soccer team. Who's to say, since the women are doing so well and the pay is equal, that they'll keep doing as well? I mean, what incentive do they have if the pay is the same now? Doing as good?
Well, I would think the incentive would be, look, we proved that we deserved more money, so let's keep on playing so no one says we don't deserve it.
Yeah,
you
won't stay on the team if you're not doing your job or you're the best that they can get.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually think that's a motivator to go, look, if we actually prove that we can put a product on the what is it called they play on?
The pitch.
On the pitch.
Right?
Then we earn more money, so let's not go backward. Let's go to Garrett in Birmingham. Garrett, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Y'all doing all right?
We're doing great. I hope you're doing good.
Hey, thank you. Well, I just want to say there's a pretty simple solution in my mind to go ahead and get those gas prices back lower, and I think it'd be trying to open up back that Keystone pipeline and try to use some of our oil instead of getting some of this overpriced, double the price oil barrels.
Aren't you something?
Well, I don't know.
I think that's the way it went down last time.
I don't know if the Keystone pipeline per se will go directly to our gas tanks. Right. I think that's used for something else, but it does take away a lot of jobs, okay, and it does just contribute to the slowing up of that industry as a whole.
It does, yeah.
But you know, a lot of this other look, we lost some supply from Russia when we quit buying their oil, and it's pressured the system, but that doesn't mean Biden is in charge of all of it. When you have that happen, the logical thing to do is try to open up 25% more of what you've got, max production, so you don't miss any.
Yeah,
that's common sense.
We should go back to our supply,
right?
And that's how we got it down before.
Yeah, I think we were kind of throwing the Russians a bone. That was probably something negotiated a long time ago. As part of one of our nuclear treaties, if I had to guess, but I don't know for sure.
Ashley, Henderson, Tennessee. Ashley, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was just wanting to comment on the formula shortage and how, a lot of celebrities have come out and said that breastfeeding, just breastfeed, and that's not always, as easy of an option. An infant has to have formula for a year. And if a woman goes back to work, she doesn't produce as much milk, and you have to supplement, even if you do choose breastfeeding.
You don't have to. You can choose to. I mean, you can, but I would say there are, and it's a small percentage. Now, if you want to say there are women that for various reasons can't produce milk for their baby, sure. We're not saying that formula should never be available.
No,
but to say that you have to have it if you are producing milk like you would normally do naturally, I mean, you got to work harder at it, but you certainly don't have to supplement.
There needs to be needs to be things in the workplace to allow you to do that, and I think there is for the most part. It may not be as easy to access as you want it to. Maybe we need to work on that, but it's kind of like the gas thing, Rick. We've got to increase our supply at home.
There you go. Exactly. And that does require a lot of work, and it is more difficult, but it's not impossible.
I don't mean to laugh when I say that. That's Helms' fault.
Right.
Thank you.
What were you? Did Helms make you laugh?
Well, yeah, he did, because he just came to the door and made a face.
Right.
And started laughing. I didn't mean to.
Right.
Well, but you know what I mean.
No,
it doesn't change the truth.
No, I do. Huh? Now, is it more difficult and requires a lot more planning?
Oh,
and
yeah. It's
work?
work.
It does,
It's
sure.
work, yeah.
Absolutely it does. But I think when you get in this situation, you're going, well, it may be worth it. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a big day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, then stick around. and enjoy that. Don't forget Bible study today, noon Central Time on our YouTube channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A problem, said she was 14 at the time, and he may have been 30, I believe was the quote.
32.
Which, that a little strange, but there was no sex involved. There was some dating and some touching and some other things, according to the accusations. But again, he's denying this. And it happened almost 40 years ago now. So, and then, of course, they
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.